Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46, Rough Rhinos 16. The door opened with a loud, creaking sound that made Sokka flinch. Angela pushed it open completely, and ushered her Gladiator to follow her inside the room. The Gladiator gazed about it in surprise, never having entered a Fire Nation armory before. "We're lucky it wasn't locked," said the princess, relieved at how easy it had been to enter the room. "I suppose they only felt the need to keep it shut when Zuko and I were children." "This place is creepy," said Sokka, gazing at the weapons with curiosity nonetheless. "Oh, it is," replied Angela, passing through the rows of spears with sharp and deadly tips. "Which is why I loved sneaking into it whenever I could get away with it." Sokka stared with interest at an assortment of chain sticks before following Angela through the room, his eyes peeled at the sight of many dangerous and interesting weapons. There were staffs, knives, daggers, bows with their arrows, more spears, tridents, clubs, maces, and all the kinds of weaponry of different kinds and sizes. There seemed to be a replica of every single weapon Sokka had ever heard about in this room. "When I was younger I was supposed to be forbidden from ever approaching this place," said Angela. "There was too much peril in this room for a little princess. And if you were anything like the princess you are now, I figure that didn't stop you," said Sokka, smiling. "Indeed, instead of stopping me, the prohibition only fueled my curiosity," said Angela, smirking. "The excitement that came from going against the rules has always held an undeniable appeal for me. And the stronger the prohibition, the more beckoning the challenge became. I'd make up excuses to be free to sneak around the palace, such as lying by saying I would go play with Mai and Ty Lee at either of their houses when I would actually be hiding inside the armory. It was no easy feat to sneak into the room, of course. The Fire Lord had a wooden chest in which he kept a set of spare keys for every room in the palace. Only him, the top-ranked royal guards and head servants would have every single key for the palace. Yet the Fire Lord's keys were the least used set, and the easiest for his granddaughter to steal. On a certain occasion in which my grandfather had to attend a pointless ceremony to greet a nobleman, I snuck into his room and took his key to the armory. Nobody ever suspected I could have done something so bold, of course. Once I had the key, I could make it into the armory without a problem. I'd go inside hastily to make sure nobody saw me." "So you were an evil mastermind even when you were a little brat?" Sokka asked, amused by her tale. "You have no idea," said Angela. "I probably shouldn't be so proud about it, but I really can't feel any shame over it, no matter how hard I try." Sokka couldn't help but laugh out loud at her confession. Angela seemed surprised that her story would amuse him as much. "I'm not surprised to hear that at all," he said, chuckling still. "I will admit, though, that after a while the fun part wasn't looking at the weapons as much as it was going to Zuko to boast about my trips into the armory," she said. "At first he wouldn't believe I had done it, then he'd be jealous because he wanted to see the armory as well. I invited him a few times, but his strange sense of righteousness would tell him not to go with me. You could see the conflict written all over his face as he wondered whether to do it or not. In the end he'd settle for not doing anything, and threatening to tell our mother." "Did he ever do it?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, yes he did," said Angela. "Once he told her, and my mother was about to tell me off for my misbehavior, but when I denied it she found she couldn't prove I had been in the armory after all. I'd hide my grandfather's key inside my boot, and since it was just one spare out of several, they never suspected I had stolen that one. The armory was intact, and so it seemed as if I hadn't set foot in there. Zuko then decided I was lying about my visits to the armory. Of course, I told him that I just wasn't stupid enough to get caught. He still wouldn't believe me, though, so every time I snuck into the armory I'd bring back a story about one of the weapons I'd seen." "A story?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, several of these antiques have stories behind them. The tales aren't fully explained, but the inscription below each one says who it belonged to," said Angela, stopping by a shelf and pointing at a golden dagger on it. Sokka stared at it with interest, noticing the caption she had just mentioned. "I'd only read the inscription, detail what the weapon looked like, and then run to Zuko with a makeshift story about my weapon of choice. He'd keep saying I was lying, but I wouldn't stop doing it, until our father caught me in the middle of a story of a sword that was wielded by a Fire Nation general as he fought single-handedly against an army of earthbenders riding badger moles. The general died quite honorably after slaying all his enemies, taking his own life with his sword because he had nothing to live for anymore. What a weird way to end the story, said Sokka, frowning. What did your dad have to say about it? He seemed to find it quite amusing, actually, said Azula. Zuko told him all about how I was lying about sneaking into the armory and bringing back these awful stories to him. Upon that, my father frowned. I thought he was going to scold me, because he knew I had the courage and brains to get in there without being caught. But instead of reprimanding me, my father actually congratulated me, and asked me if by chance I had seen the Bloodlust Spear. The mere name scared both me and Zuko right away. I said I hadn't, and then he proceeded to tell us a terrifying tale of a spear that would fly into battle on its own accord, slaying every single man that stood in its way. It would murder and coat itself in blood until its bloodlust was subdued, but that only lasted for a few years and soon after it would go on a killing rampage again. Sokka's eyes opened like plates, and he gazed about himself in horror, looking for the spear Fire Lord Ozai had spoken about. He warned me not to go into the armory again if I didn't want to rouse the spear, because if any human warmth reached it, it would awaken and hunt humans until its thirst for blood had been quenched. You can imagine just how horrified Zuko and I were after hearing that tale. No kidding, said Sokka, gulping. That's spookier than all the Water Tribe ghost stories I've ever heard. It is, but it was a fake tale, just as fake as the ones I told my brother, said Azula, smirking. Of course, I didn't know that at first. Both me and Zuko spent nights on end with nightmares about that spear coming out of the armory to get us. It wasn't until I grew a little older that I began suspecting my father was just trying to keep me out of the armory, because it was simply impossible to keep me out of it just by telling me not to go in there. I snuck in again after a few years, and I inspected the whole place thoroughly. There's no such thing as the Bloodlust Spear in here. Sounds like a pretty extreme way to keep a kid out of where she shouldn't be, said Sokka, gulping. Can't imagine what I would have reacted like upon hearing such a story as a kid. Well, it actually spared me more trouble, said Azula, sighing. Zuko would go to my mother every time I told him a scary story about the weapons, and she'd always tell me to quit harassing my brother, but I didn't want to stop. He had accused me of lying when he had been the only person I'd been honest with. It was very immature of me to act like that, but I wasn't too good at keeping my emotions at bay when I was much younger. Well, we were all kids once, said Sokka, smiling at her and shrugging. I snuck into a few Water Tribe armories myself, though they weren't half as fancy or creepy as this one. And I would also listen into the war meetings my father would hold from time to time. Oh, I used to do the exact same thing until I was invited to take part in them, said Azula, smiling. If I hadn't been, I'd likely still listen in on them. Sokka chuckled and followed her as she continued walking, leading him towards the last shelves at the back of the room. It amazed Sokka to realize they had been somewhat similar as kids. There was a chance they would have gotten along quite wonderfully if they had known each other from a young age. Though of course, there was absolutely no chance they could have met each other as children. Even the relationship they held nowadays, as complicated and troublesome as it was, had been absolutely unpredictable for Sokka. If anything had been different, he probably would have only ever met Azula as an enemy, and he would have never come to see her as anything other than that. And here they are, said Azula, smiling as she stopped in front of the shelf they had just reached. At last, the swords. Sokka had to admit it was quite an impressive display of swords. There were several broadswords like the ones Prince Zuko had mastered, but also Jiun swords like his own. He was also surprised to see hook swords, like the ones the Savage Hook had wielded. All sorts of one-edged swords stood to the left side of the wall, while the two-edged swords were assorted to the right. Well, I can only teach you how to use Jiun swords, so I suggest you take one of those, said Sokka. Pick whichever you like best, and we'll get started on your training right away. Azula nodded and smiled, staring at the weapons without being able to suppress her glee. After years of staring at them from afar, of wishing to hold one of those swords, to take them in her hand and discover the secret arts to wielding them, it was hard to contain her excitement. She walked down towards the corner at the right, recalling a beautiful sword that hung on the wall, her favorite weapon to stare at when she was a kid. On my many trips to the armory I'd gaze upon this one, she said, smiling and stretching her hand towards the sword. I always wondered what it might be like to use it. She picked the weapon up, surprised by its weight and by the tingle of joy she felt upon holding it at last. What she had never been allowed to do, what she had always been told not to do, she was finally doing it. And she couldn't have been happier about it. Are you sure that one will work for you? Asked Sakla, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the blade. The hilt looks too large for your hand. You can tell that easily. Ajala asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, you'll scarcely find a blade to suit you perfectly unless it was made for you. And even then, the sword is bound to have its flaws. Then I suppose I should make my own sword one day, said Ajala, a glint of determination in her eyes. She had always liked this blade, but the thought of holding a weapon that was hers and hers alone. That's the plan, in the long run. But Piandao taught me how to use a sword first, and then how to make one, said Sokka. So that's what we're going to do. Ajala placed her free hand on her hip, making Sokka grimace, figuring she was about to throw one of her trademark comebacks at him merely by her gesture. Do tell, though, if I won't be able to handle other swords properly, because they're not perfectly fit for me, shouldn't you teach me how to make my own sword first and spare me from learning with a sword that wasn't meant for me? Sokka stared at her blankly, and Ajala raised an eyebrow as she awaited his answer. Why you, well, how about we just get started and stop with the weird questions? Sokka squeaked, as he turned around towards the door again. Ajala rolled her eyes, but smiled at the thought of having gotten the better of him once more in an argument that he thought he was winning. When was the last time she had done such a thing? She couldn't remember, but she sure had missed the pleasant feeling of accomplishment that she only enjoyed so much when she was dealing with Sokka. They chose to train in the open grounds of the palace. There was a training room inside the palace as well, yet Sokka insisted it would be better to do it outdoors. Ajala complied and led him towards a spot that stood far from the buildings and yet remained distant from the walls, where she figured they wouldn't be disturbed in their training. Well, then, the first thing you'll need to know, said Sokka, unsheathing space sword and smirking slightly, is that you really shouldn't get frustrated with yourself if you don't get everything right on the first go. I mean, even I, Piandao's most talented student, had a hard time finding my way with swords at first. Interesting. I'd never heard a man boosting his own ego in such an obnoxious manner, said Ajala, staring at Sokka with raised eyebrows. And that's considering I've spent my life around pathetic noblemen whose only activity seemed to be to talk wonders about themselves. But what sets me apart from those noblemen is that what I'm saying is actually true, said Sokka, smirking proudly now. Which you believe justifies your arrogance? Asked Ajala, skeptical. Well, wonderful swordsman, I'm certain I could beat you up without breaking a sweat as I am, without knowing how to use a sword. But you're here to learn how to do it with a sword, aren't you? Asked Sokka, lifting the blade and smiling now at Ajala. Now that sounds much better, said the princess, smiling back and unsheathing her own blade. She dropped the scabbard and held the sword in her left hand, gazing at the details of the crafting quickly before focusing again on Sokka. They stood staring at each other for a moment, waiting for the other to make the first move. Sokka remained immobile, knowing well enough that Ajala could be dangerous if he dared jump forward just to take her by surprise. He knew just how deadly she was an ally, as an enemy she was 1,000 times as lethal. Even if this was just mere training, he wasn't going to take any chances with her, especially when she wasn't yet a master of the weapon she was using. As Sokka expected, Ajala took it upon herself to attack first. What was he waiting for? Was this his idea for teaching her the ways of the sword, standing 4 feet away from her and stare at her intently? What exactly was she supposed to learn from that? She frowned and attempted to stab at Sokka quickly, taking into account every detail about the effort she had to make to counter the steel's weight. The blade felt somewhat unbalanced, and it moved a little too far to the left to her liking. But her sword's balance was the least important thing to her when Sokka parried her blow with such a swift and efficient movement that she was forced to drop her sword instantly. Sorry, got a little carried away there, he said, smiling uneasily as she bent down to pick up her blade, a frown on her face. You seem awfully wary of me, aren't you a great swordsman, Sokka? What do you have to fear from a mere amateur like myself? She asked, raising an eyebrow. You are not a mere amateur, Angela, said Sokka, chuckling. You are Angela. It wouldn't have surprised me much if you had been the one to disarm me instead on your very first attempt to use a sword. That's a lie, said Angela, smirking. It would have surprised you, and you would have gotten stupidly frustrated. Yeah, well, didn't happen, so no need to elaborate on it, the gladiator retorted, his eyebrow twitching. But I'll say, though, that you shouldn't hold your sword as you did. You were grasping it too close to the handguard. There's enough room behind it to hold the sword properly. Since your hand was in contact with the handguard, the impact shook you even more than it should have, and you made it much easier for me to disarm you. Watch out with that, all right. Angela seemed slightly bothered at being lectured at first, but she obeyed Sokka nonetheless. So long as he was her master, the only thing she could do was to listen to what he had to say. By the time she was better with swords than he was, she'd be the one telling him how to hold his sword. It's heavier like this, she muttered, when she held the sword as Sokka told her to. Well, it's steel after all, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. It's bound to be heavy, you can handle it, though, can't you? Yeah, I think so, said Angela, struggling to keep the sword steady in her hand. All right then, let's go again, said Sokka, and he was the one to take the first step this time around. Angela parried Sokka's blow, but the weight of her blade made that single movement quite a struggle for her. Sokka attempted to attack again, and Angela's arm shook upon the vibration that rang through her blade. At this rate, she would end up dropping it again. Sokka raised an eyebrow when Angela grasped the hilt with two hands and swung the weapon down on him. He only had to take a step back to evade her blow, and the princess provided him with too wide an opening. He swung down Space Sword towards her left flank, and he saw the panic in Angela's eyes when she thought he would wound her. Before he knew it, Angela had let go of her sword and thrown a fistful of flames towards his hand. Sokka jumped back, escaping the fire almost by sheer luck, and he squealed in dismay, not having expected her to bring out her fire-bending powers in the middle of a sword duel. Hey! That's not fair. Fire-bending is off the table, he declared, glaring at Angela as she lowered her sword. You were about to cut me. Was I just supposed to let you get away with it? She asked, glaring right back at him. Of course I wasn't going to cut you. How could you think I was going to do that? You swung your sword straight at me, how was I supposed to know you'd know just when to stop it? Angela retorted. You had too big an opening, I was just trying to make you realize that, said Sokka, sighing. Holding a one-handed sword with two hands, it's going to end just as it did right now. Well, I'd hold it with a single hand, but it's too heavy for me to move it properly, Angela muttered. You'd need to exercise your sword hand a lot to get used to that sword's weight, but you're already quite strong as you are. I guess the sword is just not good for you, muttered Sokka, thoughtful. How about you spare me, then, from building unnecessary muscles, and just show me how to make a sword more suitable for me? She asked, running out of patience. The sword she held was beautiful, but beauty wouldn't teach her the ways of the sword. How about we give this sword one last go and then we think about what we ought to do next? Said Sokka, frowning. One more round of sparring and then we'll decide. Angela puffed in annoyance but complied, lifting her weapon with her left hand. And no fire bending this time, all right, said Sokka, getting ready as well. Angela rolled her eyes at him. Sokka moved forward and Angela parried his blow. He proceeded to attack to her left and she managed to deflect his movement again. Next he moved to the right and she still managed to stop him, but at the cost of taking one step back. Sokka's attacks were slow, and Angela would have felt slightly insulted by realizing he was obviously holding back, but on these circumstances, she was actually glad he was doing so. One day she'd be the one holding back against him, she could only hope so. There, much better, said Sokka, smiling as he tried to strike her shoulder but Angela put his sword aside with her own blade. You really need a sword that works for you, but if you're able to do this much with that one, you're bound to do great later. Was all Angela could muster as she ducked to avoid one of Sokka's blows. Sure, she was doing better in a matter of performance, but her left arm was strained due to the amount of energy she had to put into each motion. She couldn't keep up at this rate. Sokka attempted to attack her again when she stood up straight again, and she decided to evade him instead of parrying the blow. She twirled to her left and tripped Sokka to the ground with her feet when he hadn't expected it. When he turned around he found Azula aiming the heavy sword at his neck. "All right, you have great footing," said Sokka, grimacing at being threatened. "You are a great fighter, no kidding, but you ought to defeat me with a sword, right? That was the whole point of this, wasn't it?" "I couldn't. I really couldn't keep up with that pace," said Azula, reluctant to admit weakness, but unable to do anything else. She put the sword away, to Sokka's relief, and sighed loudly as he stood up. "I'm sorry, but I can't do this properly with a sword that doesn't suit me." "Well, there are other things you could learn before we hit the forge anyways," muttered Sokka, slightly unwilling to change the order of the training Piandao he had undergone. "Such as?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. Paisho? And calligraphy. Oh, and there's also landscape painting." The look of incredulity on Azula's face made Sokka flinch. "I don't need nor want to play Paisho," she grunted, glaring at him. "I already know how it's done, and I actually could beat my uncle at it when I was only 10. As for calligraphy, I've done my fair share of it throughout my entire life. There were days in school in which all we ever did was practice calligraphy. And landscape painting. I could do it, but is it really necessary for me to draw landscapes before having my own sword? Well, that's the way Piandao taught it all to me, I just figured I'd do the same to teach you," muttered Sokka, scratching the back of his head. "But it's not really necessary to do it in that order, is it?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "Well, I suppose not," said Sokka, sighing and shrugging. "We can't quite do everything I used to do with Piandao anyways. He'd take me fishing and he'd make me reorganize my surroundings." "Sounds like a hard thing to accomplish in a royal garden," said Azula. "Is there a forge we can go to, though?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "The royal workshop is right outside the palace walls," said Azula. "The blacksmith who works there is the one who made the armor you wore before my uncle's earthbending twat nearly killed you. And we can use his forge at will, just like that," asked Sokka, distrustful. "Do you forget who you're talking to, Sokka?" asked Azula, smiling at him with condescendence. "Oh," said Sokka, blinking a few times upon recalling his sparring partner was the princess. Azula had returned to her role without much difficulty after their time abroad, and she more than happy to get her way again in everything she set her mind to do. "Let's get going, then," said Azula, jerking her head towards the palace gates, gesturing for them to take off right away. It didn't take them long to reach the royal workshop. Sokka stared at the building in mild confusion, not quite grasping how a forge could be elegant, yet this one was, at least on the outside. "Quite a fancy place for a blacksmith, isn't it?" he said, raising an eyebrow as he followed Azula inside the workshop. "I guess it's what you ought to expect from most places in the Fire Nation capital. But it's still weird." "I suppose," replied Azula, leading Sokka through the vestibule and into the actual workshop. Sokka was relieved to see it wasn't as neat on the inside as it had been on the outside. The wide workshop was more than just a forge. It seemed that whoever worked in here was a master of metals, wood, leather, and all sorts of different materials, given all the supplies they could see in the different areas of the workshop. There was a mechanic door on the back wall, which would shut the forge away from the building's backyard, but it was wide open at the moment, allowing them to look out into the garden behind the building. All in all, the workshop was quite an interesting place, much like the armory had been. "Well, then, let's get started with whatever we're supposed to do," said Azula, heading towards an assortment of different types of metal stacked in a shelf. "Just like that?" asked Sokka, surprised by her boldness. "Don't we have to talk first to whoever is in charge?" As soon as he spoke, a door on a wall to their left was opened and a man entered the workshop, holding a pile of parchment in his hand. He was short, but with a very broad chest. His arms were strong and powerful, and his face was lined with a trimmed, yet bushy, black beard. "Princess," he said, surprised to find her in his workshop. Why, I didn't expect. Why, your saddle, I'm just starting to work on it, but it will be finished as quickly as possible, I guarantee it. I'll have it ready for you in a few days, at most. I'll get all my assistants to work on it, but I gave them the day off today since I have to draw the designs first. Nevertheless, I'm working on the saddle, rest assured. It's my main priority, as it should be. He babbled on, obviously in fear Angela had come to demand him to deliver her the new saddle immediately. Angela raised an eyebrow at his rambling, and she nodded once he finally fell silent. Good to know. Keep up the good work, then, she said. I didn't come here to get the saddle, though. It would be beyond unreasonable for me to ask for it right now, don't you think? Well, perhaps, said the man, relief washing over him when Angela confessed she hadn't come to threaten him. There's no need to fret, said Angela, waving a hand carelessly. Get it done on your own time. Just make sure it's the best saddle possible, will you? Naturally, I shall, especially since it is for our princess, said the man, growing out of his unease slowly, but surely. He turned towards Sokka and raised an eyebrow. Is this the Gladiator, by any chance? Indeed, said Angela, nodding. The one you built in armor for, about half a year back. It was a good armor, said Sokka, smiling politely at the man. Oh, I heard it didn't serve you too well against General Iroha's new Gladiator, though. Muttered the blacksmith, looking grim at the thought of his great cobalt armor, wrecked. I figured you might come to get a replacement eventually. Oh, I made a new armor myself, actually, said Sokka. With some material from Shujing. Is that so? Well, if it has served its purpose then I'm glad you managed to make a new one, Gladiator, said the blacksmith, smiling. But, if you're not here to get a replacement for that armor, then what service do you require of me? I actually require a sword this time around, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. For the Gladiator? Will he use 2 blades now? Asked the blacksmith, confused. Who said it was for him? Asked Angela. It's for me. The blacksmith's eyes widened upon that statement. The princess wanted a blade for herself? Not only had it been a great shock for the general population to watch her return to the capital on the back of a dragon, with a set of chained criminals walking right behind her, now she also wanted to use a sword? The Fire Lord's daughter was full of surprises. Well, that sounds marvelous, truly, said the blacksmith, smiling. A princess who has mastered so many ways of fighting will be a wonder to behold in the battlefield, if there were need for you to take part in the war. But in this case, what would you rather have me make first, the sword or the sad dash? Wait, said Sokka, taking a couple of steps towards the blacksmith. We didn't come here so that you would make it. We came here because you have a forge. But you're not the one who will make the sword. I'm not. Asked the man, astounded. No, you aren't, said Sokka, firmly. The sword is for the princess, so the princess herself has to make it. Angela seemed a little surprised by Sokka's statement, but she didn't complain. She stared at him in slight concern, while the blacksmith blinked repeatedly as he looked at them. The princess? Undertake such rough task? Are you really going to do this, princess? Asked the blacksmith. So it seems, muttered Angela, still looking at Sokka. But at the very least you'll tell me how to do it, won't you? You can't expect me to get it done if you don't tell me how. That's what Piandao did with me, he told me what to do and I'd do it, said Sokka, smiling. And I'm sure you'll be able to do it just fine. If something gets too hard for you, let me know and I'll give you a hand. Oh, me as well, said the blacksmith. If there's anything you need, I'll be willing to provide, but are you sure about this, princess? Will you do the forging yourself? I don't wait for others to provide the fire which I bend, said Angela, determined. It only makes sense for me to build my own blade. Sokka smiled at her reasoning, and the blacksmith still seemed somewhat uneasy about the whole matter. Yet he nodded and welcomed them to use his installations as they saw fit. What metal should I use? Angela asked, approaching the stack of steels available for forging. It really depends on what you wish the final product to be like, said the blacksmith, walking alongside her and showing her all the metals he could supply her with. He talked about the qualities of this or that one, but there were so many different steels that Sokka was certain the man's explanations would drag on for ages. "What do you want your sword to be like, Azula?" he asked, interrupting the man's rambling about copper and iron alloys. "We'll make use of a light one, that's for sure, but, is there anything in particular you want?" Azula turned to look at Sokka. He knew her well enough to be aware of her quirks as a princess. Naturally, no regular, common sword would be of her liking. There had to be something to set it apart from all others, much like Sokka's own. Azula frowned and stared at the hilt of Sokka's weapon for a moment before making up her mind about what she wanted and turning towards the blacksmith. "Is there any chance I could have a sword with, say, a white blade?" Sokka raised an eyebrow at her question, and so did the blacksmith. "Well, this one over here might give you the color you want, if that's what you're after," said the blacksmith, kneeling and searching through his shelf for the exact metal he had in mind. "It's quite a rare steel alloy, but I've found it makes blades of great quality. The original metal is found in mines, naturally, and it's processed afterwards for usage in Fire Nation factories. Its popular name is sterling steel." As soon as he was done with his talking he stood up, with a pale steel alloy in his hand. "I believe this will serve for the purpose you have in mind," said the man. "Most likely," said Sokka, taking it and smiling at him. "Well, I can take over from here. You can go back to working on the saddle now." "Oh, yes, of course, although I'm mostly finished with my designs now," said the man, eyeing Azula with uncertainty. "What I need now are the creature's measurements." "Is that so?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "Well, that can be arranged easily enough." She closed her eyes shortly and fell silent for a while, making the two men eye her in mild confusion. "What exactly are you calling the dragon?" Sokka asked, astounded. "What else could I possibly be doing?" "He'll be here shortly," said Azula, turning towards the blacksmith. "You can take your measurements when he arrives. In the meantime, we'll be working on the sword. I'll let you know if we need anything else from you." "Of course," said the man, nodding. "Good luck, princess." The man retreated towards a desk on which he spread out his plans for the dragon's saddle, and Sokka and Azula were left with the material for the blade they would begin forging shortly. "We're bound to use a little over half of this block of metal, to make the weight and length of the sword suitable for you," said Sokka. "It's the whole point of this, after all. You'll have to build up some muscle anyways, to make sure you can handle it well. It's not going to be light as a feather, a sword too light is bound to be useless." "I figure as much," said Azula, nodding. "Well, then, when do we start?" Sokka would have answered the question if the earth beneath their feet hadn't shaken when something heavy collapsed on the blacksmith's backyard. Azula didn't need to wonder what it was, naturally. She smiled and forgot about the sword for a moment, walking to the back of the room to greet her dragon. "Well, that wasn't such a bad landing, for once," said Sokka, a little bothered by Azula's quickness to forget everything around her upon Xin Long's apparition. "Oh, my," said the blacksmith, forgetting about his papers as he stared at the dark dragon in awe. "You'll let that man take some measurements of you, all right?" "He's not bound to harm you with it," said Azula, patting Xin Long's snout gently. "If he bothers you much, make sure to let me know." The dragon groaned what seemed a positive response, to which the blacksmith grew uneasy. Nonetheless, he got ready to figure out all the pertinent measurements required for the dragon's saddle. "So, we were in the middle of forging a sword, weren't we?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "Actually, we had hardly even begun," said Azula, turning towards him. "What do we do first?" "Well, not something that will interest you much, truly," said Sokka. "We have to heat the metal in order to work with it. It must be heated so we can fold it several times, which is how the blade is made, and that takes time. So I guess you can frolic with your dragon meanwhile and I'll just put the metal in the forge." "Wait, the forge's fires will take a long time to heat the metal, you're saying?" Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, yeah, it's how it always goes. Metal doesn't grow bland in a heartbeat, you know," said Sokka, shrugging. "But, We don't need to use the forge, said Angela, looking at the old foundry. We'd have to set it on fire first, and then we'd have to spend ages making sure it's hot enough, when we have a better alternative right here. What, you plan on using a neat fire-bending trick on it or something? Asked Sokka. Or will you ask your pet to do it instead? Pet? Angela asked, affronted. Pet, you said? What? Said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. He's your animal buddy, you two have a bond beyond reasoning and you love spending time with him, isn't that what is usually regarded as a pet? A dragon is not a pet, Sokka, Angela said, shaking her head in disbelief. A dragon is a companion, a partner, he's my dragon, and I'm his rider. As you say, it's a bond beyond compare. You can't just equal a majestic dragon to a common pet. Sure, then, he's not a pet, but, say, can I have my own pet? Sokka asked, his eyes lighting up with the sudden idea. Just talking about pets made me think about it. What the? Said Angela, staring at him in disbelief. Well, you have a dragon. I ought to get something too so that we both get to be riders, you know? That way we wouldn't just meet in battle blade against blade, but also riding our own animal companions. Of course. Said Angela, grimacing. An animal companion such as what, exactly? Well, a wolf, surely. You're the firebender with a dragon, and I'm the blue wolf already, so I should have a wolf. Why, let me know when you find one of those large enough to ride, said Angela, rolling her eyes and making Sokka flinch. I didn't think about that, he admitted. You don't think much overall, I believe. Said Angela, sighing and taking the metal block from Sokka's hand. What are you? Wait, are you really going to have Xin Long shoot fire at it? Sokka asked, shocked. Of course not, said Angela, stretching the metal towards her dragon. Xin Long seemed surprised at first, but after his rider communicated her thoughts to him, he grasped what she wished him to do. And to Sokka's further astonishment, Angela tossed the metal block upwards and Xin Long caught it with his mouth, securing the metal by shutting his teeth together tightly. What are you? What are you doing? Sokka squealed, losing his cool in a matter of seconds. It will be much faster and easier this way, said Angela, smiling. What, you think he'll eat it and shit the finished sword or something? Sokka shouted, aghast. Angela's hand went to her forehead. She could hardly believe the amount of nonsense Sokka had been saying in such a short time span. She had forgotten just how absurd her gladiator could be if he only put his mind to the task. He's way more efficient to forge than that old one, said Angela. His fire is hotter than regular fire, just like mine, and he'll be able to heat the metal in less time. He'll spew it out when the metal is hot enough to be folded. Huh, said Sokka, blinking rapidly at the thought of using the dragon as a forge. Well, if it works, but did he swallow it or something? No, it's only in his mouth, replied Angela. He's coating the metal with his fire. Since his teeth are firmly closed, we're safe from the inferno within his jaws. If he were to open them, though. Make sure he doesn't, muttered Sokka, gulping. You have already burned me before, I don't want to get burned by your pet now. He's not a pet, I said. Angela bellowed, but Sokka only waved a hand in dismissal of what she was saying. As Angela had planned, Xin Long was able to heat the metal in record time, and soon enough he had spat the red-hot steel out for them to begin folding it. Sokka began with the process, to make sure the sterling steel had been heated properly and it could be molded to their needs. He surrendered the hammer to Angela afterwards and led her through the hammering of the metal while she struggled to strike the blade properly. They folded the material on itself once and gave it to Xin Long again so that he could join the fold together perfectly. They performed the same procedure several times until the metal finally was thin, compact and strong. Sokka guided Angela through making the shape of the blade, and she followed his instructions dutifully. They removed some of the material, just as Sokka had said earlier, since the sword was going to turn out too large and too heavy for Angela to hold if they had used the entirety of the steel block available. It was already dusk by the time they were ready to cut the shape of the sword to fit the hilt and pommel to it. The blacksmith had already measured Xin Long and he had no more business in his workshop anymore, but as he was leaving he told them to stay for as long as they needed to. Sokka and Azula thanked him for his help, and proceeded to work with the sword's hilt now. A gold hilt, huh? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I should have figured. We can work with gold, it shouldn't be so hard. I assume, though, that you'll want it to have a particular engraving of some sort on the handguard, won't you? It would be fitting, I'm sure, said Azula, wiping away some of the ashes on her forehead with a free hand. And as for the grip, you'll have to wrap it with leather, said Sokka. Black leather, said Azula, smiling and nodding as Sokka looked through the available leather, showing the best of them to the princess. This one looks promising. You're bound to end up getting blisters on your hands regardless of how smooth the leather is, anyway, he said. It's what usually happens when you first start to handle a sword. A firebender's hands are strong after training around fire for so long, said Azula. If I could withstand and control heat with them, I'm sure I'll be able to put up with blisters. Then let's keep going, said Sokka, smiling as they continued with their work. It was already dawn by the time they had the finished product before them. Sokka had submitted the blade to a few treatments once it had been shaped properly, and afterwards they adjusted the handguard, grip, and pommel into it to make the sword whole at last. I suggest you leave it be for a while, said Sokka, as Azula held it proudly in her hand. We still need to make the scabbard, but I'm exhausted by now and I'm sure you are too. Azula was conscious of how tired she was, yet she didn't wish to rest. She wanted to try out her blade as soon as possible. We'll get it finished tomorrow, said Sokka, reassuringly. He hadn't missed the look of disappointment on her face upon having to part with her new sword. And by then, you'll be another step closer to becoming a sword master. The words worked to soothe her, and she nodded and smiled gratefully at him. Sokka couldn't help but feel amazed at the sight of such joyous smile. It was nearly as if she were just a small kid about to get the present she had always dreamt of. Sokka returned to his home to find Song rubbing her eyes on the kitchen. She was getting up from bed by the time he arrived. Where were you? She asked, surprised. I figured you'd be back sooner. I got caught up with something, you might say, muttered Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. The color drained from Song's face as she began reaching her own conclusions. She stared at Sokka in disbelief as he began realizing what she had understood upon joining the pieces of the puzzle. You did not, after all the things you said, you spent the night with her. She said, shocked. What? No. It's not what you think. Said Sokka, shaking his head. I was helping her make her own sword. You were what? She asked, her astonishment freezing as she stopped judging Sokka for a moment. She told me ages ago that she always wanted to use swords, and I promised I'd teach her how to do it one day. I figured I'd do it now, since I had a good chance to teach her, Sokka explained. Oh, really? Asked Song, distrustful. Yeah. Don't you see all the soot on me? He asked, spreading his arms to show Song his appearance. It's because we were working at the forge, hammering metal, and whatnot. So it's not what you thought, at all. Huh? Said Song, raising an eyebrow at him but starting to believe his claim. She thought she had to push Sokka more towards making amends in his relationship with the princess, but apparently there was no need to do such thing. It seemed Sokka was doing just fine on his own. Azula arrived at the palace to find the captain had been looking frantically for her. When he finally saw her entering the palace gates again he sighed in relief and walked to her with a stern frown behind his mask. What on earth happened, princess? Where had you been? Your father asked about you at dinner, and the guards have been searching through the palace for you. I was somewhat busy, said Azula, looking somewhat uncomfortable at being forced to make excuses for what she had been doing. See, Sokka decided to teach me the art of the blade and... Wadash. Sokka. Repeated the captain, frowning. Azula had to fight a blush under his stare, even though she couldn't quite see the confusion in the man's eyes due to his mask. He just suggested he could teach me, said Azula, shrugging the matter off as if it weren't important for the captain to know about it. He's the best swordsman around, he needs someone to train with and I've always wanted to learn how to wield swords. It's a win-win situation. Is it, now? Asked the captain, frowning a little. There's no need to worry, Captain, said Angela, walking past the man and heading towards the dining room. I was alone with him for nearly a week. If he wanted to pull something bad on me, don't you think he already missed the best occasion to do so? I wasn't thinking that he would be the one trying to take advantage in an unusual manner. Angela stopped dead on her footsteps and turned to glare at the man, who, for once, didn't seem intimidated by her stare. What exactly are you implying, Captain? Well, Princess, he's proven he won't do anything out of bounds already, as you said. What concerns me now, though, is that it would seem you've grown to trust him again much like you did before. Is that wise? What are you expecting to gain from this? Angela frowned before turning around again, muttering a quick response. You needn't know what I'll gain from trusting him again, and with that, she headed off to find something to eat, leaving behind a very troubled royal guard. Angela rested for a few hours, yet the excitement prompted her to run right back to the workshop as soon as she had woken up. Sokka hadn't arrived yet, but the blacksmith and his apprentices were already hard at work, and they helped her in the making of her blade's scabbard. She chose red leather this time, and the contrast of the blade's colors against the scabbards worked wonderfully. Sokka arrived just in time to see the assistants and the blacksmith standing around the princess in awe. He watched her release the sword from the dark red scabbard, and he as well held his breath before Angela's masterful creation. The pommel was golden, with the Fire Nation emblem was engraved into it, much like the white lotus on Sokka's space sword. The handle was covered in black leather, and the golden handguard had been carved to resemble a dragon's head. The blade, just as the man had promised, was whiter than most steels. Light bounced in the most graceful manner against it. Sokka gazed at the sword in amazement, realizing they had made the perfect blade for the princess. The weapon was beautiful enough to match her majesty, and just by imagining what Angela would look like with the sword in her hand, charging into a battlefield on the back of her dragon, Sokka ran out of breath again. He couldn't help but look at her in admiration. She'd grow to be remarkable with that sword, so long as the sword proved to be as deadly in the battlefield as it was beautiful, just as Angela was. You finished it all on your own, I see, he said, approaching the princess with a smile on his face. Angela was quite startled to hear him return, but she grinned back when she saw him. She swung the sword with her left hand surprisingly masterfully. As the blacksmith's apprentices jumped back in fear the sword might fly out of her hand by mistake. It didn't, and that was exactly what the princess wanted her gladiator to see. This one seems to suit me much better. I can actually control it, she said, smiling at him. It feels right, as if it were an extension of your arm. Asked Sokka. Exactly, said Angela, proudly. What do you think? That our mission has been accomplished, he stated, chuckling. Hell knows how we're going to handle your royal deadliness now. Angela chuckled at that and sheathed her sword again, beaming as she held the weapon in her hand. What shall you name it, princess? Asked one of the apprentices, one out of many young, eager boys who stared at Angela with fervent admiration. A royal who was willing to go down to a forge and do the job herself was a rarity nobody had ever heard about. How shall I name this sword? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. She frowned for a moment, unsure of how to answer the question. Well, it ought to be Light Sword, given that it's white and light, said Sokka, smiling dumbly. Angela glared at him in disbelief. No, now I think of it, I know exactly what to call it, she said, smirking at him after the idea came to her mind. Wolfsbane. Sokka grimaced and his eyebrow twitched as the princess delivered her trademark cruel grin towards him. Of course she would pick a name to irritate him. Well, unless you actually learn how to use it, I rather doubt it'll be much of a bane for the blue wolf, princess, said Sokka, folding his arms before his chest. Indeed, you're right. My training ought to start right away, since we've got the proper sword at last, said Angela, smirking. Or are you afraid it truly will be a bane that you can't handle? You can go ahead and believe you have the high ground on most everything, Angela, said Sokka, cockily. But I wouldn't be so confident regarding swords if I were you. Shouldn't I be? Said Angela, still smiling. We'll see about that soon enough, I'm sure. Agila paid the blacksmith for allowing them to use his installations, and after thanking him and his apprentices for their assistance during the process of forging the sword, she walked right back to the palace along with Sokka. She gazed at her sword in wonder through the short journey, the smile on her face one of the brightest Sokka had seen since she had found Xin Long. He smiled too at the sight of her joy, recalling the frown that had been ever present in Agila's face only a few months ago. He had made up his mind to ensure his sponsor would find happiness again, but he never thought it would happen so quickly, and even when he wished he'd be part of the equation to bring Agila happiness, he never figured he'd be in the solution as well. But given the way Agila was smiling at him again now, it was clear he had done his part to give the princess happiness again. And he was more than proud of having helped her. He would do his very best to keep that smile on her face for as long as it was in his power to do so. Well, then, shall we find out how adequate my new sword's name is? Agila asked, releasing the weaponet and dropping the red leather scabbard on the ground. They had returned to the area where they had trained on the previous day. Sokka chuckled and released Space Sword from its sheath across his back. You ought to keep that scabbard on you, it'll get lost in the battlefield if you just drop it, he said. I'll figure the mechanics of that matter later, said Agila, grasping her white weapon accurately this time. It truly seems to work much better than before. It's a sword better suited for you, it's what's to be expected, said Sokka, lifting Space Sword so that the black blade was in contrast with the white one. Say, did you pick a white sword so that you could wield the exact opposite to Space Sword? Why, did it take you this long to figure it out? Asked Agila, smirking. You really can't help but want to go against me in everything, can you? Asked Sokka, more amused than he was bothered by the situation. It's the nature of things, Sokka, you should be used to it by now, declared Agila, swinging the sword circularly in quite a careless manner. You and I are completely opposite people already. The perfect contrast of our blades is only another reminder of how different we are. Yet we're still getting along well, to my utter surprise, said Sokka, smirking and getting ready to battle. Or at least, we're bound to keep getting along until I prove your sword's name to be nonsense, which is about to happen right now. Or so you'd wish, said Agila, smiling back at him and lifting her sword as well, ready for their first real sword confrontation. Chapter 47, Southern Water Tribe 2. Aang swallowed the sea prunes hastily, trying to taste them as little as he could. If there was one thing he didn't enjoy about the water tribes, it was the food. He didn't mind meals based off seaweed, but anything with meat in it was off the table for the air nomad. His declining of Kunna's food wasn't unkind, yet he always felt bad about himself when he pushed away dishes of fish or seal and he saw the disappointed look on the old woman's face. After all the kindness Kunna's family had shown him during the past months, the least he could do was to try to eat the sea prunes, at least. He might grow to like them better in the future. Ah, eating the prunes today, are we? Asked Kunna, smiling as she looked upon the avatar. I'm glad you finally decided to give them a try. They're really good, said Aang, trying to grin at the elderly lady but showing her an awkward grimace instead. No need to lie about enjoying my stew, Avatar, said Kunna, still smiling at the young man. You've been here long enough for me to know your taste in food, and to know it's not going to change overnight, or will it? Aang grinned and shook his head, stuffing his mouth with more sea prunes in hopes to finish his plate as quickly as possible. He had been staying over at the chief's igloo ever since Katara had found him in the ice, taking up as little room as he could. The same couldn't be said for Appa, of course. The bison was so large they had no idea how to hide him, to prevent the men from the settlement from spotting him if they tried to spy the village from afar. The entire Southern Water Tribe had been warier of the Fire Nation soldiers ever since they had found the Avatar and his air bison, but, fortunately, there had been no suspicious movements in the settlement so far. It seemed they hadn't noticed the Avatar or his steed's presence yet. Aang hadn't needed much time to adjust to life in the tribe, since he had spent 7 years in the South Pole already. But the differences between the tribe he remembered and the one that existed 100 years later filled him with a deep sense of loss. Nevertheless, he did his best to keep his sorrow well locked within his heart and mind. These people had suffered enough as they had for him to burden them with his own sadness as well. Katara was still somewhat moody and grim, but she had cheered up considerably when he had begun teaching her the basic water-bending movements, the same ones he had learned upon his first arrival to the South Pole, over 100 years earlier. Aang wasn't much of a teacher, growing easily distracted by anything, and also by trying to compliment Katara's performance even when she did things badly. That last thing irritated her to no end. She'd snap at him whenever he tried to encourage her upon her mistakes, but she'd apologize quickly afterwards. She knew Aang meant no ill, but her lack of patience often got the best of her. Katara wanted to learn everything quickly, hoping secretly to confront the Fire Nation soon enough, but her waterbending training was taking more time than she wished it would. Luckily, the movements and stances she had developed over time had been quite helpful, and she had plenty of skill in handling water in all of its stages. Out of all of Aang's compliments, his praise of her natural talent was the truest of them all. Katara's progress was quite impressive, in Aang's opinion. On the very previous day they had sparred with their waterbending, and Katara had managed to defeat him. Aang had praised her again, and told her she would be as good as him in no time. Her eyes had glowed at those words, because for once she actually could believe them. She had smiled happily at him again as she bid him good night when the day ended. And just as he recalled the events of the day before, Katara passed through the curtain that led her from her private room into the living room. She smiled weakly at Aang before sitting down to have her own stew, still somewhat drowsy after a good night's sleep. "Good morning, Katara," said Hakata, who had been sitting quietly at the head of the table all along. "Morning, Dad," she replied, making him smile at his daughter. He could hardly remember the last time he had seen Katara as cheerful as she was nowadays. "You seem to be in a good mood," he said, as Katara thanked her grandmother for the stew. "Oh, my training is finally paying off, that's all," she told her father before digging into the meal. "That's all?" repeated Hakata, chuckling. "You're trying to make it sound as if it weren't something important." "I'm just not that great yet," said Katara, laughing as well. "But I actually defeated Aang yesterday." "That she did," said Aang, smiling as well. "She genuinely scared me back there. She got me with the octopus form." "Oh, you know I wouldn't hurt you," said Katara. "Who would teach me the rest of the waterbending forms I need to know if I did anything bad to you?" "Well, I guess I'm safe for now," said Aang, chuckling before blinking and staring at Katara in dismay. But then. I'll be in danger from you once I have nothing else to teach you." "Of course not, silly," said Katara, shaking her head and gobbling down more prunes as she laughed at his response. "There's no chance I'm hurting you, or anyone in this village, with my bending. But as for the Fire Nation, oh, they'll never know what's coming for them." "Katara," muttered Aang, lowering his head at hearing her speak in such rash manner. "What?" asked the waterbender, raising an eyebrow. "Well, it's just, do you just want to learn to waterbend in order to fight?" he asked, looking at her from below. "There's more to bending than just combat." Katara stared at the avatar in surprise. Those weren't words she had been expecting to hear. Well, it's true, I guess," she said. "But we'll have to use it to fight eventually, whether you like to or not. I mean, we'll have to take out the settlement when we have a chance, and from there we'll have to go fight in the rest of the world to free it from the Fire Nation's influence." "What?" asked Aang, raising an eyebrow. "Well, it's obvious, isn't it? You're the Avatar. All the stories I heard as a child said that you have to preserve the balance in the world, and to do that you have to fight against the Fire Nation," said Katara, turning towards her grandmother and her father. "Right, Dad, Gran. The frowns on their faces told Katara how wrong she had been upon assuming that they'd agree with her. Her own brow contracted as she stared at her family in confusion. "Not quite, Katara," said Hakata, sighing. "What do you mean, not quite?" she asked, scandalized. "We've had a few conversations with Aang about the situation in the world, Katara, and," said the southern chief, making his daughter's eyes grow wide in surprise. "You've talked to him about it without me? Why? When? You have the tendency to sleep in, Katara," said Kunna. "Oh, so then you decided to go change our plans behind my back while I was sleeping?" she asked, frowning. "Our plans?" asked Aang. "Whose plans, exactly?" Katara froze at that. No plans had ever been laid down regarding what they would do upon the Avatar's return. She had assumed he would help them defeat the men in the settlement, and then they would move on to fight through the world and rid them of the Fire Lord's tyranny, but judging by the look on Aang's face, he didn't agree with that idea. Which wasn't all that surprising, actually. She had never even asked him what he wanted to do now that he had woken again. The world's plans, I guess, she replied, lowering her gaze. You are the Avatar. You're supposed to keep balance in the world, and the world is unbalanced right now. You have a responsibility to mend this, because if you don't do it, who will? That's a lot of weight to drop on a young man's shoulders, Katara, asked Kunna, frowning. But it's his responsibility. He has to. Katara, said Hakata, frowning. We need to talk. Could you leave us for a moment, Aang? But, said the Avatar, blinking a few times. Please, said Hakata, bowing his head down towards Aang. The last airbender sighed and nodded, getting up and stepping out of the igloo. He was relieved to get away from the sea prunes but displeased over missing the conversation. Hakata and Kunna had often told him he would have a home with them here in the South Pole so long as he wanted it, and he had told them there was nowhere he'd rather stay. If the world had changed as it had, there was no guarantee he would be welcome anywhere else. Even if the food was terrible and the cold was hard to bear at times, at least the South Pole was a safe place for him. But Katara hadn't been a part of most of these conversations, and it was likely that Hakata and Kunna had kept her out of them for a reason. The girl's hatred towards the Fire Nation was powerful, and Aang was her one-way ticket to destroying the oppression she had been fighting ever since she was a child. But fighting a war wasn't as easy as she had believed it was. What's the matter, Dad? Katara asked, frowning deeply. What are you guys keeping from me? Katara, your friend, the Avatar, may be powerful, said Kunna. But he's only human. He has spent 100 years encased in ice. His entire race has been vanquished, and he probably has no home to return to. So? Asked Katara, frowning. All the more reason for him to step up and fight against the Fire Nation. To what avail, Katara? Grunted Hakata. What do you think this boy will gain from fighting a vindictive war against the Fire Nation by himself? He wouldn't go alone, retorted Katara. I'd be with him, every step of the way. And you and the Avatar will be able to take down the entirety of the Fire Nation regime by yourselves. Asked Kunna, raising an eyebrow. There's a chance we could, said Katara. There's only 2 of us, we could pass unnoticed if we just... Unnoticed? Asked Hakata, unable to give credit to his ears. Katara, your complexion is an immediate giveaway that you're from the Water Tribe. Do you honestly think nobody will take notice of your blue eyes? And let alone Aang's arrows. How would he conceal all of them effectively? And I'm certain you're betting on the bison to carry you into the Fire Nation. Do you honestly believe a sky bison can pass unnoticed when none have been sighted in ages? I don't know, Dad. She squealed. But we can't just stay here and do nothing. You can stay here and train. Become the best waterbender you can be, and be ready to defend your home if it's necessary, said Hakata, sighing. Our family, our tribe, has lost too much to the war as it is. So that's it, then. We're just giving up. Asked Katara, in utter disbelief. The Fire Nation won. The Fire Nation defeated us a long time ago. I don't believe that means they won, said Kunna. What have they gained from all the strife they've caused in the world? They gained everything they could take from the rest of us, retorted Katara. And they still want more. If we give up, we're just letting them get away with what they've done. We have to make a stand, Dad. You sound like... said Hakata, smiling for a moment before his eyes were clouded with grief. Like your brother. Katara felt her stomach churn at those words. Never before had she thought she would remind anyone of her brother. Had these years of leading the resistance turned her into Sokka without her awareness? And what's so wrong with that? She asked, frowning. You loved Sokka. You know well enough that I did, said Hakata, lowering his gaze. Then why shouldn't I be like him? Asked Katara, her hands shaking at the thought of Sokka. They hadn't spoken of him in such a long time. Because your brother's recklessness caused his demise, said Hakata, gritting his teeth. And if that were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to bear it, Katara. So it's about not letting me get hurt, is it, Dad? Asked the waterbender, folding her arms over her chest. Dad, the world has already suffered enough. If I'm to be sacrificed as well in order to make it a better place. Can't you make it a better place while still being alive, Katara? Asked Hakata. Can't you do it through different means? How? She asked. How are we supposed to make anything change, Dad? The Fire Nation has taken control of everything else. There's nothing we can do aside from waiting until they finally decide to come here and take over our home. And then, what? Will we become slaves and spend the rest of our lives serving the Fire Lord who murdered our people? Why should we do that? We should be free to choose to fight or not to. And I want to fight. For my brother's sake, for my mother, and for everyone this wretched war has taken from us. And that's the same reasoning I had, Katara, admitted Hakata. I wanted to make a difference, to find allies who would help us defeat the Fire Nation. The entirety of the Southern Water Tribe's fleet was with me. And even though we joined with Earth Kingdom forces and warriors from our sister tribe, nothing was accomplished. Many of my men died, Katara. What was the point of sacrificing them when we couldn't succeed? War is pointless, Katara. It doesn't matter how many sacrifices you have to make, there should be no sacrifices made in order to gain freedom. Once you have to sacrifice something to attain it, it's no longer true freedom. Fighting back against the Fire Nation won't resolve this matter. And standing idly by won't help either, replied Katara. What do you want me to do, Dad? Do you want me to stay here, watching the snow fall and counting the days until the North Pole falls and the entirety of the Fire Nation Navy comes to get us? If that will keep you alive for the longest, then yes, said Hakata, closing his eyes and dropping his head. I already lost a son and a wife. I can't lose my daughter. You'll lose me anyways if we do nothing, Dad, grunted Katara. We can still fight for our territory, child, said Kunna. That much we should be able to do. In our poll we have the upper hand, said Hakata, nodding. And I suppose making a stand here shouldn't be that much of a risk. But leaving the pole and seeking to fight against the stronger forces of the Fire Nation army, that's completely reckless, and it will accomplish nothing, I know, grunted Katara. But what of Aang? He's the Avatar. Isn't his duty to keep balance in the world? The world is in absolute chaos. The Fire Nation is taking everything, and we've been powerless to stop them so far. And you believe the Avatar can change everything? Asked Hakata. Of course. He's the Avatar, Dad. Exclaimed Katara. He might be the Avatar, my daughter, but he is still one man, he stated. A single man can make the difference in any battlefield. But you want him to face the Fire Nation on his own. I said I'd be with him, he wouldn't be alone, grunted Katara. And that way you'll only get both of you killed once a truly powerful firebender stands before you, retorted Hakata, losing his patience. You think together you'll be able to defeat the Fire Lord? Why not? Grunted Katara. Even if you caught the Fire Lord unawares and unguarded in the perfect moment, which I rather doubt, how would you change anything by slaying him? Asked Hakata. It's been 100 years, Katara. 100 years of the Fire Lords convincing their people that their war is justified for reasons we cannot even fathom, and the death of one Fire Lord will only bring a new one to office, who might turn out to be even more merciless than the one before. From what I heard while we were in the Earth Kingdom, the Fire Lord had banished his son in a fit of cruelty to teach him a lesson or so. The only lesson anyone could have learned from that was to hate, to loathe being powerless against someone else. There's a chance that boy could be a better leader than his father, but who is to say it won't be otherwise? Nobody believed it could be worse than with Fire Lord Hizuo, and then came Fire Lord Ajalon, sighed Kunna. And Fire Lord Oze has already outdone his father in regards of cruelty. Destroying the entire Earth Kingdom as he did was a gesture of evil I never even believed possible. So you think that the answer is to leave Fire Lord Oze in charge because his son is bound to be worse than him? Asked Katara, skeptical. Let the wretched man do as he will, because it could be much worse. That's such a pile of nonsense. If we don't act, nothing will change. And if you act recklessly, everything will get worse," declared Hakata. "What will you accomplish by dying in battle? What would be the point of risking the life of the last of the airbenders in a suicide mission, Katara? The Fire Nation is too strong now, and he's not even a fully realized avatar yet. If he makes a stand against them right now, he might as well be asking for them to murder him in cold blood." "Then you're saying he'd stand a chance if he had mastered all elements?" "Of course he wouldn't," replied Hakata. "And who would teach him anything else anyways? The Earthbenders have been taken down by the Fire Nation, and no Firebender who follows Fire Lord Oze's laws would accept to teach anything to the Avatar. Well, then he'd just have to find someone who doesn't agree with the Fire Lord's ways. I'm sure they must be out there somewhere. And how would you know they're not simply going to capture him and send him straight to the Fire Lord?" asked Hakata. "Katara, you can't trust these people. They've wanted to find and murder the Avatar for over a century now. I never said I trusted them. But I'm starting to think that you trust me even less than you trust them," she bellowed, growing desperate. "Don't, Katara," said Hakata, sighing. "Don't you dare say I don't trust. You just think that I'll mess up like Sokka did," squealed Katara. "Well, I'm a bender and that's not going to happen too. You think being a bender is that great a benefit, Katara?" Hakata yelled. "You really think that's going to make a difference? How many benders did they take from our tribe during your grandmother's youth? How many did they kill?" "All of them, Katara. All of them." But that doesn't have to happen to me," said the waterbender, grimacing. "No, it doesn't. And the best way to keep it from happening would be for you to stay safely with your tribe," responded Hakata. "Katara, don't do this unless you know what you're doing. If you find an opening, an opportunity to sneak past the Fire Nation and accomplish your goal safely, then I'll support you completely. But until that moment, Katara, until then, I won't have you throwing your life away in a pointless mission that will only destroy the last hope we have." "Aang truly is our last hope, Katara," said Kunna, sighing. "He is the Avatar. And he must bring balance to the world. All the more reason why we should want him to be safe and far from the Fire Nation until he can develop his skills properly and fight the Fire Lord when the time comes." "And when will that be?" asked Katara, glaring at them. "When the Fire Lord has enslaved us all?" "I don't know," said Kunna, her head dropping. "But Aang's best chance is to remain hidden for now, Katara," said Hakata. "As soon as word reaches the Fire Nation about the Avatar being alive, they'll try to murder or capture him. We'll keep him safe and alive for as long as possible." "It's as if you were taking for granted he won't survive this," Katara grunted. "If you try to have him to murder the Fire Lord, as it seems you're trying to, then it's unlikely he will," said Hakata. "And you think there's another way to put an end to this war?" Katara asked. "How? By sitting down with the Fire Lord and reasoning with him so that he'll change his ways. That's completely ridiculous. If it will keep you and the Avatar from dying." "I'd be willing to try something like that," said Hakata, sighing and closing his eyes, deep in thought. Katara stared at him in disbelief before shaking her head and storming out of the igloo. Kunna stretched a hand to stop her, but her granddaughter walked past her too quickly. The waterbender stomped through the fresh snow with a deep frown on her face. She hadn't been certain of what the future would bring, but as soon as she had realized that Aang was the Avatar, she thought he had a mission to accomplish. He had the brightest, most important destiny of all, and if he didn't fulfill it, the world as they knew it would end. There might be sacrifices to be made, but in order to save the world they should do everything they could do. Sokka would have done anything. He would have paid the price with his life if it meant to take down the Fire Nation. And he already had. As she wandered through the village, hoping to work out her frustrations through her waterbending, she found that Aang was standing on the edge of the town, holding his staff in one hand while he tugged at his black hair. The weather down at the South Pole was quite harsh, and even more so if you were bald. Even when Aang's customs would have had him shaving his head, he hadn't sheared his hair again ever since he had come out of the ice, in order to keep his head warm. He had told Katara that they had found him with his head shaved because he was trying to return home, but in all the 7 years he had been in the South Pole he hadn't shaved his head completely, not even once, no matter if his air nomad traditions told him otherwise. It was simply a matter of common sense. But even when the hair could conceal the tattoo on his head, and when the arrows on the rest of his body were well covered by the thick clothes he had donned, his forehead still revealed the tip of his largest arrow. Even when he hardly looked like the monk Katara had found frozen in ice, this was Aang. And he was the Avatar. Katara clenched her fists tightly before walking up to him, wondering how to start this conversation. If Aang really didn't want to fulfill his destiny, then she would hear it directly from him, without her father or her grandmother's influence working to change the Avatar's mind. "It's odd, having hair again," said Aang, when she stood right next to him. "I never even knew it was actually black until I came to the South Pole, you know." "You shaved every day?" asked Katara, willing to change the topic if only for now. "Not every day, only when the new hair started to sprout out," said Aang. "But when it was short it was hard to see what color it might be. I didn't know if it was dark brown or black." "I see," said Katara. "Well, I like the way it looks. It suits you." "You think?" asked Aang, smiling weakly at her. "Thanks." Katara smiled as well, but the grin vanished quickly as her mind returned to the pressing matters that still bothered her deeply. Aang saw her face darkening, and he dropped his gaze, readying himself for the questions he knew she'd have for him. "Aang, I know there's a lot of pressure on you, and it's not fair of me to force you to kill a man or enter a war against a nation, but you're the Avatar. And an air nomad too," said Aang. "And we value all life, Katara, even if the Fire Lord were the cruelest man of the world. He is," retorted Katara instantly. "There's no questioning it." "Well, even so, I can't kill him." "You can't ask me to murder another person like this," said Aang, closing his eyes and sighing. "It's wrong, no matter the circumstances." "Why, though? If it's the only way, Aang." "If I were to kill him, what would make me any better than he is, Katara?" asked Aang, looking at her sideways. "This war. I know hardly anything about it, but it's wrong by all accounts. Enough blood has been shed for me to shed even more." "But if you do nothing he'll keep destroying everything, Aang," said Katara, almost desperate by now. "The bloodshed won't stop. We can put an end to it." "Perhaps we can," said Aang, nodding. "But not like this. We have to save the world, Katara, but we have to save the Fire Nation too, from the horror they have become. Balance isn't only about keeping every nation in its place. Yes, we should get the Earth Kingdom and the Air Nomads back somehow, and the Fire Nation should back off from the territories that don't belong to them. But this doesn't mean that we're going to tear apart the Fire Nation so we can help the other nations to rise as well." "Why? Why are you so willing to protect them, Aang?" asked Katara. "After all they've done, after all they did, they killed your people, and yet you're forgiving them for it." I don't think I'm forgiving anyone," said Aang, sighing. "But there's no point in revenge, Katara. It won't bring my friends back to me. Giving in to revenge will only serve to destroy me on the inside. The Fire Nation isn't to blame for the crimes of Fire Lord Sozin and his sons. But they are crimes that still harm everyone to this day. And they deserve to face justice for them," exclaimed Katara. "The last I knew, the Avatar wasn't out to deliver justice in the world," said Aang. "I was told my duty was to keep balance, not to punish those who have done terrible deeds." "And what if keeping balance involved punishment? What would you do then?" asked Katara, frowning. "Keeping balance involves punishment? Inflicting pain on someone else?" asked Aang, raising an eyebrow. "If that were the case, then maybe keeping balance isn't such a good thing after all." "But, Aang," said Katara, looking at him in despair. "You're the Avatar." "I am," said Aang, nodding. "And I have a duty to this world, whether I like it or not. A duty I'll fulfill, but I can't fulfill it by discarding who I am, by losing sight of what's right and what's wrong. I know it's hard for you to understand, Katara, but this isn't the way to do it. This isn't the way to change the world into a better place." "Then what is?" asked Katara, frowning. "I don't know yet," said Aang, sighing. "I have no idea. but attacking the Fire Nation in an act of war will only result in more death for us and them. I won't kill soldiers or innocent people just to get to the Fire Lord, and I won't kill the Fire Lord either. There has to be another way. And what if there isn't? Asked Katara. What if you find no way? What if the Fire Lord destroys the poles and kills us all before you have a chance to discover how to improve things, Aang? If that were to happen, then I guess the Avatar would be reborn in the water. There will be no water tribes by then, declared Katara. The world will be in utter chaos. Aang lowered his head and sighed before looking at the waterbender again. And by attacking them directly, will I actually bring peace to the world? By going head-on against them, as you expect me to, will I avoid chaos? Katara blinked a few times at the question, confused over how to answer it. Well, there's a chance that you'll succeed, and succeeding at killing the Fire Lord will only throw the Fire Nation itself into chaos, and with it, the rest of the world, said Aang, making Katara cringe. But Aang sighed and approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder softly. She looked up at his onyx eyes, almost begging him to give her an answer, to tell her that their lives weren't completely lost yet. That there was still something worth fighting for, and something he would be willing to fight for, too. I understand your anguish, Katara, said Aang, looking at her gently. And I know just how hard this is for you. You want to keep your people safe, and to do that, the easiest thing to do would be to bring down the Fire Nation. But you are the leader of the Water Tribe's warriors now, aren't you? Who will defend this village if you leave to fight directly against the Fire Lord? Well, my father isn't getting any younger, but I'm sure he could. You love the Water Tribe, don't you? Asked Aang. Wah. Of course I do. This is my home, said Katara. I've been fighting for it for years. Then defend it, said Aang, smiling. Keep it safe. Fight for those you love. Fight against the Fire Nation soldiers who are trying to take what doesn't belong to them, and keep them far from the Water Tribe. Defend your home, in the way I was unable to defend my own. Katara's eyes widened when she saw the grief in the airbender's eyes. His biggest regret wasn't having been frozen, or not having mastered all the elements quickly enough to face Fire Lord Sozin when he began his war. The true regret weighing on him was that he hadn't been able to save his people, his friends, his family, his entire race. And now, with his advice, he was trying to keep her from making a mistake that could destroy her people now. You want me to stay here, and fight against the men from the settlement, she whispered. You think that's what has to be done for now? I hate to think of this entire matter as a war, but a war it is, said Aang. And wars are won by small victories, one by one. You can save your own, Katara. You're strong enough, and if we keep training I'm sure you'll find the way to crack the polar casket and send that settlement floating into the Earth Kingdom's coasts. Asked Katara, smiling. Aang laughed at her suggestion. That actually sounds like a good idea, he said, pleased. And you? You have a destiny to fulfill, Aang. If I stay here, keeping my people safe, what of you? My destiny is to keep balance between the four elements, said Aang. And to serve as the bridge between the human and spirit worlds. The Avatar's destiny has never been to kill tyrants. There has to be another way, and I'll find one as soon as I can. An opportunity will come, and I'll use it to restore balance so that all nations will become equals once more. No nation will be able to impose itself over another one. I promise, Katara. I'll do it. I'll do my duties. Just be patient, all right? Katara smiled kindly and nodded at him. And in the meantime, she muttered, you'll stay here to help me protect the Water Tribe. So long as you'll have me, said Aang, chuckling. Well, where else would you go? Asked Katara, raising an eyebrow. I guess there's nowhere else safer for me, but I could always go make a living with the penguins, he said, smiling innocently. And speaking of which, you still haven't taken me to see them. It was Katara's turn to laugh at Aang's childishness. She shook her head and led Aang outside of town, bringing him with her to the farther plains of the pole in search for the waddle of penguins she knew resided nearby. How many times had she come looking for them with her brother when they were children? The thought of Sokka made her chest ache, as it always did, but it faded away when Aang stretched a gloved hand towards her to pull her up to the ridge from where they could see the penguins clearly. "I missed this," said Aang, beaming. "Toki would penguin sled with me whenever I had mastered a new water-bending form." "It sounds like you had lots of fun with Toki," said Katara, smiling. "He was a great friend," said Aang, nodding. "Much like you are." Katara blushed faintly, somewhat pleased that Aang thought that way after all the things she had told him today. He was a very kind man. And by looking at him right now she realized that, just as she wanted to protect her village, she wanted to protect her friend from the Fire Nation too. The Fire Lords had hunted for the Avatar since the war had begun, and sending him straight to their lair surely couldn't end well. Now she could see that, in order to do the best for Aang, she'd give up her hopes to attack the Fire Nation for now. She only hoped that this decision wouldn't harm the rest of the world. "So, ready to get them?" asked the Avatar, bringing her out of her thoughts again. Katara smiled at the sight of Aang's goofy smile. The world was a mess, there was a war raging outside their pole, catastrophes waiting to happen. 2 nations had been wiped out, and only 2 more remained. Aang's people had perished. 100 years of tyranny had taken their toll on the world and on every single person living in it, yet this young man, who could have been growing the seeds of vengeance for the death of his people, was standing right next to her, smiling at her. He was a beacon of hope, like a gleam of light shining through a sky covered with grey clouds. For him to still find the strength to smile, the courage to make the right decision even if it was hard. He gave her hope. The hope she had thought she would never regain. Hope that led her to believe that perhaps the world wasn't as dark and cruel as she had grown to think it was. Katara's response to Aang's question was an enthusiastic nod. Chapter 48, The Emerald Rockman 1. The boulder struck Sokka on the left side of his head just as he tried to fend off the other rock with his weapon. The impact of the strike sent him rolling through the sand pit, losing track of what was happening after receiving such a powerful blow. He had been holding up well until then, even managing to get the upper hand of the fight every now and then, but the giant of the rock had torn down the well in the arena and he was currently using the stones that comprised it to his advantage. He would be discounted 20 points from his total score, but given how the battle had turned around completely when he had genuine rocks to use, the 20 points had been worth the sacrifice for the giant. Sokka struggled to get back on his feet, feeling lightheaded after the blow. He had to command his hand to grasp his sword before rolling out of the way of another rock, and he had a hard time making a stand against the boulders the giant was tossing his way. Sokka had fought many times in the Grand Royal Dome by now, but he had never thought to face an opponent who would use the well against him in this manner. It was quite an unexpected take on using your surroundings to your advantage. He sliced another rock in two, and the giant proceeded to perform a punch with which he threw another large stone straight at Sokka. "I can't go on like this, damn," Sokka muttered under his breath, jumping out of the way. He had defeated an earthbender before, he could take this one as well, it couldn't be so hard. Yet the maneuvers of the giant had almost convinced him of the opposite by now. Time was running out, and each attack was reinforced by the next one. The giant wouldn't let him get any closer, pushing him away as he sought to win the battle through his prowess with the rocks. Sokka grimaced and jumped away, cutting one rock and avoiding the next almost as a routine by now. The man was putting more distance between them with every attack, but that might work for Sokka's favor. The rocks were coming constantly, but they weren't moving any faster. They couldn't cover the distance between them so quickly. And he could make use of that. Sokka walked backwards, evading the rocks effectively until he reached the spikes that lined the sand pit. He gulped at the memory of the last time he had been so near the edge of the ring. The scar in his right shoulder often reminded him bitterly of his first encounter with Toph. She was the strongest earthbender he had faced so far, without a doubt, and he wouldn't reach the top of the ranking if she remained undefeatable for him. In order to become strong enough to beat Toph, he had to start by beating this guy. He just had to. He pulled his boomerang out of its sheath and began sprinting by the hem of the sand pit, too close to the spikes to his liking, but doing so with the intention of keeping the most distance between him and the giant, who was having a hard time tossing his rocks in the right direction when Sokka had started to run. The blue wolf took a bomb from his belt, attached it to one of the holes in his boomerang and, with all the strength he could muster, he hurled it straight towards the giant. He would do it, he could do it. If the boomerang reached the giant and the bomb released its smoke right away, the giant would be wounded and confused. And when he was, it would be Sokka's time to attack with Space Sword. But his plan didn't work as efficiently as planned, just as it usually happened when he faced earthbenders. The giant saw the combined weapon coming straight at him and, to Sokka's chagrin, the man bended the sand around him and sunk into a makeshift crater. The boomerang soared past him and returned straight at Sokka. "Oh, crap," he said, when he caught the boomerang and the impact caused the bomb to release its content all over him. Up in the sponsor's balcony, Azula's face sunk into the palm of her hand. She had liked Sokka's plan, it had been quite witty, but there was never a plan B with him. He never knew what to do when things went awry. And it seemed like they always did when he was facing earthbenders. She had no doubts he could defeat them, but he needed to rely on more than just his instincts when faced with opponents such as the Giant of the Rock. Sokka stumbled in the smoke, he could breathe it easily, but the cloud had compromised his vision. He had trained himself since his times in the South Pole to inhale the smoke, but it was quite difficult to continue fighting when you were at the core of the gas cloud. This method of fighting often came in handy for him, but it was useless when his opponent wasn't trapped along with him. The giant was no genius, but he had been very clever at turning Sokka's schemes against him. Sokka stumbled through the dark cloud, his eyes squinted as he attempted to find his way to safety. He heard the giant's heavy footsteps behind him, knowing the man had the upper hand right now. Sokka turned his head around to find the giant was ready to unleash a new attack on him. Upon seeing the man was ready to strike him down, Sokka jumped and twirled in the air, flinging his boomerang at his enemy in one desperate attempt to survive the fight for a while longer. And this time, it worked. The giant had been bending a rock at him, he couldn't protect himself from the Blue Wolf's attack on time. The boomerang struck him in the left flank, and it would have been a dreadful blow if the earthbender's armor had been any less sturdy. Sokka snarled, frustrated to see that his blow hadn't been as effective as it should have been. He took the giant's distraction as an advantage and he got out of the smoke cloud, as far from the giant as possible, hoping to think of a new strategy now. The smoke began to dissipate, and Sokka caught sight of his boomerang lying only a few feet away from him. He could run quickly, pick it up and throw it right away, aiming now at the man's uncovered head. But as soon as he was ready to start out on his new scheme, the megaphone man spoke up. "The time is up." Sokka's face fell as he stared at his opponent in dismay. Why did the battles always end when he had finally found an advantage? He sighed and shook his head, walking towards his boomerang with his head tilted down. The giant was sure to take the victory. "Good fight," said Sokka courteously, nodding at his rival. The giant merely groaned and wiped his sweaty brow with a hairy fist. The man was broad, tall, and extremely hairy. Sokka had never seen a man who had such thick fur covering his skin. He seemed more beast than man, and given his response to Sokka's polite words, he probably was. "After our long deliberation," said the judge at the megaphone, "and after the skillful display by both gladiators, we have decided to award the victory to the Giant of the Rock." Cheers from the stands celebrated the Earthbender's triumph, yet it seemed the public had come to witness the princess's powerful gladiator in action instead. After Azula's epic entrance into the city, riding on the back of her dragon, most of the Fire Nation's populace had grown interested in the Fire Lord's daughter's deeds. Azula had strived to earn the recognition of her people for a very long time, hoping they would be able to acknowledge her as Fire Lord Oze's heir. She didn't require them to look down on Zuko, being seen on the same standing as him would work for her all the same. Since she was the talk of the town right now, and since Sokka's first fight in the arena after their return had been sold out, she could tell was getting closer to the goal she had wanted to accomplish for many years now. She could be proud of herself, proud of her deeds, but she wasn't all that proud of her gladiator's latest performances. Princess Azula was earning the respect she deserved now, that was true, yet her intervention in the superior gladiator league, despite how stellar it had been at first, was starting to weigh her down. Commoners had grown to admire her over her dragon and her capture of the rough rhinos, but the noblemen who were involved with the league were quite determined to set aside her accomplishments as a public figure, and instead they only focused on her gladiator's shortcomings in an attempt to crush the princess's career as a sponsor. They had been challenged by 20 different sponsors of Earthbenders upon their return home, It seemed word had spread that the Blue Wolf wasn't too skilled at fighting earthbenders. Given that Sokka had defeated the Twin Hammer with a week of exhaustion weighing over him, Azula had assumed Sokka wouldn't fare so badly against the Giant of the Rock. She had hoped that her daily training with Sokka would serve to keep his skills sharpened, and she had also hoped he'd defeat the Giant so that all those who had issued those condescending challenges would come to regret having done so. But Sokka had failed to win, and the noblemen who had challenged her were certain to regret nothing. If anything, this turn of events would make her look like a joke in front of them. Now that she was rising, now that her name was imbued with fame and glory, and that people were starting to take her more seriously as her father's likely heir, most noblemen were keen on bringing her down. And unless Sokka managed to turn the tables on his next fights against earthbenders, the two of them would remain the laughingstock of these men. And if there was something Azula couldn't fathom was that she would serve as a form of amusement for the noblemen she despised. "Well, that was an interesting fight," said the Giant's sponsor next to her, a large smile on his face as he stretched his hand towards Azula. Begrudgingly, she gave him the bag of money she owed him for his victory. "Send my regards to your father, Princess. I look forward to pitting our gladiators against each other on another occasion." Azula only nodded in his direction and the man slinked out of the room, holding his earnings proudly. Azula grinned her teeth and stood up, frustrated by the way things had turned out. She didn't blame Sokka for what his losses meant to her. He wasn't the reason why these men didn't have a shred of honor, but that didn't stop her from feeling quite disappointed upon his failure in battle again. She had hoped he would have learned to handle himself against earthbenders, but one victory against them didn't mean he could beat all of them. She should have kept that in mind. She arrived in the waiting room to find Sokka being tended to. The wound on the side of his face had morphed into a very nasty bruise. He looked in her direction when he heard the door open, and he gave her an awkward grimace as a greeting. "Sorry I lost," he muttered. Azula sighed and shook her head, her arms crossed. "It's not your fault entirely. Maybe we shouldn't have taken up these challenges against earthbenders yet," she replied. "But skipping over those challenges would have seemed cowardly, I know," retorted Azula. "It's why I did it. I thought you'd be able to hold your own against them, but it seems I was wrong. That trick with the boomerang and the bomb would have been wonderful had it just worked. That was such a disappointment. It's the first time one of my bombs backfires like this," said Sokka, before flinching when the medic rubbed an ointment on the wound on his cheek. "Ouch. Be careful, please. Making up plans as you go isn't working for you, Sokka." "It's not going to work when you're facing earthbenders," said Azula, sighing. "Their defense is impeccable. Ploys you come up with on the spot won't bring us victory." "Then what am I supposed to do?" asked Sokka, as his wound was covered with a bandage. "I've always fought like this. I try to take my enemy by surprise and defeat him that way. And it had worked wonderfully all along until you were up against earthbenders," grunted Azula. "I'm sorry, Sokka, but you can't carry on like this. Not when you're facing these sorts of fighters." "So you want me to develop a new style of fighting?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow as the physician excused himself and left the sponsor and gladiator to themselves. "I want you to improve the one you already have," replied the princess. "At this rate we'll become the joke of the Superior Gladiator League. You can defeat fighters in the top half of the ranking, but if you go against a newcomer who happens to be an earthbender, you're completely helpless. It's a given that you won't be strong against all kinds of fighters, but you need to find a way to hold your own against earthbenders somehow." "Well, how?" asked Sokka again, picking up his weapons and following Azula out of the waiting room. "You're already training with me, and that's keeping my skills well honed." "But that alone is not enough," replied Azula. "And you should know that by now. I might be helping, but I'm not strong enough with swords to be a real challenge for you just yet. So, despite it all, your training is currently stalled. Then what should we do?" "We'll stay clear off the arena until you're strong enough to help me train for real," asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "No, that's not going to help," sighed Azula. "There's another alternative, which I'm not too fond of, but that's the single thing I can think of right now. And that is for you to find an earthbender to train against." "We've been over this before," muttered Sokka. "Who could I possibly ask this from?" The only earthbender we meet frequently is Toph, and... Not a chance, declared Angela. Even if she were willing to help you, it would be the most counterproductive thing we could do. You're supposed to grow strong enough to defeat earthbenders and, in time, to defeat her. If you trained with her, she'd learn everything she'd need to know about you, and beating you in battle would be even easier than it already is for her. Exactly what I was thinking. And that's why I don't know what to do, said Sokka, sighing. I suppose I could keep fighting against earthbenders until I find one who's willing to train with me, but that sounds like a long shot. I rather doubt the sponsor would agree to that, and our position in the ranking is bound to suffer heavily if we do that, said Angela, sighing as they walked down the stairs towards the vestibule. Would the opposite sponsor have a say upon the matter? Asked Sokka, surprised. You're the princess, you get away with everything. Well, I suppose it shouldn't be so hard for me to intimidate the sponsor of whoever you choose for your training partner, said Angela, shrugging. Intimidate? Repeated Sokka. How about you pay them or something? Isn't that a little more civil? Don't you think you've cost me enough money as it is? Asked Angela, with a grimace. Sokka froze for a second before shrugging and smiling with a hint of guilt. Well, when you put it that way. Angela walked towards Shoji's counter, trying to ignore the gazes upon her and her gladiator. Keeping her head held high was difficult when she knew just what they were whispering behind her back. How could it be so easy to shift from being the most revered person in the Fire Nation to the main focus of people's gossip and jokes? Are you okay? Asked Sokka, as they reached the counter. It wasn't hard for him to see how tense Angela had become. He hadn't seen her like this since she had been angry at him less than a few weeks ago. The princess looked at him from the corner of her eye and nodded curtly before turning towards Shoji. A loss, huh? He said, smiling sympathetically at them. So sorry it turned out like this, princess. It shouldn't have been that way. Never mind the should have beens, they'll get us nowhere, retorted Angela. It's been too long since I checked that ranking. What's our position? The Blue Wolf is currently our 311th fighter, said Shoji, nodding. Your win against the Twin Hammer gave you quite a boost, but... if we don't keep winning, we'll be stuck in the 300s forever, sighed Angela, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her finger and thumb. Do I dare ask where the blind bandit is? Muttered Sokka, gulping as Shoji scanned the ranking rapidly. Well, she got ahead of you guys again, said Shoji. You had the advantage for quite some time, but the tides turned once more. She's the 300th right now. Brilliant, said Sokka, his eye twitching. Well, when will we surpass her again? Should I go fight the leader of the ranking to get enough points to leave her behind for once and for all? I wouldn't recommend that, said Angela, grimacing. You might have had better luck with firebenders, but that one isn't a fighter you should go up against. Combustion Man has never lost a fight, said Shoji. He's ruthless, and he doesn't hesitate to kill his enemies if they're not strong enough to stand up against him. If you really want to get ahead of the blind bandit, I'd suggest you do it through a different approach. Well, then, how about I go against the second guy in the ranking? Asked Sokka, with an ironic smile on his face. Angela merely glared at him, knowing he wasn't serious about what he had just said. The Millennium Dragon? No, I wouldn't recommend that either. Said Shoji, shaking his head. Sokka's eyes snapped wide open at the boy's words. Angela was quite startled as well when she made the connection. Wait, did you just say the Millennium Dragon? Asked Sokka, aghast. As in, the Millennium Dragon? Yeah, I did, said Shoji, blinking a few times, unable to understand what was the source their astonishment. Why are you so surprised? That's the guy I met in the Golden Eye. Squealed Sokka, staring at Angela in dread. He was second in the ranking. Why are you looking at me like that? I had no idea. Angela replied. I knew his name was familiar, but I never thought. He's always been second, said Shoji, nodding. Well, save for when the Lava Masquerade came in second for a while, but that only lasted until he challenged Combustion Man and he got blown to smithereens, literally. The color drained from Sokka's face upon that statement. Why, you can't be serious. Shoji could tell just how uneasy Sokka was growing upon these inconvenient truths. He smiled uncomfortably, trying to find a way to appease both the Blue Wolf and his sponsor. Nevertheless, to outdo the blind bandit quickly you don't need to do anything as rash as to fight people from the top of the ranking. They probably wouldn't accept our challenges anyway, said Azula, matter-of-factly. Well, aside from that, and that I doubt you're ready to face them yet, there are other things you can do to earn enough points to surpass the blind bandit. And that is to take part in gladiator events. Azula raised an eyebrow at the Shoji's cheerful declaration. Events. She repeated, dumbfounded. From time to time, the Superior League hosts events in which the gladiators can earn points far more quickly through some unique fighting experiences, said Shoji, beaming. The fights that take place during events don't always go into a gladiator's streak of victories or losses in the ranking, but all the points go in, and usually, winning in these events will give you more points than you'd obtain through regular fights. The events tend to be divided by categories within the ranking. There aren't any events that are open for all gladiators. For example, in a week there will be a pairs tournament in BA Sing SE for those between the slots 1 and 100 in the ranking. And we can't take part in that one. Asked Sokka. Not yet, but there will be other pairs tournaments open for your level in a few months or so, said Shoji, smiling. Although there's an upcoming event open from 200 to 400, and it's quite a fun one at that. Huh, really? And what is it? Asked Sokka, surprised by the boy's enthusiasm. The gladiator scavenger hunt in the Ring of Ash, replied Shoji, smiling cheerfully. That's the arena down in Fire Fountain City. The event is about finding some special objects that will have been placed in the city for the gladiators to find. The goal is to bring each object back to the arena to earn 200 points in the ranking. And if you manage to find the 10 objects, well, that means 2,000 points for you. Whoa. 2,000? Asked Sokka, shocked. Just for a scavenger hunt. It is impressive, no kidding, said Shoji, chuckling. But it's not as easy as it seems. Gladiators often take each other out in order to get the objects. You have to bring them back safely to the arena, and you'd be at risk of being attacked as you return. Sounds like a lot of trouble, but it also sounds like it would be worth it, said Sokka, looking at Azula expectantly. What do you say, huh? When will this event be held, Shoji? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. In about 2 months, but it's the closest one in which your gladiator can participate, said Shoji. It seems too risky a gamble, Sokka, grunted Azula. You can't even fight an earthbender in even terms. Imagine what would happen if they were to attack you in the middle of an event like this one. Well, I guess you have a point, pouted Sokka, having been quite enthusiastic about the prospect of taking part in the event. So, how about we go back to what we came for? Said Azula, turning towards Shoji. What challenges do we have available? Well, heaps of them. Muttered Shoji, looking for Azula's stack of challenges. And almost all of them by sponsors of earthbenders, as you already know. Azula nodded as Shoji showed her the many challenges she had available. Azula looked at them all, with Sokka gazing over her shoulder, and she gritted her teeth as she realized these men, every single one of them, aimed at destroying her and her gladiator. And what irritated her the most was that, if things didn't turn around for them soon, her enemies would achieve their ends eventually. So, these are our challenges, said Sokka, gulping. Which one are we going for this time? No idea. They all look the same to me, said Azula, sighing. Any suggestions, Shoji? Ah, well, said the boy, peeking at the challenges. You have challenges from all sorts of sponsors, some even have gladiators amongst the first 100 gladiators. In an attempt to thwart us, grunted Azula, her glare turning glacial. So I wouldn't suggest going against those, muttered Shoji. There are a few gladiators who are close to your level, though. And there's one right here that I believe could be a good match, and the Blue Wolf could win it if he's smart about it. Aren't I always? Asked Sokka, proudly. No, was Azula's harsh reply, making Sokka wince. Hey. Which is the one you're talking about, then? Asked Azula, focusing on Shoji again. This one, said Shoji, taking one of the challenges and showing it to the princess. The Emerald Rockman. Sokka raised his eyebrows in appreciation at the name. Azula took the challenge in her hand and she read it carefully as Shoji began briefing her on the reasons why he deemed this combat to be worth fighting. The Emerald Rockman is a very good earthbender, but he's in a lousy slump as of late. The Blue Wolf might not have it easy against him, but out of all the fighters challenging you, he's the one you're most likely to defeat, I believe. You'd earn a large amount of points from him, 203, if I'm correct. That ought to come in handy, said Sokka, approvingly. I guess it won't be enough to beat the bandit, but we'd get pretty close, right? Close enough. And if there's a chance you might beat this one, well, I say we take it, said Azula, though she didn't seem half as enthusiastic about the prospect as Sokka was. Hopefully you'll win, and with that we'll send a message to all those who have looked down on us as of late. Sokka agreed with her wholeheartedly, but the look on her face only served to worry him. His losses didn't please her, they never had and he was certain they never would, but his failure at seizing victory couldn't be the sole reason why she seemed so bothered by the situation. After all this time, he had grown a little more skilled at reading what Azula was refraining from saying out loud. Then the Rockman it is, said Shoji, smiling as Azula wrote down her acceptance of the challenge. The fight is due in a week. Then we'll see you again by then, said Azula, nodding in Shoji's direction. Sure, said the boy, smiling. Have a good day. Azula didn't reply, she turned on her heels and started for the exit. Sokka waved goodbye at Shoji before following the princess. The palanquin wasn't awaiting then by the sidewalk, Azula had dismissed them before entering the arena. As much as she would rather ride it than walk, it wasn't much use to have her palanquin bearers lounging at Sokka's house as they waited for their training sessions to end. They would arrive at the house by dusk to bring her back to the palace, but meanwhile they would leave the princess to her own means. "Where's my favorite flying lizard today?" asked Sokka, hoping to change the mood by annoying the princess. She looked like she could use getting her mind off her concerns. The thought of Xian Long helped improve her mood, yet the way Sokka spoke of him could only earn him a glare. "Flying lizard? You really don't know any respect, do you? After being around me for such a long time, I expected you'd know that by now," replied Sokka, chuckling. "You can't blame me for hoping you'll change for the better. It's futile, I know, but it's in the human nature to hope for the impossible," replied Azula, as they made their way through the streets of the capital. "He's fine, currently flying over the volcanoes west of the Fire Nation. He's growing to love the Fire Nation more with every passing day. He's happy to have found a place where he belongs. Has he found any other dragons yet? No, I don't believe he'll find them here. I suspect he would have to make a long trip into the Earth Kingdom in order to search for others of his kind." Sokka raised his eyebrows at hearing Azula referring to the Earth Kingdom without adding the word former to it. It was surprising, but he approved of it even if Azula hadn't been completely aware of what she had just said. "And I'm sure you'd want to tag along in those trips," said Sokka. "I would like to, but it depends on the responsibilities I'd need to heed," said Azula. "Xian Long knows I can't travel leisurely, so a new trip to search for dragons will likely have to wait until I have time to spare. It would be cool for us to do it once I'm able to beat earthbenders," said Sokka, carelessly. "We could go on a new tour, and this time I wouldn't be an embarrassment to Dash." "Wait, how come are you counting yourself in?" Azula asked, lifting an eyebrow. "If I don't need to bring you, I won't. But if you don't sponsor me, I won't be able to fight and we'll be kicked out of the league." Sokka squeaked. "I'll just authorize someone else to take my place as your sponsor for a while," said Azula, with a small smirk. "That way I can get rid of you as I look for other dragons along with Xian Long." "But I want to go too," Sokka protested childishly, at which Azula could only laugh. It took them about 10 minutes to reach Sokka's home. Song welcomed Sokka with a smile and Azula with a low bow, fidgeting nervously while in the princess's presence. Azula found it perplexing that Song would keep behaving like this after all this time, but she wasn't bothered by her attitude. Her latest experiences had changed her views on several things, but not regarding her ability to elicit fear on almost everyone around her. After sharing a meal, during which Angela was once again disgusted by Sokka's lack of table manners. The princess and the gladiator went to the backyard of the house, their preferred training area. They would train in the palace grounds from time to time as well, but it was far more comfortable to practice swordsmanship someplace where servants and noblemen wouldn't intrude upon their daily sparring. So, if you won't take me to the Earth Kingdom with you when you go find dragons, at least can we participate in the gladiator event Shoji told us about? Asked Sokka, stretching and bringing space sword out of its sheath. Neither thing is a good idea, replied Angela, imitating him and releasing Wolf's Bane as well. You're no use against earthbenders yet. Until you are, I'd rather you focus on improving your skills as a fighter than to have you ruin what little fame we have obtained. Well, you can't live off fame alone, can you? Said Sokka, pouting a little. That's actually not true, replied Angela. And especially in a business such as this one. Here, fame is everything. With fame you can instill fear into your enemies, and you could intimidate even those who might stand a chance against you. Thanks to your fame we have obtained challenges from people in the highest levels of the ranking. If we lose that edge, you'll have to face off against fighters on your same level and our progress will become much slower. Not to mention that those sponsors who had feared us are starting to think we're just a joke. What? They think we're not serious about this? Asked Sokka, shocked. No, they think we're getting exactly what we deserve for daring dream of joining the superior gladiator league, retorted Angela, bitterly. There are no female sponsors but me, remember? They believe women have no place in this business. And now that it's out that you're weak against earthbenders, they will use that knowledge to their advantage in hopes to kick us out of the ranking. They want to prove I made a mistake by becoming a sponsor. But you're the princess, said Sokka, frowning. Why would they treat you that way? Shouldn't they revere and adore you, and feel like miserable bugs in your presence? Why, yes, they should, declared Angela, proudly, performing a stab with her sword. Sokka jumped back at her attack and smiled slightly. For some reason, he had grown to find an unusual amusement while fighting against Angela. In most instances, combats would always bring his darker side to the surface and he would enjoy nothing about it. Yet he felt in the exact opposite way when he trained with the princess. Angela twirled and changed her sword to her right hand in order to reach Sokka with more ease. The gladiator was patient and he used his sword to block the blow she had aimed towards his shoulder. He sought the opening he required to strike her, but Angela pulled away as soon as she realized she was in danger. Her instincts were remarkable, and her movements with her sword became more fluid with every passing day, but she was still a beginner in the art of the blade. Despite her numerous attempts to defeat Sokka and prove the truth behind her sword's name, she had yet to best him with her sword alone. She would bend at him if she became too frustrated by the training, which would often lead to arguments, but she knew as well as he did that defeating him through anything but the sword would amount to nothing. Sokka darted forward and sought to hit her in the chest, but Angela parried the blow and proceeded to attack while he was still steadying his arm after it was shaken by the recoil. Nonetheless, Angela's attack, which should have worked in her favor, was no threat to Sokka once he twisted his body around her arm and struck her sword with such strength that he forced Angela to drop the weapon. The princess cursed under her breath before leaning to pick up the blade. Sokka was no stranger to how unpleasant she could be when she was in a bad mood, and thus decided to return to their discussed topic immediately before her aggravation over her performance grew beyond what he could handle. They should, so why don't they? He inquired. Because in their eyes, I have no business doing what I'm doing. And I can be kicked out of the business in a just manner so long as they find a weakness they can exploit. And I'm getting higher in the ranking, which I bet isn't much help. Defeat the princess and earn 200 points while at it, without risking anything because, if she complains about it, she'll come off as immature and undeserving of being a sponsor, muttered Angela. There's nothing to lose, from their point of view. Well, not unless they lose, added Sokka. If that happens, the one to be ridiculed won't be you. That's the plan, said Angela. And it has been the plan all along, so do both of us a favor and stick to it, will you? I'll try my best, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. This is the most challenging moment of our career in the Gladiator League, Sokka, sighed Angela. It's no longer about our personal conflicts, now it's to prove we actually deserve our spot in the ranking. From here on, we're fighting to show them what we're made of, to gain their respect or to lose it forevermore. Well, that's going too far, I think, said Sokka, frowning. When I beat Combustion Man I'm sure I'll get that respect back no problem. You think you can take on Combustion Man, yet the measliest of earthbenders can defeat you? Azula asked, her eyebrow twitching. You really need a blast of reality straight in your face. Well, then, the Millennium Dragon, said Sokka, shrugging. Maybe I can beat him. And that would help to get me back into the radar, wouldn't it? Sokka, you can't go against the second gladiator in the league, said Azula, rolling her eyes. The man has only ever been defeated by Combustion Man. The fact that he's been able to fight him and survive is proof enough of how powerful he is. But I'm going to have to go against them one day, whether you like it or not, said Sokka, frowning. Or is it you don't want to get me to the top of the ranking anymore? Of course I do, but as you are, you'd be toast. Literally, said Azula. You're not in a fit state to fight either of them. Once you've grown strong enough to fight evenly against earthbenders and firebenders alike, I'll start thinking about pitting you against those men. But for now, this is our reality. It still feels surreal, you know? That the guy I talked to was the second in the ranking. Said Sokka, gulping. Well, that's enough talk about bothersome stuff we can't do anything about as we are. Back to business. Hold that sword steadily or else you'll be done for in battle. Azula's eyebrow twitched and she glared at Sokka before lounging at him swiftly, her blade deadly enough to chop his head off if he hadn't bended over backwards to avoid the weapon's sharp edge. That's better, much better, declared Sokka, smiling as he attacked Azula again. It bugged her slightly to hear him cheer her on while she was trying to defeat him in such a violent manner, but eventually she was smirking as well as she blocked his sword and proceeded to attack him in the best way she could. If Sokka was surprised at how much fun he would have while sparring against her, the same could be said about her. It had been a very long time since she had actually enjoyed herself in a battle as she did with Sokka nowadays. The memory of the boy he had been when she had first fought him in the South Pole often returned to her. It was hard to believe the master swordsman she was sparring with was the same Water Tribe warrior who had tried to stand up to her so long ago. Back then they had been enemies, and now they were partners. What other unexpected twists did the future have in store for them? Sokka waited for Azula on the steps of the arena, keeping his eyes set on the palanquin once he saw it approaching down the road. He waved at the captain and smiled as a greeting towards Azula once she stepped down from the vehicle. We'll be at the gladiator's home by nightfall, as you commanded, said Ruishi, bowing his head towards her. Azula nodded and walked up to Sokka, who showed her his teeth in as wide a grin as he could muster. Azula merely raised an eyebrow. Ready for your fight, then? She asked, as they made their way into the arena. As ready as I could be, said Sokka. You've been helping me train all along, so you ought to know if I'm ready without needing to ask. I've found your emotional state has a lot to do with your performance in battle, said Azula. And for all I know, you could be upset over not having breakfast, or not having enough courses for your liking. You think food is what sets my mood? Asked Sokka, scowling. I don't think so, I know so, retorted Azula, smiling slightly. Gazes followed them as they progressed through the vestibule, gazes that made Azula restless. She knew what they were thinking. She knew what they were expecting, and she hated to think their suppositions could be proven right today. You all right? Asked Sokka, when he caught sight of the frown on her face. You seem rather tense, yet again. I wonder why, said Azula, rolling her eyes. Don't worry about any of them, Sokka recommended. Even if we don't blow their minds away today, we'll do it on another day. The world won't stop no matter what the result of this battle is. That would please me if it didn't sound as if you were implying you're going to settle for another loss, grunted Azula, glaring at him. Hey, I'm serious here, said Sokka. There's nobody in that public that should concern you in the slight dash. Azula, squealed a familiar voice beside them, startling Sokka and interrupting him in his speech. Azula didn't have time to react before she felt a pair of arms flinging around her shoulders. A grimace appeared on her face as she waited for Ty Lee to let go of her. She ought to be accustomed to the girl's enthusiastic attitude, but even after all these years, her cheerful greetings were often unexpected. It's been too long, she declared happily, finally releasing Angela from her grip. I've heard all about the crazy stuff you've been up to, but we haven't even had the chance to talk lately. Indeed, we haven't, said the princess. I took off rather suddenly, so. Yeah, you did. We had no idea you were leaving, complained Ty Lee. Mai has been alright, in case you were wondering. Uday is getting bigger and he's sprouted the softest hair ever. Well, that's good news, said Angela, with a weak smile. Is that all I've missed so far? Regarding Mai, I guess so, said Ty Lee, trying to recall if there was anything else to relay to Angela. And about you? Are you here gambling again? Asked Angela, judgmental. Hey, I'm getting better at it every day. Ty Lee retorted. I've been making so much money I can hardly believe it. I'm on a winning streak right now. I don't know whether to congratulate you or to tell you to lay off the gambling once and for all, said Angela, sighing. Ah, don't be such a spoilsport, said Ty Lee, pouting before turning towards Sokka. And it's been ages since I last saw you. How have you been, handsome? You managed to get out of the colonies in one piece, from what I can see. Not even I know how I did that, honestly, said Sokka, chuckling. It was the weirdest trip ever. You caught the rough rhinos and you found a dragon, said Ty Lee, turning towards Angela again. You were pretty busy, huh? And, in more than one sense, perhaps. The glare Angela presented her with was enough of an answer for the girl. She gulped and took a few steps away from the princess, grimacing. I'm going to take that as a no. It's a very long story to tell, and there's a fight awaiting us, so it'll have to wait for another day, said Angela, sighing. Oh, I know, I came here to watch it, said Ty Lee, cheerfully. I hoped to see you and ask about your trip, since you've been out whenever I drop by the palace. You could have waited until I came home. You could kill time by bothering Zuko or something, said Angela. But right now, I don't have much time to talk. Oh, speaking of Zuko, it's odd he's not here today, said Ty Lee, gazing around herself. Your brother has been coming to the arena often lately, did you know? Angela had wanted to ditch the conversation as quickly as possible until Ty Lee spoke that last sentence. A frown appeared on her features as she tried to digest the information, staring at her friend while expecting her to confess she was merely jesting. Yet no confession of the sort came, and Angela was left staring at Ty Lee in disbelief. What? Zuko? To the arena? Angela repeated, puzzled. Yeah, I've seen him around a lot ever since you two were off overseas, said Ty Lee. I come here to bet nearly every day, so I've seen him when he drops by. He keeps wearing this black hood to keep people from recognizing him, but everyone knows who he is anyways. Angela couldn't help but smirk at that statement. It was very much like Zuko to think he was being clever and mysterious when it was the entire opposite of that. Yet she wasn't sure she welcomed the situation at hand. Even if Zuko had grown interested in the gladiator business, which had seemed unlikely to her after Zuko had met Sokka, it was odd that he would follow through with the urges to watch more fights. Much like when she had asked him to come to the armory with her, his sense of righteousness had always kept him from doing whatever seemed wrong according to his moral code, even if it was all he wanted to do. What was so different this time around? I never thought Zuko would come to enjoy gladiator fights, muttered the princess. He didn't seem too interested in them, from what I could gather, said Sokka, frowning. I invited him over to watch a fight, and I don't even know if he came by. Angela's eyes widened upon Sokka's words, recalling just what fight he had asked her brother to come watch. The memory of that day came crashing on her with the force of an avalanche, yet instead of thinking about the dreadful consequences it had had, she found herself recalling just what had happened between her and Sokka in that waiting room. Oh, he did, said Ty Lee, ignoring Angela's reaction. I dragged him here to watch it. He wasn't completely bored by it, but I never thought he'd be as interested in it as he is right now. I haven't talked to him in ages, though. Whenever I see him I try to say hi, but he just covers up his face with the hood and walks in the opposite direction. I wonder what's his deal. I'm sure he's convinced himself he's being so stealthy while fleeing from you like that, said Angela, the malicious glint in her eyes returning. Having new reasons to make fun of her brother often cheered her up. Why is he interested in this all of sudden, though? Asked Sokka, confused. I wonder. He would have a reason for it, I'm sure, said Azula, shrugging. It's bound to be a ridiculous reason, yet he'll have one all the same. I want to ask him, but he always ignores me, sighed Ty Lee. I really wonder what's up with him. I wouldn't worry much about it. It's Zuko after all, said Azula. Just take this as a wonderful chance to tick him off and forget everything else. I knew you'd see it that way, said Ty Lee, and Azula's smirk widened. The noble girl smiled as well and turned towards Sokka, cheerfully. Anyways, good luck in your fight. You've changed a little after that trip, haven't you, Sokka? You're a little skinnier, and your beard is getting a little longer. Well. Said Sokka, his hand instinctively going to the stub of beard he had in his chin. I have forgotten to trim it lately. It looks great on you, if you ask me, said Ty Lee, winking. A vein palpitated dangerously on Azula's temples. She glowered at Ty Lee, who was surprised to find herself at the receiving end of the glare, before deciding they had dawdled in the vestibule for too long. Sokka needs to worry about more important things than facial hair, Ty Lee, grunted Azula. And we're supposed to get him signed in right now, so if you would be so kind as to take your leave. Oh, sure, said Ty Lee, blinking rapidly before a small smirk appeared on her face. By all means, go ahead. Why are you looking at me like that? Azula demanded, irritated. No reason at all. I'm just thinking I might earn some money from another bet that has nothing to do with gladiators soon enough. Said the girl, chuckling as she walked away. I'll be watching your fight. Good luck. I'm betting on you, so don't let me down. Sokka stared at Ty Lee as she walked away, as clueless as Azula was regarding whatever other bet the girl had been speaking of. You've got one seriously weird friend right there, princess, said Sokka, as they resumed the way towards Shoji's desk. She's always been an odd soul, but she's getting weirder with every passing day, said Azula, shaking her head. And honestly, whatever her deal is with my beard, said Sokka, chuckling. From the first time I met her I've thought Ty Lee is strange. I mean, a guy really can't complain about getting a girl's attention, because she's quite a pretty girl and all, but even so. Sokka stopped on his tracks when he saw the way Azula's eyes were narrowing. He had a pretty good idea as to why that was. It wasn't hard to guess her anger was only being fueled by his every word. And it wasn't hard for him to guess what had upset her, either. Wait, I didn't mean. Sign us in, Shoji, said Azula, taking the last strides towards the boy's counter as quickly as possible. Sokka was left chasing after her with a grimace of dread in his face. He didn't need to get to her bad side again after almost 2 weeks of getting along so well. Sure thing, said the boy, smiling at Azula and completely oblivious to the strife between her and her gladiator. Is the blue wolf ready for his fight? You know, you can just call me Sokka. Said Sokka as he stood next to Azula, whose eyebrow twitched when he stood too close to her. I. Said Shoji, gaping at him in surprise. Since when did gladiators tell other people to address them so casually? He'll call you as he sees fit, that's his problem. Write down his weapons and let's get this matter over with, grunted the princess. Sokka winced. Oh, sure. What weapons will you be using, Blue? Sokka? Asked Shoji. Blue Sokka. Azula repeated, slightly amused. I'll be using my sword, my boomerang, my club, and 2 bombs, said Sokka, all the while glancing at Azula worriedly. Are you sure about that? Asked the princess, raising an eyebrow. 2 bombs. I think they'll come in handy, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Azula didn't mirror the gesture. If you say so, she replied, as Shoji scribbled Sokka's weapons on a paper. Is the other party ready for the fight? Yeah, they came in about half an hour ago, said Shoji, smiling uncomfortably. The Rockman's sponsor is a bit extreme regarding punctuality. We're on time, though, aren't we? Asked Sokka, surprised. Yeah, you're even a little early, said Shoji, nodding. He's just a bit neurotic, always has been. He mustn't have much to do with his spare time, I assume, said Angela, shrugging. Let's go, then. Good luck, said Shoji, as Sokka and Angela walked towards the stairway. Sokka could still sense some hostility from the princess, though he counted himself fortunate it wasn't as intense as it had been a few weeks prior. Perhaps an apology, or explaining what he had really meant to say, because as much as Ty Lee was a pretty girl, she wasn't as beautiful as Angela was. And that was something the princess ought to know before she decided to start despising him over the nonsense he spouted with his big mouth again. So, once they had reached the standby room, he made up his mind to speak and amend the mistakes he had made previously, yet Angela didn't allow him to. The Rockman is supposed to be quite skilled, she muttered, making Sokka grit his teeth as he waited for the right moment to talk. He'd be higher in the ranking if he didn't happen to break furniture by mistake as often as he does. Perhaps you can trick him into destroying objects or so, it might be of use to break his concentration. Yet he's not supposed to be as foolish as most gladiators we've faced. So, as ever, don't underestimate him. Sure thing, said Sokka, nodding. Angela, about what happened upstairs. The princess's frown grew more pronounced as she looked at Sokka sideways. How would he recover from it? She truly wanted to see him try. I didn't mean to say Ty Lee was all that pretty, or well, that I had enjoyed her attention because I actually didn't. It was more uncomfortable than anything, really. I hardly knew her back then, so, well, it's not as if I knew her any better right now. I would have to know her a little better to, wait, I'm not saying I want to get to know her more. That's not what Angela would have continued being angry, but watching him babble as he did only brought her to smile slightly at his awkwardness. It wasn't as if she had any right to tell him whom to like or not, no matter if her heart ached for it to be otherwise. And despite whatever he might say about Ty Lee's looks now, Angela could tell he wasn't really interested in the girl. She had seen men smitten over Ty Lee enough times to spot the difference between their attitudes and Sokka's. Sokka, she said, walking up to him. I'll give you a little piece of advice. Wah, said Sokka, staring at Angela with dread written all over his face. If you have nothing useful to say, said the princess, lifting a hand towards his chin and taking his beard stub in her hand. She pushed upwards and forced him to close his open mouth. Then shut up. Sokka blinked a few times as he stared at her in utter shock. So was she upset, or wasn't she? Was he supposed to do something to make amends for this or wasn't he? Good luck out there. Don't make a mess of things, said Angela, releasing his hairs from her grip. We really could use a win today. Do your best. I will, said Sokka, nodding promptly. See you later, Angela said, so calmly Sokka grew reassured. Perhaps she wasn't as angry as he had thought. The princess patted his armored shoulder before walking out of the standby room. Sokka sighed, relieved that she wasn't actually angry, and he walked to the golden grid, getting himself ready for the fight that awaited him outside this room. Angela couldn't help but smile all the way to the sponsor's balcony. There was an undeniable amusement in being able to get Sokka as nervous as he had been just a while ago. She chuckled to herself as she entered the sponsor's balcony, but the grin fell off her face as she approached her seat, remembering that the man awaiting her was one of the noblemen who wished to thwart her by earning winnings from Sokka's inexperience against earthbenders. You're just on time. I would have expected the princess to be here earlier than this, said the sponsor, glancing at her sideways. He was a slender man, with a sharp nose and grey hair. His hands were together in front of him, his fingers intertwined as if he were calculating matters carefully. Angela raised an eyebrow as she took her place next to him. I'm as punctual as needed. The fight was scheduled at 11, and 11 it is. Perhaps it seems fitting in your opinion that I would be here sooner, but unbeknownst to you, a royal has a tight schedule, and wasting hours doing nothing but waiting for a fight to begin is pointless when you have as many responsibilities as we do. Do not believe I haven't got a tight schedule of my own, princess. That is the reason why I want this battle to be finished immediately. I have business to attend to other than the gladiator fights. Is that so? Then, if your business is as important as it is, why did you waste your time and mine with a fight that seems so irrelevant to your interests, oh, great businessman? Asked Angela. My name, your highness, is Tiao, and I do not appreciate your mockery, he groaned. I take part in whatever businesses will bring me profit. Nothing other than that. Then if you're so certain you'll profit from this fight, why don't you spare me the pointless lecture on my inexistent unpunctuality? Tiao was unable to find a good counter-argument, but to his relief, the usual staff member came in to ask about the time limit. Tiao insisted on 10 minutes, hoping to end the fight as quickly as possible, but Angela didn't let him get away with it. In the end, they agreed on 20 minutes, even though Tiao was anything but happy about it. Angela smirked at having gotten her way, pleased by frustrating the man as she had. Even if Sokka didn't win, she would have attained a personal victory over Tiao. Sokka had taken his seat inside the standby room, waiting patiently until the golden grid began ascending. He stretched his arms and stood up, ready to face his opponent. Coming from a lousy streak while he was overseas, Princess Angela's Gladiator is ready to fight and get back to the crowd's good side. Shouted the megaphone man, as Sokka strode into the sand. Give a big cheer for the Blue Wolf. Shouts and screams welcomed Sokka, and he lifted a fist into the air in a proud gesture, at which the audience grew wilder. Sokka walked to the center of the pit while the golden grid at the opposite side began to slide upwards. Sokka watched as a tan man with long, brown hair walked into the ring. His outfit was so humble Sokka began wondering just how cheap his sponsor could be that he wouldn't provide the man with any better clothes. He seemed to be about his age, and he had a stub of beard not unlike his own, though he also wore an unusual mustache Sokka hadn't seen on anyone before. His eyes were green, and his forehead sported an emerald bandana to keep hair and sweat from falling into his eyes. On another slump, yet the best earthbender to come from the former Earth Kingdom mines, I give you the Emerald Rockman. Let's see which fighter will break his bad streak today. Sokka was surprised to see how serene his opponent looked. Sokka unleashed his sword from its scabbard even before the megaphone man gave out the call for them to begin the fight, knowing that earthbenders would often be absolutely unpredictable. He didn't want to be caught off guard by this one. Start. Sokka braced himself for an attack, but it didn't come right away, to his relief and his unease at once. This probably meant the guy he would be fighting was smarter than most, which wouldn't bode well for him, most likely. Dumb earthbenders could beat him, smart ones could nigh kill him, just as it had happened a few months ago in this very sand pit. Not attacking right away, I see, said Sokka, smiling and aiming his sword at his opponent. Quite unusual for an earthbender. The others of your kind I've fought will always try to wreak havoc all over the place in one go. The Emerald Rockman chuckled and shook his head. I don't think that's the best way to use my bending skills, he said, with a raspy voice. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to fight. We're here for a combat after all. You seem so civilized you're scary, you know. Said Sokka, chuckling as the Rockman took a steady stance. What's your name? Don't you think it's rude to ask someone's name without giving yours first? Asked the earthbender, and before Sokka knew it, the Rockman ducked and struck a fist into the air. An array of sand on the very spot Sokka had been standing on flew upwards and molded into a single spike of glass. Sokka jumped back right on time to avoid a deadly injury, and he knew at once he hadn't judged his opponent rashly when he had assumed he would be a dangerous fighter. The Rockman proceeded to crack the glass and attack Sokka with the shards, sending them all straight at the non-bender. Sokka brought out his club this time, and he did his best to use it to swipe away all the glass that had been sent his way. One shard got through his defense, but it shattered against his armor, to his relief. It wouldn't have boded well for him to be wounded so early in the battle. The Rockman ran out of glass and Sokka had a chance to attack. He jumped forward, his sword in hand, but the Rockman conjured a shield of sand. Wary of the technique, Sokka only tried to cut through it once and jumped back immediately after he discovered the shield wouldn't fall apart with a single blow of his sword. You're a tough one, aren't you? He asked, as the Rockman dropped the defense. Well, my real name is Sokka. Now are you willing to tell me what yours is? The Rockman smiled and brought forth a stream of sand, ready to unleash it straight at Sokka, who gulped and braced himself for the impact even before it struck him. My name is Haru. Chapter 49, The Emerald Rockman 2. Sokka wished he had a shield when the array of sand struck him. He could only cover his face with his arm plates, shutting his eyes to keep the tiny grains from compromising his vision. He was completely vulnerable, there was absolutely nothing he could do to fight back while the sand stream was crashing against him. He knew just what the rockman was about to do, he just knew it. He had turned sand into glass before, and he wouldn't have any reason not to do it now when it would likely award him the victory immediately. So Sokka took a moment to fuel himself with determination to fling his club towards Haru before the earthbender could solidify the sand once more. If Sokka had used his boomerang, his attack would have been predictable. But never before had it been heard that he would toss his club through the air to strike his opponent with it. Azula had been worrying about the fight becoming one-sided so soon, but upon Sokka's surprising move she stared at him in admiration and hope. Perhaps he wasn't as lost as she had thought at first. The club struck the earthbender in the stomach, causing him to gasp for breath as he stumbled, losing his stance and thus the chance to thwart Sokka so early in the battle. The blue wolf shook the sand off himself, glaring at the breathless rockman as he did. His move had delivered a good amount of damage, but would it be enough? When Haru stuck his hand into the sand powerfully, Sokka knew it wouldn't be. The grounds beneath him grew slippery as the sand became softer, shifting in itself to sink Sokka into the ring. The process was so fast that it didn't take over 1 minute for Sokka's feet to be buried in the sand. He jumped out of the unstable grounds as quickly as he could, but it wasn't quick enough. Haru followed him with his gaze and shifted his hand, and the grounds where Sokka landed became quicksand as well. Sokka tried to escape Haru's influence, but it was such a difficult feat that eventually it became impossible. He tried to hold on to one of the wooden structures, but Haru's powers sank both Sokka and the object into the unstable grounds. Sokka tried to free himself, but when he began squirming he found himself waist-deep in the sand trap. He grimaced as he wondered how to free himself from this predicament, but no ideas came to mind, especially when the rockman brought forth a huge glass formation and shattered it on Sokka's head. Everything became hazy for the Water Tribe man after that blow. He hardly noticed that his opponent had lifted him from the ground, using the sand around Sokka to make him levitate, before throwing another rock of glass at him with enough force to blast Sokka out of the sand trap. Sokka spun in the air after that last blow, landing in sand far away from Haru. He panted and lifted his head slowly, still trying to get a hold of himself. Thankfully he hadn't moved too fast, or else he might have ripped his skull apart with the spike that stood right above him. Haru had thrown him all the way to the edge of the ring. Sokka gulped and crawled away, doing his best to avoid getting himself branded with a new scar provided by those spikes. Now that he saw them up close he realized their tips seemed reddened by the blood that had been spilled on them so many times. Sokka turned towards Haru again, deciding not to focus in the spikes anymore. Any second of dawdling could cost him his life, especially when fighting against an earthbender as skilled as this one. "You should be called the Glassman instead," Sokka stated, chattering in order to gain some time to recover after the blows he had sustained. To his surprise, Haru laughed gently at his declaration. "I've trained myself to use all sorts of earth derivates," said Haru. "If you think I'm good with glass, you should see me with rocks." "I'd rather not, thank you very much," muttered Sokka, smiling sideways as he threw his boomerang at his enemy. Haru saw the attack coming this time around, and he was quick to react to it. He created a wave of sand, which took Sokka by surprise again, and with it he stopped the boomerang in the middle of its progress. The entire arena shook when he shifted a mountain of sand in Sokka's direction, and he wrecked more of the furniture in his attempt to overpower Sokka. Haru cringed as other wooden structures snapped, and the well, which had been rebuilt after its latest destruction, almost sunk underneath the wave Haru had brought forth. "That imbecile," whispered Tiao, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his index finger and thumb. Azula would have been bothered by the man's harshness on his gladiator when the Emerald Rockman was obviously winning, but she was too busy struggling to find Sokka amidst the sand to worry about whatever the sponsor by her side would say. Where was he? Had he sunk within the immense sand attack? Azula was impressed by this fighter, though. He wasn't as deadly as the blind bandit, but he handled his element quite powerfully in his own way. Haru panted after so much effort, and he gazed about himself to find the blue wolf as well. Where had he gone? Had he been buried? He sure hoped not. He had definitely gone overboard with this attack. And just as he was trying to spot Sokka, a boomerang soared from behind the well and struck Haru on the back of the head this time around. The Emerald Rockman stumbled and looked towards the well in astonishment. So he was all right? He had made it out of the sand wave? How? Azula sighed with relief after spotting Sokka crouching behind the structure. He had managed to run towards it when the sand wave was still rising, and he had taken cover in the sole spot in the arena that had been safe from the sand attack. As clever of him as always. Haru cringed at the pain and, against his better judgment, he tore down the well despite knowing how many points it would cost him. Sokka stumbled and stared in astonishment, wondering how much destruction could that piece of furniture withstand. He didn't have too much time to think about it, though. It seemed he was about to discover why Haru was deemed the Emerald Rockman. The stones flew towards him so fast Sokka hardly had enough time to react. He sliced them in two, but that wasn't enough for their trajectory to shift. The two halves of the rock still flew towards him, one striking him in the leg and the other in the shoulder. And he didn't even have time to complain about the pain, more rocks were about to come crashing on him. He had no idea what else to do but to run for his life, and doing so through unstable sand was definitely not a good idea. Another rock crashed against his elbow, sending stinging pain shooting through his arm. He cringed as he made his way through the sand, trying not to lose his footing, but he failed to do so when he tripped with something hard on the ground. He rolled down the uneven sand, clutching his aching elbow as he did. The single positive thing about what Haru had done was that the sand was quite soft, and thus falling on it wasn't as painful as it would have been in other circumstances. The object he had tripped over came rolling down right after him, striking his shoulder again. Sokka yelped in pain, growing frustrated. Was he really going to lose this fight so easily? Even his surroundings seemed to work against him. It wasn't until then that he realized what had hit him. If his club could have spoken, Sokka was sure it would have apologized for hurting him. But despite the wound it had given him, Sokka couldn't have been happier to see it. He would have hugged the weapon, but the situation was pressing enough as it was for him to waste time with kind gestures. He could hug it later. Sokka picked up the club, and, despite the pain that endured in his elbow, he clutched Space Sword and he faced the rocks with both weapons at the ready. He used Space Sword to slice the first rock that came forth, and with his club he smashed it powerfully, sending both halves of the stone off course this time. Haru gaped at him in surprise. Now that was a trick he hadn't seen from another non-bender before. Azula smiled approvingly at Sokka's performance. He had almost been overpowered just now, and he had sustained some troublesome injuries, but he had come through the strife, and there was still time to spare. If he was doing so well as of now, then he might gain the upper hand later on. Sokka waited for the next rock for a moment before noticing it wasn't coming. His opponent was so shocked he hadn't reacted yet, and that was an opening. It might be the only one he would get. Sokka ran towards Haru, his arms protesting as he clutched his weapons with even more strength. The Rockman turned towards him and dread crossed his face when he realized he had been wasting time pointlessly by standing in awe of what Sokka had done. Why did he have to be such an airhead? He tried to defend himself with a shield of sand, but Sokka's attack with the club was so strong that he cracked through the defense in a single attempt. The club didn't reach Haru, who grimaced as he tried to get out of the weapon's reach, and after twisting around Sokka's blow he had broken his stance. Sokka smirked and slid Space Sword through the weakened sand that was collapsing to the ground now, and he hit Haru on his left flank with the blade. Haru screamed and kicked the air, sending a column of sand straight at Sokka's face. The non-bender stumbled and fell down, shaking his head to throw off the dirt. His sword hand fell to the side, and it touched something with an edge in the ground. When Sokka glanced down towards it he grew convinced it was his lucky day. It could have just been a shard of sharp glass, but it was none other than his boomerang. First the club, and now the boomerang. All his weapons kept coming back to him, fortunately. The Rockman staggered, having a hard time to walk after sustaining such a wound. He glared at Sokka briefly before returning to his strategy with the well's rocks. Sokka jumped out of the way, picking up his boomerang in the process, when one of the largest rocks plummeted on the very spot he had been on. Haru seemed upset by the sudden turn the battle had taken, and his anger seemed to fuel his fighting spirit. He wasn't out of control, his eyes were still focused as he aimed the stones straight towards Sokka, but he was determined to be as deadly as possible now. Sokka used his club to fend off the rocks, unable to use Space Sword while he was still holding his boomerang in his hand. But his attempts to get rid of the rocks were no use. Haru seemed to juggle the stones, tossing them at Sokka expertly even after the swordsman had thrown them out of the way. He would take them in midair and send them Sokka's way again by controlling 2 rocks at once, one with each hand. Sokka struggled to get away from the boulders, growing weary of getting chased by them. He was too heavy for the unsteady sand underneath him, and his feet kept sinking into it as he did his best to get away. The efforts weighed on his knees, making him cringe at the difficulty he found in moving through the sand. Haru suddenly stopped throwing rocks, and when he did, Sokka's ascent through the unstable mountain of sand became far more difficult. It took him a moment to realize the earthbender had gone back to bending sand and left the rocks aside for the time being. And right now he was moving the sand Sokka was stepping on in order to make his climb steeper than it already was. Sokka struggled to figure out what to do in this predicament. He could stop walking and allow himself to fall back, but doing so probably would serve no purpose. Haru would drop the wall of sand he was building on him, and he would certainly be buried alive this time around. Continuing to climb might serve some use, at the very least he would likely fall on the surface of the sand, which was better than the other alternative he had thought of. But another thought came to mind as the wall became larger and larger. Perhaps if he were able to break the earthbender's focus again. Sokka glanced back and took his sword in the hand that held his club. He threw his boomerang powerfully at Haru, but from that distance the earthbender would obviously fight it back. Nevertheless, he would have to stop bending his mountain of sand for a short while to fend the weapon off. And doing so made Haru uneasy. He tried to keep control of the sand he had been bending, knowing he couldn't stop now or else he would lose the edge he had gained over Sokka, but if he didn't let the wall go, he would be struck by the boomerang's attack, and he would lose control over the wall regardless. What was he supposed to do? In an attempt to save himself, Haru kicked up an array of sand towards the boomerang, but the weapon spun too fast and he missed it by a few inches. The boomerang struck him in the shoulder again and flew away just as the sand formation began to collapse. Sokka took off his helmet and jumped on top of it, in hopes it would help him to slide over the sand without sinking in it. His feet went to either side of the helmet, and he balanced himself as he went down to the ground again, pushed by another powerful wave of sand. The boomerang returned to his hand in that very moment, and Sokka struggled to keep balance as he attached to it the 2 bombs he had brought with him. Haru struggled to regain control of the sand that was coming down on him, and he would likely succeed at that if he had enough time to focus, which was something Sokka was definitely not going to provide him with. He flung the boomerang at his enemy again, and once more Haru faced the same predicament. He cringed and flung his right hand towards it, trying to use sand to wave it off again, but as soon as he struck the weapon the 2 bombs released their smoke, blinding him and preventing him from focusing on his attempts to control the sand. The new wave of sand came down to the ground, and Haru couldn't do anything but scream as it collapsed on him. Sokka grimaced at the sound and continued to surf until he lost balance and had to jump out of the helmet in order not to lose himself in the mess of sand. He picked his helmet up and ran away from the sand that was still shifting, but to Sokka's relief, it was almost done moving by now. And Haru still remained hidden within the cloud of smoke. Sokka gulped, unsure of what would happen when his enemy came out of it again. He picked up his boomerang before walking away from the mess of smoke and sand his opponent was trapped in. Time ticked away, and the smoke didn't dissipate yet. Sokka's chest heaved as he grew anxious. Would the rockman hop out of the cloud when he least expected it? Or perhaps he had dug his way out of it through the sand and he would attack him from below? The thought made him jump back, but he reassured himself. The sand was so loose that he would have sensed any movements below him even when he wasn't an earthbender. And so Sokka was left doing nothing but waiting. He crouched on the ground, ready to pounce away if it were necessary, and kept his eye on the smoke cloud in front of him. Tiao gritted his teeth, a gratifying sight for Azula, but not more than the sight of Sokka winning this fight. There was always the chance things would take a turn for the worst, but for once she allowed herself to hope they wouldn't. He had outdone himself this time around. But she was surprised, and not for the best, when the cloud disappeared and the Emerald Rockman was nowhere to be seen. Where? Gasped Tiao, his eyebrows twitching as he stared down to the sandpit in disbelief. There was no question, the earthbender had been buried under his own attack. But was that a good thing, or a bad thing? Angela wanted to imagine the best-case scenario, but it wasn't easy to do so after having witnessed so many of Sokka's fights against earthbenders. Chances were the Rockman had built an underground haven and he was just waiting for the right moment to attack. But if that were the case, why hadn't he done anything yet? Why was there no movement under the sand? Angela frowned and so did Sokka, as they stared intently at the spot where Haru had been standing before the wave crashed down on him. Underneath the sand, Haru struggled to move. He had shut his mouth completely in order to prevent the grains from slipping into his mouth, which would have been chaotic. He was in quite a troublesome position, there was nothing he could do to move. And if he couldn't move, he couldn't bend. If he couldn't bend, then the battle was over with. And who cared about the battle anyways? He had been buried alive. He was about to die because of his own carelessness, and his mind would choose to lecture him about another loss to add to his slump. He would be more than happy to face his sponsor's wrath upon his failure, if that meant getting out of this predicament alive. He tried to stretch his right hand upwards, but doing so was hardly any use. He couldn't bend the sand around him. He had to find a way to bend the sand, that was all there was to it. He couldn't bend with his mind, regrettably, or else his sheer willpower would have gotten him out of his ordeal. He stretched and extended his fingers repeatedly, and that seemed to work well enough. The sand right above him was loose, so he could try to reach out through it. He continued repeating the same process until he finally found it in him to bend with those fingers alone. As he did, the sand around his hand grew loose, and he moved his wrist in order to wave away the sand that was threatening to kill him. Slowly, his entire arm became mobile and he bended the sand around it so that he could reach his face and wipe away the sand, in order to cleanse his lungs with new air. He spent longer than he should have in the process of regaining his breath, but he succeeded at it eventually. He continued bending the sand around him steadily, releasing his body from the tight trap and getting ready to lift himself from underground. Sand flew everywhere when Haru finally erupted from the ground. Sokka shielded his eyes and the public screamed when the patches of sand soared towards them. Even Angela and Tiao had to brace themselves from the explosion before looking down at what was happening between their gladiators. Haru's chest heaved as he stared at Sokka, his eyes mildly unfocused. Sokka gulped and looked back at his opponent, worried over what might happen next. The judges had been about to declare him the winner when Haru had been underground for as long as he had, but upon the movements in the sand they had decided to give him a chance. And Sokka deeply regretted that they had. Perhaps he could find another way around the earthbender now, but how? Haru was careless, but he was insanely skilled. If he had the sliver of a chance to strike Sokka down, he would take it, especially after what he'd just been through. Nevertheless, it took longer than Sokka expected for Haru to return to his fighting stances. He panted for a while, horrified by what he had just been through, before lifting his arms and bringing forth the rocks from the well. His hands shook as he held them, and he had a hard time keeping a steady grip on them. He feared he would fail to use the boulders efficiently, he had spent too much strength on freeing himself from the sand trap. But he could win, he could beat the Blue Wolf. He wasn't even wearing his helmet anymore, so just a blow to the head ought to serve to knock him out quickly enough. "The time is up!" shouted the megaphone man, startling both Sokka and Haru. Time had run out far quicker than anyone had expected. The Gladiator, the sponsors, and the public hadn't expected it to end right now. Without a doubt, it was the most intense combat Sokka had fought in for quite a while. But had he won, or would the victory be awarded to his foe again? He gulped at the thought but stood strong where he was, trying to wait for the judge's decision patiently. Haru's hands dropped, and so did the stones he had been holding. He gazed around himself, watching with a grimace as he realized he had torn down all the furniture in the arena. And what he hadn't torn, he had buried under his avalanches of sand. This was why he liked working with real earth better, he was much better at controlling it. He didn't even want to look up at the sponsor's balcony. He knew his sponsor would give him an earful over what he had done. Even if he were awarded the triumph, he would still fall back in the ranking after wreaking havoc in the sand ring as he had. He truly hoped the man wouldn't give him a beating, though. He was wounded enough as it was. He clutched the injury on the left side of his ribcage to find it was still bleeding, and after being coated with sand it was prone to getting infected. He needed medical attention right away. "You all right there, Haru?" asked Sokka, staring at him with mild concern after watching him flinch at the pain. "I'll be fine," he said, smiling reassuringly. You're much stronger than I thought." "That was luck, that's all there was to it," said Sokka, waving a hand carelessly. "You are quite an impressive bender, I'll say." "And a careless one as well," muttered Haru, dropping his gaze. "I should learn how to use my skills without destroying everything in the process." Sokka frowned at those words. Haru needed to learn something. He was a powerful earthbender, but he truly could use a little more control. And Sokka needed to learn how to deal with earthbenders more effectively. No matter if he won or lost today, there were too many earthbenders out there who could beat him, and they had proven it over and again. And since this gladiator seemed such a nice man, and he was quite capable and powerful, then maybe, just maybe, he would be the solution to the problems he had been facing as of late. "You could learn to do that," said Sokka, his eyes glistening in hope as he walked towards Haru. "Maybe if I help you, you could." "The judges have reached their decision," declared the megaphone man, interrupting the conversation between the two gladiators. As always, one of the judges took the bullhorn in order to declare the winner of the fight. "After quite a chaotic combat," started the judge, "we have decided to award the victory to the Blue Wolf." Sokka's eyes widened and he stared at the judge's balcony in shock at first before turning to the opposite direction, smiling enthusiastically at the princess. Seeing that she was beaming as well as she sighed in relief made him feel quite proud of his accomplishment. There it was, the grin he wanted to keep on her face at all times. The grids were raised again, and it took Sokka a moment to register that the Emerald Rockman was limping his way towards his exit. Wait!" he exclaimed, hoping to stop him, but then deciding against it. Haru was badly injured. His proposal could wait until the earthbender had been tended to. He walked back to his standby room, with hopes of get his medical check done as quickly as possible. He needed to talk to Haru, and he had to do it quickly. He had to catch up to him before his sponsor could take him home. "Well, it would seem you made no profit from this fight after all." "What a pity," said Angela, her previously peaceful smile turning into a smirk. Tiao didn't bother replying. He dropped Angela's winnings on the table between them and stormed out of the room. Angela's amusement only grew at that. Sokka had done it, he had done it. He had beaten the earthbender, and with this they had sent a message to all those fools who dared challenge them thoughtlessly. Maybe Sokka had struggled to win, but he had proven he could triumph against earthbenders, and if they dared underestimate him they would pay dearly for it. She made her way towards the waiting room in which Sokka was being treated, passing by the one where the Emerald Rockman was getting patched up by several physicians. She entered Sokka's room to find him wincing at the ice that was being rubbed on his wounds. "Angela," he said, giving her a pained smile as a greeting. "You did it," she told him, beaming. "I was almost expecting you wouldn't, but you did. So you didn't trust me to pull this off?" asked Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. "After your stellar performances in the arena lately, you truly can't blame me for doubting you," said Angela, shaking her head. "But nonetheless, you have proven yourself. You were still building your plans on the spot, but they paid off this time around. You'll need to try harder on the next opportunities, but this will do for the moment." "Thanks," said Sokka, cringing as they placed the ice on his face now. "Wait, does ice bother you now?" asked Angela, amused. "You have been too long in the Fire Nation." "I agree, it's been too long," gulped Sokka. "I'm getting too used to the weather and to your knack to make fun of every little thing that you can poke at me with." "Given your bitterness, I doubt you're really getting used to that," said Angela, smirking. "He'll have to keep ice on his wounds until the swelling is gone," said the physician, looking at Angela. "He should be able to fight again in a week or two." "Good. So be it," said Angela, nodding as the man walked out of the room. "Well, then, are you ready to go find out if you've risen in the ranking?" "Yeah dash." "No," said Sokka, shaking his head. "Angela, that guy is it?" "Who?" "The physician." asked Angela, confused. No. The Emerald Rockman, exclaimed Sokka. He's the one we've been waiting for. Angela's puzzlement only seemed to grow larger upon those words. She allowed herself a nervous smile and looked at Sokka sideways. I assure you I was not waiting for him. But if this is the way you're swinging now, Sokka, I'll try not to judge. That's not what I... What the hell, Angela? Sokka exclaimed, grimacing. No, no, no. I mean the earthbender that I should train with. The one that will help me develop techniques to defeat other earthbenders. Angela frowned now, in deep thought. Him? Why him? She asked. He may be strong, but he's too careless in comparison to the ones you usually fight with. He lacks discipline. Which is exactly what I thought. I can help him to be less reckless with his attacks, to develop his fighting style better, Sokka declared. And he'll do the same for me. So it's a completely beneficial situation, we both will have something to gain from it. The frown in the princess's face only deepened as she considered Sokka's idea. It sounds good, Sokka, I'll grant you that, but I doubt we'll be able to make it happen. Convincing that sponsor won't be an easy feat, in fact I don't think I'll be able to. How about you give him back the winnings you earned from him and use them as leverage? Asked Sokka, with a goofy smile. Angela shot him a venomous glare and Sokka just scratched the back of his head nervously. Even if I did that, I don't think he'll accept this deal, muttered Angela. With what little I found out about him, it's going to take more than returning his money to convince a man like him. Did you tick him off in any way? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Just by having a gladiator strong enough to defeat his I've ticked him off, said Angela, sighing. Even if he went with it, enacting this agreement would be awful. Just imagining having to deal with the man on a daily basis gives me a headache. Well, it doesn't have to be every day, said Sokka, shrugging. Maybe once every 2 days. Or 3 times a week. Whatever pleases you most. I'd be pleased if you'd decided on a training partner that wasn't so hard to acquire, said Angela, sighing heavily. Why must you always make everything 10 times as difficult as it already is, Sokka? Look who's talking, said Sokka, pouting. You're the most difficult person I know. I'm a difficult person, yes, you, on the other hand, complicate everything unnecessarily, and that's what I'm complaining about, grunted Angela. Are you sure this Rockman will serve as your training partner? Absolutely certain of that. Yeah, I am, said Sokka, still pouting. He's a nice guy too, to make it even better. One of the most rational earthbenders I've met up to date, and he's not a vicious little thing like the blind bandit, so he's really the best choice we've got. Angela groaned and shook her head, wishing there was a better alternative ahead. But if they didn't try to get this gladiator to work with them, there were no guarantees they'd find another fighter suitable for what they had in mind. Chances were he would be the best choice for the role, and if they could convince him through suggesting a mutually beneficial arrangement, there was a chance he would comply. Tiao had proven to be an ambitious man, it was time to see just how ambitious he truly was. We'll try to recruit him, then, said Angela, though she didn't seem too enthusiastic about the perspective. But chances are he'll refuse us and we'll still have to find another earthbender to sort out this problem. Nothing wrong with trying anyways, is there? Asked Sokka, smiling as he stood up. I hope not, said Angela, irritated by the thought of having to come face to face with Tiao once again. They walked into the hallway, and Angela peeked into the room where she had seen Haru earlier, to find it vacant. He was in here, said Angela, frowning. Were they done healing him that quickly? Probably not, but his sponsor could have stopped the healing session if he wanted to, said Sokka, walking off towards the staircase. Come on, maybe they haven't left the building yet. We might still have a chance to catch them. Angela followed him promptly, and they almost ran down the stairs on their way to find Haru and Tiao. And they were truly fortunate to find them in front of Shoji's counter, Tiao speaking sternly to the boy while Haru stood a few feet away, still gripping his left flank with a grimace on his face. It seemed his sponsor had dragged him out of the room as soon as he had been bandaged, without giving him a moment to rest. 2 more losses and he's out, Tiao had just said when both Angela and Sokka approached. This is ridiculous. Well, that's just the rules, sir, muttered Shoji, lowering his face. That's a ridiculous way to excuse something ridiculous, grunted Tiao, glaring at the boy. There's no need to blame him for the way the system works, Tiao, said Angela, earning herself a large smile from Shoji. The boy's eyes had lit up as soon as he had realized she was there. Come to gloat again, have you, princess? Grunted the man. Regrettably, I have no time to waste on this nonsense. I have better places to be at than this foul. We're in luck that you have no time for my gloating, because I didn't come to rub your loss in your face, said Angela. Your gladiator has qualities that interest me. I sought a training partner for mine, and yours might just be the fighter I was looking for. Therefore, I expected the two of us could reach an agreement so that our gladiators could begin a joint training regime. What? Asked Tiao, staring at Angela in utter disbelief. You want my rockman to build up your pathetic excuse for a fighter? Hey! Exclaimed Sokka, insulted. I won. So that your gladiator develops the skills to fight against earthbenders. Tiao continued, ignoring Sokka completely. You truly believe I would accept such ludicrous proposal? Your fighter could gain important experience from this as well, muttered Angela, having expected this response. Just as Sokka learns to fight earthbenders, the rockman will learn to fight more carefully so he doesn't tear the entire arena down as he almost did today. Sokka didn't miss the way Haru's face fell. He surely was frustrated with himself enough already. Hearing the princess of the Fire Nation bring up his shortcomings so harshly seemed to make him wish he hadn't climbed out of his sand trap after all. What my gladiator does is my concern, grunted Tiao. Maybe yours could help him, I will not deny that, but I have no time to waste in this pointless agreement. My answer is no. Oh, come on. Be reasonable here, will you? Exclaimed Sokka. This will benefit everyone, and I'm sure Angela would be more than happy to pay you for dash. You dare speak to a man of my standing? Asked Tiao, aghast. You lowly slave, the princess might be soft with you, but you're not getting the same treatment from me. Know your place, slave. Behave as one of your kind should. What? Squealed Sokka, his voice creaking. Can you believe this guy, Angela? Why, he's right, you know. Said Angela, making Sokka wince. You never act like a slave, and I always let you get away with it. What? You don't mean that? Sokka said, aghast. I apologize over my gladiator's inadequate behavior, said Angela, smiling a little as Sokka fumed next to her. Nevertheless, as he said, if money is what you require, I would be willing to. I do not want your money, grunted Tiao. You are not buying my services, or the services of my slave. He belongs to me, and I don't care if the Fire Lord's daughter wants him, I will not sway so long as he belongs to me. Angela cringed and Sokka's irritation turned towards Tiao again. Haru had actually seemed interested in joining them for training when Angela had explained herself, but if he dared protest against his sponsor's decision he was bound to get a slap or something worse. Tiao clearly wasn't a gentleman, let alone towards slaves. Then would you stop being so twitchy if he wasn't your gladiator anymore? Asked a perky voice, surprising the two gladiators and their respective sponsors. Angela shouldn't have been surprised to see that Ty Lee had lurked into a conversation uninvited, but she definitely hadn't expected her to appear out of nowhere right now. Sokka blinked a couple of times, eyeing the girl with distrust. What was she up to? What? Who are you? Asked Tiao, frowning. Oh, I'm just a friend of the princess's, said Ty Lee, smiling carelessly. Now, Mr. Sponsor, I think there's a very nice way to settle this matter. Ty Lee, do you even know what we're talking about? Asked Angela, staring at her friend in disbelief. Sure I do. I was listening in all along. Replied Ty Lee happily. That's not a very courteous thing to do, grunted Tiao, glaring at the girl. Neither is treating the princess, Sokka, and your slave as you do, said Ty Lee, crossing her arms over her chest. Who is the least courteous around here, huh? I'm willing to say Sokka. Whispered Angela under her breath, so that neither Ty Lee nor Tiao would hear her. But someone else did, since he was standing too close to her to miss out on what she had just said. Hey! Sokka exclaimed, angrily. Do not lecture me about etiquette, you foolish girl! Grunted Tiao. This matter is of no concern of yours. Truly, Ty Lee, it isn't. Said Angela, glancing at Ty Lee sideways. Maybe it wasn't, Angela, but now it is, said Ty Lee, turning towards Tiao with a determined look on her face. I'm going to buy your gladiator. Eyes snapped open and jaws dropped at Ty Lee's words. Nobody spoke for a moment as they tried to digest what the noble girl had just declared. Shoji was looking from Tiao to Ty Lee, eager to watch how this matter would play out. Why, you can't do such a thing, that should be illegal! Exclaimed Tiao. It actually isn't, said Shoji. Silence, boy! Shouted Tiao, and Shoji shrank in his seat. He's not for sale. You can't buy him because I'm not willing to sell him. That's just absurd, said Ty Lee, rolling her eyes. At this rate he'll lose his position in the ranking, and you're losing more money than any gladiator should ever have his sponsor lose. I've made more money than you these past few months and I'm only just betting on fights. Why, how would you know that? Squealed Tiao. Word spreads quickly enough through the gladiator business fans, she said, smiling. I heard you're about 2 or 3 fights away from him being forced to drop out for a year. Are you really going to risk that? You little! Muttered Tiao, his fists balled as he glared at Ty Lee. Sokka leaned in towards Angela, without taking his eyes off from the argument in front of them. What's going on here? He whispered to her. How should I know? Replied Angela, completely shocked. It's the first time I've seen Ty Lee like this. Well, then, you don't have all day and neither do I, said Ty Lee, tapping the floor with her foot. What will it be? Will you be reasonable and choose to make profit out of this, like a smart man would, or not? I would only ever sell this boy for his true worth, grunted Tiao, smiling with malice. And that would be 500,000 yuans, which I doubt a petty girl like yourself would. Deal, declared Ty Lee, making Sokka and Angela jump right next to her. Deal. Repeated Angela, aghast. What? I didn't even finish. Said Tiao, just as shocked by the response. You said you'd sell him for that, I said I'd buy him. I'm willing to pay up, so what's the problem? Said Ty Lee. With that much money you could go out to the slave market and buy a new gladiator for yourself, right? But I started Tiao, grimacing. In truth, this deal was too good to be true. He would earn money, far more than his gladiator had ever made for him. And he would be rid of the failure of a slave as well. It was so good that he truly had a hard time understanding why anyone would accept spending that much money on that earthbender. Nevertheless, he was the one profiting from this deal, wasn't he? If that girl was really so foolish, then he had to make the most of it. Well, if that's the way you want it, meet me here again tomorrow. Bring the money, and the useless slave will be yours. Will do, said Ty Lee, smiling and stretching a hand towards the man. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Tiao seemed to have second thoughts about shaking her hand, but he did so nonetheless. He turned around and dragged his gladiator towards the exit, as the young earthbender stared in utter awe at the woman who had just settled a bargain to buy him. Why had she done that? Was she going to be a better master than Tiao was? She seemed like it, which was scary in its own way. And if she was friends with the Fire Lord's daughter, who knew just what sorts of ruthlessness hid underneath that seemingly harmless exterior? What just happened? Asked Sokka, staring at Ty Lee's back as she waved goodbye to Haru. I have no idea, replied Angela. I got lost after the part where she said she'd buy him, confessed Sokka. How is she going to put that much money together? Did she earn that much from her bets? I wouldn't know, but if she's that willing to pay it, I assume it's because she did, said Angela, shrugging. Being wrong had never irritated the princess more. I just need a little loan for it, that's all. Whined Ty Lee, after revealing the truth to Angela. Instead of heading to Sokka's place, as planned, Angela had decided to return to the palace in order to give Ty Lee the answers she sought regarding Angela's trip to the Earth Kingdom. Little had she expected the girl to suddenly confess she didn't have the money to buy the slave, even when she had seemed so confident about it. A little. You're unbelievable, Ty Lee. Snapped Angela, walking through the room with a hand on her forehead. Sokka had been gazing out of the window towards the garden, where Xin Long was currently enjoying his lunch, until Ty Lee's confession had come forth. Now he had chosen to turn around in order to stare at Ty Lee judgmentally. Why did you accept to pay that huge sum of money if you didn't have it? Asked Sokka, frowning. You could have haggled to get something more reasonable. And 500,000, for crying out loud, whispered Angela. That guy isn't even worth 100. Hey. He'll be worth it, all right. Squeaked Ty Lee, pouting. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Asked Angela, staring at her friend warily. You're not trying to say. Ty Lee, why exactly did you decide to buy him? Well, I heard you guys needed to get that guy for some reason, and that jerk wouldn't budge, so I figured. Do spare me the blatant lies, grunted Angela. Tell me the truth, Ty Lee. The girl looked at her shyly for a moment before staring dreamily into space. Did you get a good look at him? He's a total catch. Sokka smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand as Angela threw her hands in the air in despair. She walked around the room again as Ty Lee squirmed where she was, unusually bashful as she thought about the gladiator she had been swooning over as soon as she had lain her eyes on him. That mustache, and the beard. She continued, giggling. Seriously, you got him just to make the man your sex slave? Asked Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. Hey. I wouldn't do that. No self-respecting woman would do that. Exclaimed Ty Lee. But you did. Angela shouted. Well, maybe I did in a way, but I really didn't. I mean, he's good looking and I'm pretty sure he'd rock my world in bed, she said, giggling again before getting serious. But that's not the point. You guys needed him too, so all in all, I'm doing you a favor. You're doing yourself a favor, Ty Lee, quit trying to sugarcoat this, grunted Angela. Well, fine, if you want to take it like that then do it. Said Ty Lee, pouting. But even if my main concern were to make the most out of him, I still would be able to give you what you want. If he's my gladiator, you'll have a better chance to use him for whatever it is you want him than if he remained the gladiator of that weirdo. Yeah, that's about right. Muttered Angela, rolling her eyes. She does have a point, despite how impure her intentions may be, said Sokka, shrugging. Couldn't quite expect you to think otherwise, said Angela, glaring at him. You know no shame, you're just as bad as her. Oh, is he, now? Asked Ty Lee, her eyes gleaming at the prospect of gossip regarding the possible relationship between Angela and her gladiator. Little did it matter to her that Angela had just insulted her. Stop jumping to conclusions. Retorted Angela. That's not what I meant. There's nothing going on with him and me. Yeah, just gladiator and sponsor, nothing other than that, said Sokka, trying to sound convincing, but Ty Lee smiled at them. Oh, sure, just as you say I shouldn't lie, Angela, neither should the two of you, she said, giggling happily. I can sense lies regarding this topic from a mile away. If it were a lie, I'd be more than pleased to inform you otherwise, said Sokka, smiling and looking away towards the window again. What the? Sokka! Shouted Angela, her cheeks reddening at his unexpected admission. But it really isn't one, said Sokka, sighing. So how about we go back to the main topic, huh? Oh, but talking about you two is a lot more. Ty Lee, said Angela, with an angry and dangerous tone Ty Lee hadn't heard from her in a long time. The girl gulped and stared at her friend in mild fear. Back to what we were discussing. Now. Okay, sheesh. Said the girl, sighing and placing her hands on her waist. Well, I think you guys need him, so I really don't see a problem with this. The problem is, it would have seemed as if you were doing us a favor, said Angela. When instead you're making me pay for you to get a new sex toy dash. That's not it. And if the matter of payment is what you're so worried about, just how much money do you think that guy would have coaxed out of you if you had managed to strike a deal with him? I may be asking for you to help me with half the money, but that's still nowhere near the price this guy would have put on his gladiator's services if he thought he could get away with it. But you still didn't have to settle for 500,000. Exclaimed Angela. Spending this much money on a slave, when has anyone ever done such a thing? Huh, you're saying I'd have the priciest slave ever? Asked Tylee, thoughtful. That sounds like a very nice catchphrase for his first fight under my sponsorship in the Superior League. It wasn't until that moment that Angela realized what it truly meant for Tylee to become the Emerald Rockman's sponsor. Tylee would become the second female sponsor in the league. No longer would Angela be the sole woman in the formerly all-male business. Angela had wished that other women might be inspired by her example so that they would decide to join the gladiator business. But months had gone by, and even though Mayor Morishita's daughter had said she wanted to become a sponsor, it didn't seem she had found the proper fighter for herself yet. Angela had been the only female sponsor until now, the only one to be undermined by the sexist regime that ruled over the gladiator establishment. But if Tylee joined, chances were that other women would feel encouraged to follow, and eventually she would stop fighting this particular war on her own. It was a nice prospect to look forward to. But the cost still seemed rather steep to her. Do you understand the responsibility that comes with sponsoring a gladiator? Asked Angela, with a deep frown. Will you train him so you can keep him from dropping out of the ranking? He's only 2 losses away from being kicked out of the league. You have to get him into better shape. Why, sure. Said Tylee cheerfully. The 2 of you train together, I can train my guy as well. Yet our training doesn't include. I know, and what a shame that is, said Tylee, sighing. I'm sure that would get you both in much better moods. Our moods have nothing to do with this, Tylee, grunted Angela. Quit changing the subject. Oh, fine, then. Said Tylee, pouting. How much money do you have? Asked Angela, already regretting her decision. About 300,000, said Tylee, sighing at the thought of spending all her winnings in one go. How about you? Asked Angela, looking at Sokka. Do you have any money to spare for this madness? What, me? Said Sokka, surprised. You were the one who insisted on having this guy as your training partner, Angela reminded him. Sokka sighed and rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. I should be able to gather around 40 or 50,000, he muttered. Then that will have to do as well, said Angela, sighing. I'll cover the rest of it. Oh, yay. Said Tylee, jumping enthusiastically. You're the best, Angela. I can't believe I'm actually paying for you to get laid, Angela muttered, rolling her eyes. Oh, you're paying for a lot more than that. You need him too, after all. I'm certain you'll make a lot more use of him than we will. Most likely, said Tylee, with another silly giggle. You're going to owe me a huge favor after this, you heard me? Said Angela, frowning sternly. Beyond huge, rather. Sounds good to me, said Tylee, cheerily. I'll give you all the tips you'll need for when you and Sokka get physical. Will you stop? Angela shouted, her face reddening again. I just thought that you wanted a big favor, and that's the biggest one I can think of. Said Tyler, shrugging. I'll be the one to decide how you'll repay me. Stated Angela. And if you don't stop implying what you're implying, you'll have to sell yourself in order to pay off that gladiator. Wow. Okay, sheesh. You don't have to be so mean, said Tylee, shrinking at her friend's words. Are you sure about this, then? Asked Sokka, looking at Angela. I'm having second thoughts already, but in order to make you stronger. No, I meant refusing her tips, said Sokka teasingly. The hell? Angela shouted, and Sokka laughed loudly, walking away to avoid Angela's wrath. I'm just kidding, he said, unable to stop laughing at the enraged look on the princess's face. Angela's mood didn't improve much over the next hours, although neither Sokka nor Tylee continued to tease her. The thought of spending that much money irritated her to no end, but she had no option other than to go with it. And thus, on the next day she had headed to the arena along with Sokka, to give Tylee the money she required to seal her deal. Angela was sure she hadn't imagined the look of satisfaction in Tiao's face as the transaction finished, once he was heading for the doors. Ty Lee beamed happily as she stared at Haru, who was looking back at her, still completely baffled by what had occurred. How had he landed such a lucky hit? There had to be a catch someplace. He wasn't the kind of guy who'd have fortune smiling upon him in any way. But it had smiled upon him this time, hadn't it? "How's your wound?" asked Ty Lee, looking down at his torso. "Do you need any better healing? I can afford a good physician to look after you if you need." "And no, I'm better now," said Haru, shyly. "You shouldn't spend more of your money on me." "She shouldn't spend more money altogether, be it hers or anyone else's," grunted Azula, at which Haru jumped. Being near the Fire Nation princess was a terrifying and amazing experience at the same time. "In any case, Ty Lee, you'll stick to your side of our bargain. We'll give these two a week to recover from their fight, and after that they will begin to train together. And you still owe me that big favor anyways." Yeah, no need to worry, I have everything under control," said Ty Lee cheerfully, linking her arm with Haru's. The earthbender's face turned red upon the physical contact. "See you when I see you." Azula and Sokka only watched with worried looks on their faces as Ty Lee dragged Haru outside the arena, the earthbender clutching his wound as he stumbled to keep up with her. "Can this end well?" asked Sokka, looking at Azula. Azula sighed and shrugged, not knowing how to answer that question. Ty Lee had a knack for making it through dire and potentially troublesome situations. Perhaps she would find the way to deal with the dangers of getting involved with a slave? "And there it is, my especial recipe of sea soup," said Ty Lee cheerfully, setting the bowl in front of Haru. The slave stared at the meal in awe, certain he had never eaten something as fancy as this in his life. He picked at the shrimp before taking a bite out of it, and the spicy taste made him gag for a moment before he gulped the food down, trying not to displease the girl before him. Who knew what she would be capable of if she were upset by something he did? "Are you all right?" asked Ty Lee, staring at him worriedly as he coughed and drank water in quick gulps. I'm just not used to these spices," he said, lowering his gaze. "It's a very good dish, my, lady? Sponsor." "You can just call me Ty Lee," said the girl, giggling. "Everybody does." "Well, then. Ty Lee," said Haru, growing flustered. "You're so cute it's ridiculous," Ty Lee whispered, squirming. "You can look at me, you know? There's nothing wrong with doing that." But I'm just a slave," said Haru, gulping. "Slaves aren't supposed to look at their masters." "Is that what Diao told you?" asked Ty Lee, frowning. "Well, I know of a slave who talks back to his sponsor, makes fun of her, spends lots of time with her, goes with her on adventures, and I'd say he's even falling in love with her, and it might even be mutual, you know." That," said Haru, frowning in confusion. "What?" "Yeah, and I'm talking about none other than my dear friend Azula and the gladiator you fought against yesterday," said Ty Lee, cheerfully. "If the princess can be friends with her gladiator, why shouldn't the two of us be friends as well?" "Because we're from different worlds," said Haru, frowning and raising his eyes at last. "You're nobility. I'm scum." "What?" said Ty Lee, shocked. "You're not scum. You're a very good-looking guy. And you're a person, just as I am. You're a guy, I'm a girl, and that's the single thing that should set us apart. But the Fire Nation policies state." "Oh, forget about that," said Ty Lee, waving a hand carelessly. "Who cares for those boring social standards? If anything, prohibition makes everything a lot more fun. So just go with it, Haru, will you?" "Should I really?" asked Haru, gazing at her shyly. "Can we really be equals?" "Well, maybe not in public," said Ty Lee, shrugging. "People will be rude to you if you step over the line, they always are with Sokka. But behind closed doors, Haru, that's a very different story." "Then, we will be equals," said Haru, smiling. You won't hit me?" "Wadash," said Ty Lee, her eyes widening before she gave Haru a gentle smile. "Of course I won't." "And you'll give me the same food you have?" asked Haru. "So long as you want it," said Ty Lee, giggling. You can tell me if you don't like it, I could get something else for you if that's the... No, no. I like this, said Haru, smiling as he drank more of his soup. He had another fit of coughs before turning to beam at Ty Lee again. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I became a slave. I'm glad that's the case, said Ty Lee. And, it could get even better, you know. What, better? Asked Haru, his eyes opening wide. I don't think that's possible, after all I've gotten, there's still more. Well, only if you're up to the task, said Ty Lee, winking at him suggestively. Haru's face reddened deeply when he caught the meaning of what she was implying. Out of all the things he could have expected from a sponsor, this was the one he would have considered the least likely to happen. You two did what? Angela screamed, staring at Ty Lee in utter shock. Well, how was I supposed to help it? Said Ty Lee, giggling and squirming as she often did. He's so cute. He's not just handsome, he's beyond cute. But couldn't you even wait? I don't know, 2 weeks. You hardly even know the guy. Shouted Angela. What, did you wait 2 weeks before getting started with Sokka? Said Ty Lee, staring at Angela blankly. Ty Lee! Angela yelled now, and her friend laughed so loudly she fell over. The promised week had passed them by faster than expected, and Angela had brought Sokka over to Ty Lee's house on the appointed date. Her home stood in the middle area of the city, since she wasn't of the same high standing as Mai, and she had moved out from her family's villa into a place of her own. Life with her family had always bothered her to no end, and she had always sought her own independence, which was why she had started working for a circus as a teenager. That independence had remained partial until she had begun earning real money through her betting. Now, as a sponsor, she was certain to have a stable income, so long as her gladiator performed properly. Angela and Ty Lee sat in the house's balcony, looking out into the garden where Sokka and Haru would begin their training. Ty Lee had never been too careful with her gardening, so she had no problem with having the two gladiators fighting on the back of her house. Are all noble ladies like that? Asked Haru, with a dumb smile on his face as Sokka stretched. Do they really like slaves so much? I think they find something really appealing about us, said Sokka, smirking. They can't resist, mate. We have charm running in our blood. So, you and the princess? Asked Haru, gulping. Oh, yeah, said Sokka, smiling proudly. The two of you have done it? For real. Twice now, said Sokka, proudly. And I'm pretty sure she's got no qualms with my skills for kissing. Only with the kissing ones. Asked Haru, surprised. Isn't she happy about the rest of it? Wadash. The rest of what? Said Sokka, blinking blankly. Well, you know, the rest of the deed. Said Haru, blushing as he smiled shyly. Sokka's mouth fell wide open. Why you two banged? He asked, shocked. Already? Not so loud. Said Haru, bashful. No need for the entire world to know, but then, you and the princess haven't. Of course not. She's the princess. How could she ever let me? But you've kissed her, said Haru, surprised. That's another matter entirely, said Sokka, waving a hand carelessly. That's not something you can't come back from. Ty Lee thinks otherwise, said Haru, rubbing his chin. She's sure the two of you are falling in love. Sokka's cheeks reddened and he could only shake his head, trying to laugh Haru's words off. In love? With me? Said Sokka. She's got better things to do than waste her time with the likes of me, she's said so enough times by now. But what about you? Asked Haru, puzzled. You don't feel anything towards her? All traces of a smile faded from the blue wolf's face as he brought out his sword hastily. Well, we came here to fight, didn't we? Let's get on with this so you can quit harassing me. I was only asking a question. Said Haru, startled by Sokka's response. Get ready, Rockman. Shouted Sokka, running towards Haru, who brought forth a wall of earth to defend himself. Sokka's refusal to acknowledge what Haru had said worked as a way to boost himself, and he climbed over the wall to continue giving chase to the earthbender. Both Angela and Ty Lee had been discussing Ty Lee's recklessness until the gladiators had started to fight. They both focused on the battle, impressed by how swift Sokka was and how clumsy but powerful Haru could prove to be. This was only the beginning of their training regime, but from the moment Angela saw them fight, she knew Sokka had been right to choose this gladiator. Haru had what it took to become the man who would help Sokka learn how to fight earthbenders. Chapter 50, The Emerald Rockman 3. Sokka woke up in a very good mood that day. Today he would fight a non-bender for the first time since he had beaten the Butterfly Lady in Udeo. A month had gone by in which he had only fought against earthbenders. Angela had meant to prove that she wouldn't back down no matter if her gladiator seemed to be at a disadvantage. But the disadvantage was decreasing with every passing day. Sokka's training with Haru had started out with analytical sessions, to Sokka's surprise. Haru had devoted their encounters to explaining the way earthbenders fought, hoping to show Sokka how he should attack them. The main weakness of benders, as Haru had explained, was the time they required to bring forth their attacks. There were other weaknesses worth exploiting. Unlike firebenders, who could produce their own flames, earthbenders required the earth under their feet to fight, and they couldn't manipulate it just by willing it. There was a short window that Sokka could make use of, the moment in which the earthbenders took their stances to bring forth their attacks. It would require all of Sokka's stealth and agility to use that opening properly. Thus, when they started to train physically, Haru compelled Sokka to seek out the right opening. That little guidance alone had been incredibly helpful. Haru had also briefed Sokka in the common ways earthbenders would attack him in the Grand Royal Dome. The knack of using the stones from the well was growing quite popular lately, but breaking it down would take time that Sokka could use to his advantage. The sand attacks were troublesome, but if Sokka broke the earthbender's stance he would be able to get out of sand traps without much issue. Haru's advice regarding Sokka's offense was to stun his opponents, or to seek to maim their extremities. Earthbenders didn't bend with their heads, at least, not that Haru knew of, so attacking their limbs would serve Sokka well. Upon this advice, Sokka recalled the way he had almost taken down his opponent in jailing. Cutting his hand would have served him much better if he had done it earlier, but there was no point worrying about a lost battle anymore. He would do his best so that he wouldn't have to lose another one in the same fashion. And to his satisfaction, Haru's help paid off almost instantly. Now that Sokka knew what to aim for with his attacks, his performance against earthbenders was no longer as inconsistent as it had been. He collected 2 more triumphs, against earthbenders in higher standings than Haru, and afterwards the challenges from sponsors of earthbenders ceased to arrive. Pleased by that change of tides, Angela had decided to give Sokka a break from the relentless combats against earthbenders and she had finally accepted the challenge of a non-bender. The one they had accepted was well beneath Sokka in the ranking, but that didn't bother the Blue Wolf. He might not award them heaps of points, but having the chance to face off against a non-bender was very refreshing. He wouldn't underestimate his opponent, of course, but it was a relief to know he would be able to fight without fearing the grounds underneath him would swallow him if he wasn't careful enough. All in all, everything was faring off surprisingly well for Sokka nowadays, which gave him a mild sense of foreboding. Perhaps it meant something bad would happen sometime soon, but he shook his head as the thought came into his mind while he enjoyed his breakfast. If he was on a roll right now, he'd do best to enjoy it instead of worrying over whatever troublesome matters might come next. "You seem rather happy today," said Song, smiling as Sokka gulped down the remnants of his breakfast as rashly as ever. "Well, I'm finally off to fight something other than an earthbender," said Sokka, sighing happily. "And that's a relief beyond compare, believe me. I'm so tired of those guys and their sand bending, all the little grains get stuck in the most uncomfortable places, you know." "I can imagine," said Song, smiling awkwardly. "I am the one who does your laundry after all. And I owe you lots for that, my friend," said Sokka happily, standing up from the table and mussing Song's hair. "All right, then, I'm off to get ready." "Okay," said Song, smiling as she fixed her hair as she could. "Good luck today." "Thanks," said Sokka, as he entered his room and donned his armor and weapons. He climbed down the stairs once he was ready, and he waited patiently for the knock on the front door, but it didn't come. He frowned and decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps his fight was set to happen later than he had thought. After a while of waiting he started pacing in the living room impatiently. Did Angela tell him to go to the arena and wait for her there? No, he didn't recall her saying so this time around. But maybe his memory was failing him. Maybe she said that before taking off yesterday, after their sword training. Angela had improved much in regards of handling a sword. She was still not up to Sokka's level, but she had taken upon training by herself from time to time, combining her fire bending with her skills with the blade. She had showed Sokka the new fighting forms she had developed, and he had watched in awe as she used a fire-coated blade to direct fire blasts. He had instantly reminded her quite nervously that, while training with him, she wasn't to use her fire bending at all, and Angela was rather amused by his unease. But now he thought about it, he recalled Angela telling him expressly to wait at home for her arrival. So, if she had said that, where could she possibly be right now? A loud thud on the house's backyard startled him, knocking his thoughts out of his head. He turned around just as a shrill roar came from outside, and he identified the sound instantly. With a smile on his face, he walked out to the yard to find a most interesting sight. Angela was patting her black dragon's neck kindly, a delighted smile on her face as she shifted in her brand new saddle. It was black and crimson, honoring both the colors of the dragon and of the Fire Nation. It was unexpectedly anatomic, fitting the dragon perfectly and keeping several layers of steels and leather between Angela and the sharp scales on the dragon's skin. Metallic bars lined the back of the saddle, which served as a grip for passengers to hold onto during the flight. The metal stirrups covered Angela's feet well enough, providing solid protection for them. She held leather reins in her hand, though they weren't attached to the dragon's head. The reins crisscrossed over the dragon's chest, allowing Angela to steer Xian Long's flight gently, although the reins weren't entirely necessary for that purpose. The link between their minds was strong enough for Angela to guide Xian Long without needing to pull the reins at all. Well, she said, raising her head arrogantly as she smirked down at Sokka. It's impressive, said Sokka, blinking repeatedly and approaching the dragon, forgetting most caution as he admired the saddle. Looks somewhat scary. Suits the two of you pretty well. I thought the same thing, said Angela, proudly. I'm pleased with the final result. It's really nice, admitted Sokka, nodding. But at this rate we're going to be late for the fight, so you'd better stop showing off and... Why would we be late? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows. The saddle was built for two in case it might be necessary, and it seems to me it's necessary right now. Sokka's eyes widened as he stared at Angela with a cheery, goofy smile on his face. Angela jerked her head towards the seat behind her and grinned back at him. Well, what are you waiting for? Sokka jumped towards the dragon and hurled himself on board swiftly, his smile unfaltering. The seat he had taken had been developed carefully so that he wouldn't press against Angela's body uncomfortably. There's a fair amount of distance between us just in case you get a little too happy again, said Angela, and Sokka blushed as his smile turned into a grimace. You'll never let that rest, will you? Absolutely not, said Angela proudly, smirking and ushering Xian Long to take off. Sokka held onto the saddle's support bars, which helped him keep his balance as they flew into the air quickly. It would take them no time to reach the arena on the back of the dragon. This is some quality saddle, really, said Sokka, beaming. Did you get it today? They finished it yesterday, said Angela. Xian Long and I tested it as soon as it was delivered. We only needed to try out the second seat now, and from the looks of it, it's working out rather well for you back there, isn't it? It's great, I tell you, said Sokka, smiling widely. And the refuge? Are they done with that yet? No, it takes longer to build such a large structure, said Angela. It's bound to be finished in another month. So far, Xian Long is less than impressed by what it looks like. As if to reinforce Angela's words, Xian Long shook his head and exhaled smoke, with a low gurgled sound that spoke for itself even though he hadn't said anything. For now, it's only the foundation of what it will be, said Angela, smiling and patting the dragon's head. But it will be formidable when it's finished. I have looked at the old paintings of the dragon refuges, and blueprints of them as well. I'm certain Xian Long won't be criticizing it so harshly when it's finished. You'd better hope not, said Sokka, chuckling. Who knows, Perhaps he'd rather take the Fire Lord's chamber for himself and toss your dad into the refuge if it's not up to his standard. Xian Long doesn't enter the palace, for starters, said Angela. He's bound to get stuck while trying to make it through the doorway in my father's room, so I wouldn't recommend him to choose it as his lair. You shouldn't worry, I'm certain Xian Long will have no qualms about the finished product. And if he does, I'll make sure to get the builders to improve it immediately. Yeah, I don't doubt you would, said Sokka, smiling. Only the best for the princess and her dragon, is it? If only that were the case, but we're stuck with you, aren't we? Asked Angela, smirking. Hey. Sokka whined, making her chuckle. Much unlike his descent on Garsai's Jade Range, Xian Long touched ground before the gates of the Grand Royal Dome instead of diving into the sand pit. His landing was quite gentle, to Sokka's relief, and Angela nodded approvingly. His landing training has paid off, apparently, she said, smiling, and turning towards the dragon. We'll return in a few hours. I'll let you know when to get us. In the meantime, you can go find a snack, perhaps. Xian Long groaned back cheerfully just as Sokka climbed off the saddle. Angela beamed and slid off the dragon's back as well, and Xian Long took off into the sky once more, free to roam the lands at will. Where's he off to? Asked Sokka, after Angela turned towards the arena's doors, once Xian Long was out of sight. He enjoys flying through the volcanoes west to the capital, said Angela. He claims he feels their fire, much like I felt his when we found him. So long as he doesn't decide to stay and live in one of those volcanoes. Said Sokka. Well, that would be unexpected, admitted Angela. But he's a dragon, he can do as he pleases. No matter where he lives, his bond with me will endure until death. So it wouldn't bug you, huh? Now that's unexpected, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. What is unexpected is how enthusiastic you are today, replied Angela, her arms folded as the gates were opened for them. You seem to be in too much of a good mood for your usual standards. Even if I tick you off, you're back to carefree Sokka in no time. Is Ty Lee rubbing off on you all of a sudden? What? No, none of that, said Sokka, shaking a hand carelessly. Things are just going pretty well lately, but I don't want to talk about it much or else I'll jinx it, much like it happened when. No need to remind me, muttered Angela, raising a hand to stop Sokka before he said anything they both would regret. Putting their strife behind them seemed easy at times, but there were days when they couldn't ignore the doubts that haunted the peace their relationship had finally reached. So, let's just relax, enjoy the joy, all right? Said Sokka, cheerfully. Ruining your happiness would be fun, but considering there's a fight up ahead I'd rather not do it, said Angela. Who knows how badly you'd fare if I dared burst your bubble? Your one concern is my performance in battle? Asked Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. It is, but you're free to think otherwise if it'll make you fight any better, said Angela, smirking. Sokka glared at her and shook his head as they reached Shoji's counter. Another man was currently speaking to the boy, so Angela, despite herself, stood in line patiently, waiting for Shoji to be free. Sokka had been standing by her until a small hand had tugged at his pants. He frowned and turned around, and he was shocked to find a little girl smiling widely, with eyes shining in delight as she looked up at him. Hey there, said Sokka, blinking a few times as he looked down at the child. She couldn't have been older than 9 years old. The Blue Wolf, you're the Blue Wolf, said the girl, laughing cheerfully. When I grow up I want to sponsor a fighter like you. What, like me? Asked Sokka, surprised. He couldn't help but smile at the kid. You sure about that? The princess sponsors you, and you're amazing, said the kid. Do you think I can sponsor a gladiator one day? Sokka smiled and leaned down towards the child. Sure thing, you'd make a good sponsor too, I bet, he said, grinning. Then I'll get you to be my gladiator, said the girl, beaming. What? Oh, I'm sorry, said Sokka, chuckling. I don't think the princess will agree to that. Because you're really good, right? Replied the girl, looking somewhat disappointed. I knew it. Well, never mind. I'll find one just like you, you'll see. I sure hope you do, said Sokka, just as a grown man approached and took the girl by the hand. "Come along now, don't bother the fighter," said the man, nodding curtly in Sokka's direction before leading his daughter away. Sokka smiled as the girl left, waving cheerfully at him. He couldn't help but wonder if, perchance, he would come across the girl again several years from now, to fight against her chosen gladiator. "Wadash!" said a raspy male voice behind him, taking Sokka by surprise and making him stop thinking about the little girl. Sokka turned, a confused frown on his face as he wondered if it would be another admirer, until he caught sight of the man and realized he knew him from some place. The dark tan on his skin evidenced he had been forced to withstand the fierce sun far too many times. The mail he wore protected his chest well, but his arms were bare, and covered with scars. With such appearance, he could only be a gladiator. From the looks of it, he had just come out of a fight. There was a bandage draped around his right leg, and there was a dark red stain on it, proof that the injury was still bleeding. His haggard, bearded face was bruised, and there was also a wide gash above his right eyebrow. The wound hadn't been tended to, and it was bleeding down on his closed eye. But even if he was only using one eye, the man seemed to have recognized Sokka. And it took Sokka but a moment to realize he knew the other gladiator as well, from what seemed to be another life. "Dummerang. It's really you," said the man, smiling. "I thought it might be, but I wasn't sure. It's great to see you here." "You too, maggot," said Sokka, smiling weakly as he looked at the other gladiator in disbelief. "You had gotten a sponsor? I thought you'd gotten killed when you disappeared from the barracks." "Easier to believe someone got killed than sponsored in Huiyi," said Maggot, shaking his head. "It's been ages, though. So glad you've made it to the big leagues, Dumb Dash. Oh, sorry. I probably shouldn't call you that here. You're not Dummerang anymore, are you?" "No, not really," said Sokka, still slightly uncomfortable. "My name never was Dummerang anyways, and I guess you're no maggot either." "No, of course not," said Maggot, chuckling. "It's just the only thing I ever heard Huangli call you, so." "Same," said Sokka, nodding. "How are you faring in the Superior League?" "Not as well as I could be, as you can see," said Maggot, pointing at his injuries, and Sokka grimaced. "Well, I've had my fair share of injuries too, I won't lie about that," said Sokka, gulping. "And I'm off to fight just now, so." "Watch out for those danged spikes," said Maggot, shaking his head. "No need to warn me, they've almost killed me enough times by now," said Sokka, smiling and getting Maggot to beam as well. "It's good to see you again, really," said Maggot, patting Sokka's shoulder. "Always nice to find out that someone else got out of the hellhole. Even if it just meant to get into a bigger hellhole, but still." "Well, I," said Sokka, about to explain his situation to the gladiator when suddenly a rough shout interrupted him. "Get going, you useless sack of dung!" yelled the man who had been standing in front of the counter when Azula had arrived. He walked towards Maggot and kicked the man's shin brusquely. Maggot almost fell over upon the blow. Sokka caught the gladiator in midair, his eyes wide open in shock. "Get moving, I said!" yelled the man. "You, let go of him. Let him suffer, that's all he deserves for losing as he did. You should have gotten killed in that bloody sand pit, you pathetic excuse for a slave." Maggot pulled away from Sokka and gave him a weak smile. "At least he feeds me every day, can't ask for much more, really," he whispered, as the sponsor walked away towards the gates without looking back at him. "I hope to see you around again one day. You didn't tell me your real name, did you?" "Sokka, it's Sokka," he whispered, staring at the opposite gladiator worriedly. "I'm falling," replied Maggot, bowing his head towards Sokka. "Good luck today, Sokka." Limping, falling followed his sponsor, who yelled at him again for being so slow. Sokka wasn't sure if he had only seen things, but it had seemed the man had kicked Maggot once more when they were outside the arena. But the men at the doors shut them too quickly for Sokka to see properly. He stood grounded in the same spot, staring at the gates in utter disbelief, as if a bucket of freezing water had been emptied over his head just now. It was almost as if a door he had closed had been opened again, and everything he thought he had left behind had suddenly returned to haunt him. His past in Huiyi. A hand on his shoulder startled him. Sokka jumped and turned around with wide eyes, moving so fast Angela withdrew her hand instantly. What? She asked, utterly confused. Sokka stared at her in shock, almost as if he didn't recognize her. He blinked a few times as his eyes seemed to find their focus, and Angela could only frown at his unexpected reaction. Sokka, she muttered, raising an eyebrow. Why yeah, he said, nervously. Your weapons this time, she muttered, and Sokka dropped his gaze, seemingly confused regarding what Angela meant. You have to tell Shoji what they'll be. I do, he said, nodding. I'll get on with it, then, yeah. Sokka went to Shoji's counter as if in a daze, and he muttered his chosen weapons for this battle without holding the boy's gaze. As soon as he was done, he turned towards the staircase, walking towards it as if the noose awaited him. Angela frowned deeply and followed, without turning around to reply at Shoji's wish of good luck. Angela caught up to him halfway through the stairs, and she could only watch him in concern when she did. He had been fine just a moment ago, he had even joked about his good mood getting ruined. But it had only been a joke, hadn't it? Then again, he had been talking to a gladiator when she had turned to look at him. What could the man have said to lead Sokka to be this troubled right now? Who was that man? She asked, once they had arrived into the standby room. Why was he talking to you? He was just an old acquaintance, said Sokka, shrugging. Even less than that, I guess. It's the first time I've ever talked to him. Then why did speaking to him turn your cheerful mood into nothing but sulking? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. You were fine just a moment ago. I'll be all right, said Sokka, avoiding looking at her. Don't worry about it. It's hard not to, muttered Angela. I just reminded you again that your performance in the sandpit is closely related to your attitude. You did, but there's nothing to worry about, said Sokka, his hands gripping the golden grid. I'll win today. How do you know that? How can I be sure of that? Asked Angela, frowning. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden, Sokka? It's nothing, Angela. Not to you, he said, gulping. Not to me? If it were nothing to me, I wouldn't be asking about it, Angela retorted, growing annoyed. Well, it shouldn't be, said Sokka, still with his back to her. You're worried that I'll make a fool of myself in the arena today. Well, I won't. I'll win. Angela frowned and shook her head, displeased. You're just as you were back then. You have that same look of vacant determination in your eyes. Vacant? Repeated Sokka, surprised. When you kept promising you'd win even though you didn't know how you'd do it, said Angela. And then your opponents would destroy you. You would keep apologizing, because you had vowed to triumph, yet you would lose every time, no matter how close you came to winning. Sokka gritted his teeth and clutched the grid with more strength. I thought we were past this, said Angela, shaking her head. I thought. We are, said Sokka, his head against the metal bars. What happened between us is settled now. Perhaps it is, but if that's the case, what is it now, then? Asked Angela. Why? Won't you tell me what's troubling you now? The battle will begin soon, said Sokka. I should just focus. You don't have to worry. You want me to win, I'll win. I'm stronger than I was the last time I faced a non-bender. I'll win, I know it. And that's all that should matter. His words irritated Angela even further. How dared he? Was he implying he thought she didn't truly care for whatever troubled him? She rolled her eyes and huffed before turning around, ready to leave. Your opponent has broadswords, she grunted coldly. Put that black blade to use and be done with it quickly before he beheads you while you're too busy sulking as you are. Angela spoke spitefully, startling Sokka. When he turned around to respond, he found she was already gone. He dropped his gaze and gritted his teeth again, his mind in disarray. He was sorry to have displeased her, truly, he would try to say so later, if she allowed him. She likely wouldn't. And she sure didn't feel like allowing it. Angela stormed into the sponsor's balcony, slamming the door angrily once she was inside. The balcony was empty, the opposite sponsor hadn't arrived yet. She folded her arms across her chest and sat on her chair, glaring at the golden sand below. How could Sokka still act like such a fool? After all they'd been through, after all this time, he would still think she only cared for him as her gladiator? Her fury froze when she realized it had been her who had tried to convince him of that in the first place. She had been the one to propose they should stick to their respective roles as sponsor and gladiator, nothing more. If anything, Sokka was right to say that she should only care for his victory and not for his peace of mind. The state of his mind should only matter to her in regards of his performance, and stating otherwise would only get them into that problem she wished to avoid so much nowadays. It was hard to ignore just how smooth everything was for Ty Lee and Haru. He was just a slave, and yet she had accepted him as if they were perfect equals. And perhaps they were, but the same couldn't be said about Sokka and her. They would never agree on anything, they would always argue until one of them finally conceded defeat. He was water, and she was fire. He was a gladiator and she was a princess. He was destined to return one day to his simple life, to being a snow peasant. She was destined for greatness in the heights of the Fire Nation. No matter if they were sponsor and gladiator just like Haru and Ty Lee, their situations weren't similar at all. There was so much at stake, too much at stake in any potential relationship she might start with Sokka. And neither of them dared risk their much-needed stability simply over their feelings. He needed to return home, she needed to prove herself before the world. They both had been goal-oriented when they had entered their deal, but things had changed beyond recognition ever since. She was definitely not the same person who had sought him out so long ago. And he wasn't the same either. Somewhere along the way, they had grown closer, too close, perhaps. Angela refused to believe they were friends, but what were they, truly? They weren't only gladiator and sponsor. Was there a term for whatever relationship they were leading? She sighed and shook her head, knowing none of her thoughts would lead her anywhere. It didn't matter what Sokka meant to her. He was her slave, first and foremost. She had promised she would only think of him as such. And she would do her best to keep her word. And below, in the standby room, Sokka's hands shook as he gripped the golden grid. The thought of Angela being angry at him bothered him, but too many thoughts were battling in his mind at the moment as it was, and he couldn't think properly anymore. Why? Why had he locked everything away in his mind for so long? How had he gotten so lost in his new reality as Angela's gladiator to forget the truth of the world he lived in? He had blocked every possible thought of the amateur arena of Huiyi. Thinking about it now was bringing all the nightmares back, all those moments when he had wished he could just give up on his life and be done with everything. Because the blood stained his hands, the blood of the man he had just injured mortally in the stomach. He would still breathe heavily as he lay face up on the sand, his eyes bulging as a pool of blood spread over Sokka's feet. Sokka cringed and stepped away, horrified. It wasn't the first man he had killed, no, it wasn't. He had murdered a Fire Nation soldier back home. His boomerang had come away bloody, so he had killed that man, he was sure of it. But he hadn't stayed to watch. He hadn't been forced to murder him. It had been war, it had been an enemy. This was only another gladiator. One who had tried to kill him too, in hopes to keep his life if only for a day longer. The man lying on the ground could be him eventually, the thought only brought tears to his eyes. What was this madness? How had everything come to this? What are you waiting for, Dummerang? Shouted Huang Li, from the place where he would usually rouse the crowd. Kill the bastard and be done with it, you fool. He's already dying. Sokka replied, glaring at Huang Li. Isn't that enough for you? Kill him, I said. Yelled Huang Li. Or I'll climb down to kill you instead. I won't kill him. Yelled Sokka, though a voice in his head told him he already had. He felt his bile rise upon the thought. I'll send another gladiator to finish you off, then, you scum. Yelled Huang Li, striking a fist upon the platform he was on. Tai Rong. Get him. Sokka thought everything was over when a hairy man of broad shoulders had suddenly walked into the arena. Sokka lifted his club towards the man, his shivering hands betraying him as he thought of having to defend himself in another fight to the death, but he knew he would die this time. He was already worn out after his previous battle. This man would destroy him without breaking a sweat. Nevertheless, Sokka tried to attack. Tai Rong avoided the blow and punched Sokka's stomach, rendering him breathless. Sokka thought Tai Rong would kill him now, but instead, the fighter had dragged Sokka back towards where the other gladiator lay dying. Tai Rong's enormous hand wrapped around Sokka's, forcing him to seize his club. "No," said Sokka, when he realized what the man's true intent was. Tai Rong lifted Sokka's arm with ease, and Sokka's attempts to fight back were useless. "No. Stop it. No." His pleas weren't heard. The club fell upon the head of the gladiator with a horrible splattering sound, and all Sokka could see was blood. All Sokka could feel was grief. All Sokka could wish for was his own death. But that hadn't happened. Huangli had only meant to teach him a lesson that day. A lesson he didn't want to remember anymore. A lesson he had no choice but to abide by while he was in Huiyi. He had forced himself not to think about what he was doing anymore, just to act until his death finally came for him, because death was all he had deserved. And instead of death, she had appeared in his life yet again. Azula had come to offer him a life in the superior gladiator league. An offer he was certain was too good to be true, an offer he felt completely unworthy of. And she had been the one who had reduced him to a slave in the first place, hadn't she? She had stood there, terrible and beautiful, amid the snow. She had struck him down and bested him in combat as if he had posed no challenge to her. Her nails had left those gashes on his neck, and just as the burn to his stomach, the scars hadn't left him. Just as all the scars he had collected afterwards. She had pardoned his life, though, just to send him into a living hell. She hadn't been the one to decide he would turn into a gladiator, yet she had her guards dump him in the slave market. Had she thought she was doing him a favor by letting him live? Those years of misery said otherwise quite clearly. The grid was lifted suddenly, startling Sokka and making him stumble backwards as he stared at the sand ahead of him. His chest heaved as he tried to calm down, but the roar of the crowd would only make him more anxious. He had to relax, he had to stop thinking just for a moment, to send all his traumas back to the place where they belonged. Azula frowned from the balcony when the megaphone man introduced Sokka and he didn't appear. The crowd's cheers dwindled upon his delay, and the hoots turned into an uneasy muttering through the stands after a minute. The sponsor of Sokka's opponent stared at Azula, as if wondering if she had misplaced her slave. Azula stared down at the standby room in worry. He had said he would fight and win. Had he run away? Or was he going to forfeit? What was taking him so long? The megaphone man called the blue wolf yet again. Sokka gritted his teeth and forced his legs to move, entering the sand pit with his head bowed. Applause and cheers sounded again, but not as powerfully as before. Azula gripped her armrest tightly, as she often did whenever something in the sand pit was bothering her. Sokka stared at his feet, flashes of his hands covered in blood still returning to his mind. How many gladiators had he murdered? He recalled his conversation with the Millennium Dragon, and his irritation when the man had been unable to keep count of his rivals. He was no better, though, was he? Worse, he had killed them. His body bore the scars from almost every single fight, but did he remember how each and every single one of those wounds had been delivered? It took him a moment to realize the other gladiator had arrived too. Sokka gulped and raised his head, trying to find the strength he needed to settle this fight quickly. His eyes widened when he gazed upon his opponent. The boy before him couldn't be older than 14. His eyes blazed with determination, yet Sokka could see all the fear behind them. The boy's hair was dark and unruly, and his skin was rather pale. He couldn't have been fighting as a gladiator for too long. "Start!" shouted the megaphone man, and the boy unsheathed his broadswords. Sokka's mind instantly told him the weapons were too large for the kid when he saw him wield them. The boy shouted and ran towards Sokka, his blades in tow. Sokka jumped back, baring his teeth as he avoided the attacks. The boy was no master of the weapon, but it seemed he knew what he was doing as he swung the broadswords horizontally and quickly, and Sokka almost stumbled to avoid him. Azula's concern and irritation only grew with every passing moment. Why didn't he just bring out his own sword to fend off the boy's attacks? What was he doing? This opponent was obviously easy to defeat and he was just evading his blows clumsily. Where was the fighter who had been able to defeat 3 earthbenders in a row? It seemed he was nowhere around. Sokka watched the boy's attacks, and he knew he had to fight back, but his mind kept feeding him memories he had tried to keep away, memories of the bloodiest fights he had been involved in, and to think he had to fight a kid now, of all things. When he had been 14 he had wanted to be a warrior, and that was a far cry from being a gladiator. This boy was fighting for his life. He was just a child, and Sokka would have to defeat him for what purpose? So that Azula would be pleased? Azula, who had brought him into this mess in the first place. Sokka cringed and jumped out of the way when he got too close to the spikes that lined the arena. The boy's blades followed him relentlessly, and he gave out war cries with every swing of his weapons. It was a boy, much like he had been once. A boy who had to fight in an arena and to survive, even if it was in the superior league. A boy who wasn't that masterful with his weapons, who was bound to die at the hands of another gladiator eventually, and why? What for? For the entertainment of the highborn. He couldn't fathom it. It was such a repulsive notion. It always had been. And he had gotten used to it. He had actually gotten used to it. And it was a notion that would behead him if he wasn't careful. The boy's blade swung perilously close to his neck, and Sokka stumbled backwards again, his face contorting into a frown. Fighting as a gladiator was a dreadful thing, but it was what he had become. And he had done it quite well so far. This wasn't the amateur league, so he wasn't bound to get killed, but he had to fight. Piandao had taught him about honoring his opponent. That kid was doing his very best to defeat him, no matter how hopeless the fight might be. Sokka owed it to him to fight back to his best as well. Just as he had owed the other gladiators in the arena to kill them. It was better to die by the hand of a fellow gladiator than to be killed by soldiers or by Huangli. And whether it was him, or if it was another gladiator, one of them would die in the end. It didn't matter who died or when, because the situation would never get any better for anyone. But it did for him. He stole a look towards the balcony, and he gazed at Azula for a moment, just a short instant. She was staring down at him worriedly, those golden eyes no longer as cruel as they had been when he had first met her. She had been his damnation then, she became his salvation years later. He was certain she only sought to make his life worse when she proposed to sponsor him, but it hadn't been like that. Even these past troublesome months, no matter how terrible they had been, had turned around for the better eventually. He had come to know Azula so well, he had held her, talked to her, argued with her, kissed her. It was so hard to believe she was the same person who had defeated him in the South Pole in the first place. Allowing him to live had seemed a kindness at first, afterwards Sokka had grown certain it had been a curse. What did it mean to him now? Was he glad she had let him keep his life? Was he grateful for what she had done for him? And what was he going to do with the life she had allowed him to keep? He held no answers to those questions. He didn't know yet if he was glad or if he wasn't. It would take longer for him to find out. But for now, he had a fight to finish. With the swiftest of motions, he unsheathed Space Sword and it was his turn to hack at his opponent now. The boy jumped backwards, his eyes widening as he stared at the black blade in fear. Yet his fright didn't stop him from attacking again. He lunged at Sokka, the broadswords held high, and Sokka ducked. Space Sword moved towards the opposite gladiator's left blade, and with a quick jab, Sokka had cut his opponent's sword in two. The kid stumbled and stared at the useless hilt in his hand. Sokka didn't waste any time before cutting the remaining broadsword, and the boy was rendered unable to do anything but stare at him in horror as he collapsed on the ground. The blue wolf's sword was as powerful as the rumors claimed. The boy grimaced and breathed heavily, staring at Sokka with wide, horrified eyes as Sokka aimed at his neck with his sword, threatening him not to move. "How old are you, boy?" Sokka asked, his menacing glare softening. I'm 12, replied the boy, gulping. The youngest gladiator in the superior league. Sokka's eyes widened. His grip on his sword shook a little before he withdrew it, to everyone's surprise. "Are you proud of that? Of being the youngest?" "Sure am," grunted the boy, no longer as scared as before. "I'm the strongest of my siblings. I'll win for their sake, for my mother and father as well." "Oh, way," said the boy's sponsor, his hands on his face as he stared down at the arena in horror. Azula looked at the man, surprised by his concern. It wasn't until now that she realized just how alike they were. Could the gladiator be this man's child? Did your father and mother want this life for you? Asked Sokka, gritting his teeth. Is this really the life you want for yourself? This is the life I have, grumbled the boy. Mom is sick, and Dad hasn't got the money. So I fight in the arena. I'll do what I can for them, even if it's not enough. Sokka sighed. The boy had his own conviction, he could see that clearly. He had his own reasons to fight, just as he did. Your father knows about this, then? Asked Sokka. He's my sponsor, the boy replied, confirming Angela's suspicions. He taught me everything I know. Sokka gritted his teeth and looked away, growing angry at himself. The boy had such a powerful resolve to fight, so many gladiators did. Who was to say the kid's cause wasn't more just than his own? Sokka's life was so comfortable, so wonderful as of late, while this boy struggled to help his parents, even when he was barely strong enough to fight at all. How many gladiators had deserved to live, and yet he had cut them down? Why was he the one to survive, when he had discarded his own life time after time? He was afraid of dying, that much he knew, but why? Why could a coward like himself escape the fate that had been forced on so many other brave gladiators who didn't deserve it? Don't you dare look away like that, grunted the kid, struggling to get up while glaring at Sokka. Stop pitying me. Stop it. If you're going to win, then win. Don't look down on me. The kid's shout made Sokka turn his face towards him again. The boy jumped at Sokka, his hand balled into a fist. He had no weapons left, so all he had left were his own fists. Sokka snarled, hating himself when his body moved instinctively to defend himself and defeat the boy. Truly, only the strongest prevailed. It wasn't a fair fight. It never would be. But he owed the boy all the respect he could grant him, and that meant he had to fight him, even if he loathed the idea of doing so. He dropped Space Sword and brought forth his own fists just after avoiding the boy's attack. Sokka leaned forward and struck a fist into the boy's stomach, which was only protected by a leather vest. The kid lost his breath and was unable to respond to the punch. He stumbled back and tried to move against Sokka again, but now his face met Sokka's fist. The boy fell to the ground, unconscious. And the battle was over. The megaphone man announced his victory, but Sokka hardly heard him. His eyes were fixed upon the boy's limp figure, and they didn't leave him until he was carried away into the standby room by the arena's staff. He didn't celebrate his victory with the crowd. He didn't look at the sponsor's balcony. He stood in the sand until a staff member asked him to leave. He moved away without a word, picking up his sword as he did. The fight had done nothing to wash away his doubts. His mind was even more troubled than it had been before. He had guessed correctly that morning. There was no chance that the universe would let him enjoy his careless happiness for long. Sokka toppled over yet again, falling into Haru's earth trap for the 6th time today. Angela watched them from the back of the house with a frown on her face, unwilling to take her eyes off him for a second. Once his fight had ended, she had meant to ask him if he was feeling well, if he truly wanted to train with Haru today, but the words hadn't found their way out of her mouth. She hadn't been brave enough to ask once she saw how miserable he was. The look in Sokka's face had been so blank, so distant, so troubled. Had she ever seen him like this? Back when they had trained on the deck of her barge, so long ago, she had told him that if he failed to defeat Chan's gladiator, he would likely return to Huiyi. The expression on his face had resembled the one he bore now, but perhaps not. He had been determined then. Now he seemed broken. What had happened to him? And Haru wins again, said Tai Li, sitting by Angela and bringing a tray with several cups of tea with her. My gladiator is just that wonderful, isn't he? He already broke his loss spree, did I mention that? You haven't failed to remind me every day since it happened, Tai Li, muttered Angela. Well, I'm still stoked about it, said Tai Li, happily. Sokka's advice to Haru has been really helpful. He only broke about 5 objects on his last fight. Then he lost 100 points, concluded Angela. Why are you so pleased? That's not enough of an improvement. Well, I'm not in this for the points, said Tai Li, folding her arms over her chest. So long as he keeps winning, I don't care how much furniture he destroys. You two are the perfectly careless match then, said Angela, grimacing. And so are you too, said Ty Lee, teasingly, but Angela's frown only deepened. Instead of the usual denial, or instead of snapping at her, Angela seemed bothered by those words. Ty Lee blinked a couple of times before tapping her friend on the shoulder. Angela. What? Grunted the princess, taking a cup of tea and sipping it slowly, all of this without looking at Ty Lee in the eye. Is something wrong? She asked, worried. You look angry. I'm not, Angela replied, staring at Sokka as he tried to cut through Haru's defenses ineffectively. Well, then, what's the matter? Asked Ty Lee. You can tell me. They won't hear, they're too busy fighting, so. Maybe they won't hear now, but they'll hear later anyways. You never keep anything to yourself, Ty Lee, snapped Angela, trying to change the subject. Hey, that's not. Started Ty Lee before sighing. Well, maybe it is true, but it's always better to get your problems out there than to bottle them up. So please, will you talk? I won't tell anyone if it's that big a secret. It's no big secret, said Angela, sighing. I'm sure you wish it were. Well, if it's no secret then I won't feel like spreading it, said Ty Lee, happily. You can definitely trust me if that's the case. I doubt it, said Angela, her eyebrows twitching, but she sighed with resignation. There's something wrong with him. I have no idea what it is, but there's something really wrong with him today. He was fine before the fight, but now. Is that why Haru keeps defeating him? Asked Ty Lee, surprised. I thought maybe he had been injured today or something. No, he wasn't hurt at any point, said Angela. It's something else. He talked to another gladiator before his fight. He had been fine earlier, rather cheerful, even, but after that conversation he started acting strangely. I tried to ask him what was the matter, but he didn't tell me. It's as if he thought speaking will do no good or that I won't understand even if he explains. Ty Lee was quite concerned by the subject, but she couldn't hold back a giggle when she heard Angela speak of Sokka so worriedly. That was a sight she hadn't witnessed ever before. But you're sure he's just being an idiot, right? She asked, trying not to smile too much. He always is, grunted Angela. But this time it's different. I don't know what to do with him. Just asking seems pointless. Why would it be? Asked Ty Lee, raising an eyebrow. Because the only thing that can come out of that is an argument, replied Angela. Oh, please, said Ty Lee, rolling her eyes. You can't just sit here and stare at him all day. You're crazy worried about him. So just do yourself a favor and go to him already. I'm not going to throw myself at him, if that's what you're suggesting, Angela growled, glaring at Ty Lee. Well, it could help, you know. Ty Lee, said Angela with that dangerous voice tone that always heralded her wrath. Okay, gee, said Ty Lee, gulping. The thing is, you two are friends, really good friends, so. Friends. Angela repeated, in disbelief. We're not friends, Ty Lee. We're. You're not. Asked Ty Lee, raising an eyebrow. What are you, then? I don't know, but we're not friends, said Angela, shaking her head. We don't agree on anything, ever. You could search the ends of the earth if you want, but you won't find two people as opposite to each other as Sokka and me. And yet you've gotten along wonderfully so far. That's what you think, said Angela, grimacing. You have no idea, Ty Lee. Well, granted you two have your squabbles, said Ty Lee. But you two are so close already. You know you're opposites in everything, which is something I can't say about me and Haru. And not because we are or aren't, but because I don't even know if we are yet. I guess I'm just getting to know him, so. I thought you knew him quite well already, said Angela, as sarcastically as possible. Ty Lee pouted. Maybe in one regard, but he's still a total mystery in so many other ways. She said, crossing her arms. So see? You and Sokka are way closer than me and Haru. And if I think Haru and I are friends. You're not friends, Ty Lee, you're something quite different, said Angela. Well, then. You and Sokka are way past that anyways, said Ty Lee, startling Angela. If Haru and I are more than friends, and you are closer to Sokka than I am to Haru, then how about you do the math? Angela flushed before shaking her head and trying to dismiss Ty Lee's accusation. That makes no sense, she grunted. Maybe not to you, but it does to me, said Ty Lee, pouting again. And I think letting this matter eat away at you won't help at all. You have to do something. Talk to him and show him you're here for him, that he can trust you. And even if you don't like what he's saying, be supportive. That's what a friend, well, a more than just a friend would do. I'm not going to feign support just because, grunted Angela. Then all the better, said Ty Lee, waving a hand carelessly. Maybe he needs you to irritate him as always so that he starts to act more like himself, who knows? I sure don't, said Angela, sighing and sipping more tea. Well, how about you go find out? Said Ty Lee, cheerfully. I'll ask Haru to help me with dinner while you two talk things over. What? Ty Lee, you don't have to. I insist, said the girl, beaming. Make sure to get him back to normal, he's a lot more fun when he's being himself, don't you think? Of course Angela thought so, but she wasn't about to disclose it to Ty Lee. Without another word, the girl pranced towards the training area, where Haru had just struck Sokka with a boulder from behind. You ought to be more careful with that, don't you think? Said Sokka, rubbing his back. It's not real training unless we're actually giving it our all, isn't it? Asked Haru, smiling weakly. He had taken notice of Sokka's strange behavior as well, but was trying his best in their training regardless. Haru, my dear, squealed Ty Lee, bouncing towards where he was and clinging to his arm lovingly. The sight made Sokka crook an eyebrow and Haru blushed. I thought you should help me make dinner, I figured we'd make a meal for Angela and Sokka today. Wadash. Would my cooking be worthy of the princess? Asked Haru, skeptical. Why wouldn't it be? Asked Ty Lee, shrugging. I'm sure she'll be fine with it. Huh, said Sokka. I wouldn't be that sure. She's pickier than you think. Oh, she's not all that picky, said Ty Lee, waving a hand as if it weren't a matter of importance. It's surprising that you know about her food likings, though. I know she wants nothing to do with Komodo rhino, and neither do I, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Huh, really? I always thought she liked it, said Ty Lee, rubbing her chin. Well, we're off to make dinner anyways. So take a break now, Sokka. We'll see you in a bit. Sure, said Sokka, as Haru was dragged into the house by Ty Lee. Sokka's gaze fell upon Angela for a moment, finding that she was looking at him as well. He lowered his head and walked away towards the wooden fence that lined Ty Lee's property. Even if he could talk about Angela's taste for food, he didn't feel too comfortable talking to her just yet. He hadn't attended the medical check, and he had only nodded in her direction when they met again before Shoji's counter. She had been informed of his new position in the ranking and they had left the arena together. Xian Long came down upon Angela's call, and they rode him towards Ty Lee's house. Angela had wanted to enjoy the flight for a little longer, it had seemed to Sokka, but he was sitting so quietly behind her that she seemed rather unwilling to put up with his strange behavior any longer. He was surprised she hadn't asked again about what bothered him, but he figured it was his own fault. He had blown her off quite thoughtlessly before, and he would make sure to apologize for it. But he still was too confused and troubled to speak his mind to her. He needed some time to think things through and straighten out the mess within his head. He climbed and sat on a fence post at the edge of Ty Lee's property. He stared at the darkening sky, hunched over, with his back towards the princess. And Angela just stared, frowning. She really shouldn't talk to him, like Ty Lee had suggested, why should she? She didn't even want to, well, perhaps she did. But she feared it would be no use. Sokka wouldn't want to talk about whatever bothered him. She knew she wouldn't enjoy disclosing her personal problems to anyone else so randomly. Sokka was bound to feel the same way. But she had told Ty Lee they were perfect opposites on everything. If she preferred to keep matters to herself, then it was likely that Sokka didn't. Maybe, just maybe, She ought to talk to him. No, no, it was stupid. She would only be a bother. Well, she was Princess Azula of the Fire Nation. She shouldn't be a bother to anyone. So why did she feel so uneasy regarding this matter? Why did she feel like leaving him alone? Was it because she feared she'd irritate him? Well, why should she be afraid of that? Since when was she so unwilling to get to someone's bad side? Especially Sokka, she would enjoy ticking him off on most occasions. This time it was different, though. She truly didn't want to upset him any further. But maybe Ty Lee was right. And maybe it would be best to talk to him instead of sitting here, staring at his broad back while feeling a ridiculously childish urge to push him off the fence. She shook her head at that wild thought before making up her mind and standing up. Sokka frowned when he heard her footsteps through the grass. He knew it was Azula instantly, but the thought of her approaching right now was nerve-wracking. Why couldn't she just wait until he had sorted all his problems out? I didn't come here to push you over, in case you thought so, muttered Azula once she stopped next to him. I didn't think you had, said Sokka, slightly surprised. I felt like it, I won't lie, said Azula, and Sokka looked at her sideways with a skeptical smile. But I decided against it. Well, that's a relief, he said, turning his head around again towards the horizon. Then, why are you here, if not to push me? I don't know, said Azula, sighing before climbing on the fence too, sitting next to Sokka but leaving some distance between them. I suppose you don't expect me to care for whatever troubles you, and I don't mean to be bothered by it either, yet. I didn't mean to say that, said Sokka, sighing. I'm sorry, Azula. I say stupid things. Whenever you're messed in the head, finished the princess. I know you do. I'm not about to hold it against you when I know that's just your nature. I suppose I should be grateful for that, said Sokka, mildly confused by her response. Still, I thought it might stop bothering you eventually, whatever it is that's got you in this mood. But that doesn't seem to be the case, said Azula, frowning. I don't know if perhaps it might be some use to talk about what bothers you, maybe it won't be. But I figured I would ask anyways. You're that worried about me? He asked, smiling weakly. You could at least pretend not to be so pleased by it. Grunted Azula between gritted teeth. I suppose, said Sokka, his smile dwindling when he thought of how to address to Azula's concerns. Something happened today. I would have never guessed, said Azula, rolling her eyes. Will you let me talk? Asked Sokka, his eyebrow twitching as he glared at her. That guy, the one I was talking to, he was from Huiyi. Azula frowned at that. From Huiyi? An old friend of yours, then? There are no friends in the amateur league, muttered Sokka, his face growing stern as he spoke. As soon as you make a friend, you're forced to fight against him on the next day. Huang Li would always keep an eye out in case he saw two gladiators getting along better than usual. He thought it made for a more interesting show, having friends killing each other. Because of that, the gladiators hardly ever talked between them. Growing attached to someone would end badly for everyone involved. I had only ever seen this guy from afar. Huang Li used to call him Maggot. I thought he had died when he disappeared from Huiyi, but it seems he had gotten a sponsor. Well, that should be good news, or isn't it? Asked Azula, confused. You would have rather he had died? No, that's not, said Sokka, sighing. That's not the case at all. You saw his sponsor, didn't you? He was a thug, just like Huang Li was. Probably worse than him, if that's even possible. Then you feel his condition hasn't improved at all, muttered Azula. And it's probably not just him, said Sokka, lowering his gaze. All those gladiators from the amateur league, they're still killing each other with every passing day, under the orders of that scumbag. And most of the ones who got out of there and got a spot in the superior league have to deal with the same sort of masters, sponsors that won't care at all about their fighters' well-being. They want the money, the glory, the fame, all of it, without doing anything. It's the gladiator who puts his neck in the line, and yet those sponsors who don't ever do anything are so proud of themselves. And if the gladiator loses, they beat him up. As if they hadn't sustained enough injuries already. As if they were only good for being whipped and bossed around. But you. I don't have to face that, said Sokka, nodding. I'm the lucky one. And hell knows why I got as lucky as I did. You spared my life. I survived the amateur league. And then you showed up to sponsor me. You, the Fire Lord's daughter, no less. You had the best swordsman training me, you got me a house, a maid, you've even let me fly on your dragon. And while all this happened, I conveniently forgot that I should have died so long ago. That's not true, said Azula, frowning. You didn't have to die back then. If that had been what you had deserved, then I assure you I would have. Why did you spare me, then? He asked her, staring at Azula as if begging for an answer. Why me, Azula? I'm not worth all of this. I'm a mess, I've always been. There are so many gladiators out there who have better causes, better reasons to fight than me. I'm just trying to go back home even when I don't know if I'll be welcome. Why wouldn't you be? Asked Azula, confused. Why wouldn't your people want you back? They must believe me dead, muttered Sokka. And it might be a lot easier if I were. If they knew what I've been doing. What, fighting in an arena? Your tribe would blame you for that. Asked Azula, frowning. Not that, said Sokka, sighing. I'm getting used to this, Azula. To this life. I'm growing adjusted to it, and I'm enjoying it. I've gotten so much more than I could ever deserve. I live in the Fire Nation capital, for crying out loud. I'm sponsored by the princess, and I'm her sword master as well. I eat as much as I can, as often as I want, and I'm comfortable. I'm happy. I woke up today, and I was happy. How can I be happy when they're still fighting this war? Why on earth am I just sitting back and enjoying the ride while they're still trying to hold their own against the Fire Nation? So, you believe you should strike the Fire Nation from within, perhaps? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. You should go to the palace and kill my father at once, so that you can return home like a hero. I don't think so, said Sokka, cringing. That's the part that makes me feel the worst, Azula. I don't think I want to anymore. I don't hate the Fire Nation anymore. Azula's eyes widened at his confession. He didn't? After all this time, something had actually changed within Sokka? He had come to see things differently? And I can't face my people like this. I can't go to them to say that I've had the time of my life here, said Sokka. I couldn't be more shameless, but it's the truth. I've had too much fun. It's been a mess, no kidding. But after you took me as your gladiator, I've seen the world. I even caught sight of an air temple. I met a dragon, I've become a better warrior than I ever dreamt I could be. Everything I could have wished for is happening. But why? Why did I get away with this? Why me, of all people? That boy today, he was trying to fight for his family. He wanted to save his mother, and I had to defeat him. I couldn't let him win out of pity, he didn't want me to. And yet, he must be at home today, crying over his mother's condition, while I'm sitting here, talking the Fire Lord's daughter's ear off. And it's not just that boy, it's all the men I've ever killed. Sokka stared at his hands, seeing them drenched in blood again. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying to stop seeing the red anymore. Every single one of them, they must have had a reason to live. A better reason than the ones I hold on to. Returning home, taking my revenge, what's the point? I don't even want revenge anymore. And how could I dare return like this? Truth to be told, I'm just a single, common guy, who got much luckier than he ever deserved to be. There's nothing special about me. I'm just me. And that's all I'll ever be. Perhaps you are just you, said Azula after a moment, still unsure of what to say. I don't see a problem with that. You don't get it, sighed Sokka. Those guys. They should have been in your place, while you were in theirs, said Azula, frowning. You think you should have died. Your reasons to carry on weren't as powerful or as important as theirs. Is this the reason why you were fine with letting the bandit kill you? Sokka was surprised when Azula brought that matter up. He stared at her in surprise, having forgotten that instance completely. Yeah, it was, he muttered, lowering his gaze again. I've always been too much of a coward to kill myself. I had considered it, but I can't do it. Whenever I feel I'm in mortal danger, I lose it. You saw me against the Savage Hook. I went insane by the end. I almost killed him. Well, he almost killed you as well, said Azula, displeased by that memory, which brought forth others she didn't want to recall. But even though I keep thinking I don't deserve to go on, that I ought to die, every time a guy like the Hook shows up, or even the Blind Bandit, I claw at staying alive no matter what. I'm truly shameless, aren't I? You are a fool, that you are, said Azula, sighing. I don't think you're shameless for doing everything in your power to keep on living. Perhaps you're right, you've been quite lucky. But perhaps all of this has happened for a reason. Maybe you're supposed to accomplish something you can't even imagine. Oh, really? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. You truly believe a scum slave like me will ever achieve anything in this world? I'll never know until you do, said Azula, shrugging. You have a life, though, Sokka. A life that you could use for more than you believed possible, be it thanks to luck or fate or whatever you want to believe it was. You have had opportunities none of those other slaves have gotten. But why me? Asked Sokka, yanking at his hair. Why am I the one who gets to live like a king? Well, that's stretching it. I live like a nobleman, at the very least, said Sokka. A low-class nobleman, perhaps. Sokka's eyebrow twitched and Azula gave him a malicious smirk. Whatever, then. I still live too well in comparison to what slaves usually get, he said, huffing. Well, do you want me to make your life a little more difficult? Because if that will make you feel any better about yourself, then I'd have no problem. No, that's not it at all. Exclaimed Sokka. Now you're being shameless. You complain about having such a great life but you cling onto it like a baby to its mother. Will you stop making fun of me? Asked Sokka, and Azula chuckled. You need something uplifting, I believe. Making you argue with me might just be the thing, she said, smiling. But what is it you want, Sokka? Are you planning on dwelling in your misery forevermore, believing you're the worst human being ever just because you're enjoying a better life than that of most slaves? No, I don't know, said Sokka, sighing. I just wish that slaves didn't have to put up with what they do. That maybe they could be respected, that the amateur league was no longer as bloody, that the gladiators wouldn't have to kill each other over there. I wish I could change things. I wish I could make it all better, but I can't. What's worse, I had even forgotten all about these problems. I was so pleased with my life that I didn't even remember. I had locked away all thoughts about my time in the amateur league. When I became your gladiator I was so glad to be out of there that I threw everything else into oblivion. Maybe I was getting adjusted, and to accomplish that I had to put all those matters out of my mind for a while. But it's not until now that I remembered why I hated the Fire Nation as much as I did. It's not until now that I recalled all the wrong they've done, all the pain they've caused, the pain they're still causing. And I was just so comfortable that I couldn't even give it a thought. You feel guilty, then, said Azula, frowning. For growing to enjoy the life you have. For liking the Fire Nation, even in the slightest, when you had always hated it. Ever since I was a kid I was told the Fire Nation was the source of all evil, that you guys were rotten to the core, said Sokka, rubbing the bridge of his nose. There was nothing good within you, you had wiped out an entire race and you were fine with doing the same to the Earth Kingdom's culture. My mother was killed by a Fire Nation raid, and so were so many others. Your mother? Said Azula, surprised. I never told you. Asked Sokka. You said she had died. I didn't know she had been killed, said Azula, aghast. All the more reason why he ought to hate them. She was killed for no reason, said Sokka, shaking his head. My sister and my dad were the ones who found her. My sister said a Fire Nation soldier had been threatening her, and she went to get Dad, but by the time they returned it was too late. Why was she killed? I never knew. I likely never will. I'm sorry, muttered Angela, gritting her teeth. Well, I'll accept that, but it's not like you were the one who did it, said Sokka, smiling weakly. It was a long time ago. Still, I didn't know you had such a reason to hate us. My dad's best friend died in the war too, said Sokka. Lots of the tribe's warriors did. In the end, I'm not short on reasons to hate the Fire Nation, but lately I can't bring myself to hate it. Not anymore. I hate everything you guys have done. All of it. The slavery, the genocide, the world dominance, it's completely wrong. If I could do anything about it, I would. But still. The Fire Nation has done its fair share of unforgivable crimes to your people, said Angela. And to others as well. I won't deny that any longer, there's no use in sugarcoating anything. If I had been in your position, I would have likely been beside myself in hatred. But not everything about the Fire Nation is bad, and now you know it. I don't like acknowledging it, though, said Sokka, sighing. It's a good place to live, despite the homeless people roaming around the city from time to time, said Angela, making Sokka chuckle at the memory. It has great landscapes. Great sunsets too, said Sokka, smiling weakly. And great food. How could I possibly forget? Said Angela, rolling her eyes but smiling. And, the people have a knack for being a little crazy and mean, said Sokka, smiling at her. But once you get to know them better, they're not exactly what they seemed on the outside. Perhaps. Said Angela, changing the subject before the blood rushed to her face. We have good technologies too. Most public services work wonderfully as well. And nowadays you even reimburse the towns in the Earth Kingdom that got sacked by pillaging bandits, said Sokka, smiling. So yeah, maybe it really isn't all bad. But acknowledging that just makes everything worse. Why? Asked Angela, frowning. Because changing my views about you so radically would make me seem a traitor to my people, said Sokka, clenching his fists. Even when I don't really believe I've betrayed them, when I'd rather be there than here, all along they've said the Fire Nation is the enemy. And I no longer think of it like that. You're a traitor for opening your eyes to reality. Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. Why, if that's the case, then I suppose I must be a traitor to the Fire Nation also. A year ago I would have never even thought about the Earth Kingdom people as anything but lowly peasants who deserved nothing but to bow before us. But the people from that village took us in. They gave us food and shelter, they were grateful for what we had done, no matter if I was the daughter of the man who had destroyed their nation. And that gratefulness, it was better than their reverences or their fear. I never thought I would come to think so, but it really was. I didn't know you had been so shaken up by that. Said Sokka, surprised. It was an odd experience. Much like everything we went through while in that forest, said Angela, sighing at the memory. And truly, I have come to accept that perhaps the Fire Nation isn't as flawless as I used to believe it was. Perhaps some of what you told me back in Ember Island was true. And I doubt that thinking this way makes me a traitor to my people. Even the fact that I'm sitting here, talking so easily to the Water Tribe's most annoying peasant, doesn't make me a traitor, I believe. Now, wait a second. Said Sokka, holding up a hand. I'm no peasant. Well, maybe you're a slave now, but back when you were in your tribe. No, I was never a peasant, declared Sokka, proudly. My father was the tribe's chief. Angela's eyes widened at that. The tribe's chief. She repeated. Truly? Why didn't you say so until now? Surprised, aren't you? Said Sokka, smirking. A little late to try and send them a ransom message, I guess, but you still might get a good price for the Water Tribe's prince, I believe. Angela's disbelief turned into laughter at his self-appointed title. Sokka was obviously displeased by that reaction. Hey. I mean it. He squeaked. A prince. You. She repeated, still laughing. Not a chance, Sokka, no matter how much you wish for it. I'm the chief's son. He's the most important person of the tribe, much like your dad is the most important person of your nation. You and I, Angela, are equals in more ways than you believe. Please, Don't ever bother comparing us like that, said Angela, shaking her head while looking at Sokka mockingly. The Fire Lord is the strongest firebender, the most powerful descendant of the sun. All the fire sages believed themselves to be children of the sun, but since the Fire Lord was the most powerful of them, he's the one that rules the nation. Therefore, I'm a descendant of the sun. Well then, we came from the moon if that's the case. Squeaked Sokka. If you guys are descendants of the sun, we're likely descendants of the moon. Yes, there's a chance that's true, but not for you, said Angela, smirking. The Northern Water Tribe has its royalty. There's a princess there, isn't there? She's a descendant of the moon, I'm sure. You, on the other hand, have no royal blood in your veins, and that much is painfully clear just by looking at you. Oh, please, said Sokka, rolling his eyes. Then if all this is true, the former Earth King popped out of a pile of dirt and that's why he was a royal. I wouldn't rule it out, said Angela, chuckling at the notion. And the air nomads appeared out of thin air too, huh? Asked Sokka, and Angela could do nothing but laugh. Soon enough he was laughing along with her, unable to take his eyes off her while the moment lasted. Angela composed herself and shook her head, trying to calm down. Putting aside all these absurd and irrelevant notions, she said, still smiling. You are a water tribe, member. Prince. Insisted Sokka, apparently indignant. Go ahead and delude yourself, we both know you're not one, said Angela, chuckling again. Anyways, the matter is that you and I are completely different, aren't we? But I've never laughed like this with anyone from the Fire Nation. Sokka's eyes widened as he stared at her. He wasn't seeing things, she was blushing a little, wasn't she? You've influenced me in ways you shouldn't have, and that irritates me more than you imagine, said Angela, sighing. But truly, I don't think I have ever met anyone I could get along with as well as I do with you. Really? Asked Sokka, amazed. And that is truly something that ought to be decreed a betrayal, said Angela, shaking her head and smiling again. Who is the shameful one now, pray tell? I'm not so sure, said Sokka, chuckling. But I'm fine with this, said Angela. I've grown to accept it, that you're completely different from me. There's nothing wrong with that. I still don't know how we get along as we do, but it's the way it is. And even if matters between us were rather dreadful just a while back, I'm still glad that things have turned out as they have. Sokka was astounded as he stared at her. He never thought Angela would speak these words. She was glad? Glad to have taken him as her gladiator, perhaps. Glad that she had decided to give him all the chances that he had almost wasted? I don't think I've betrayed my people with what I've done, she said. My views have changed after what I've experienced, after the things you've said, but this doesn't mean I'm turning my back on them. I will do everything I can to make the Fire Nation the best it can be. My loyalty to my nation has always been my main priority. If my father will truly bestow its rule upon me one day, then I shouldn't blind myself to the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. I need to understand the Fire Nation's shortcomings, its wrongdoings, to understand what I must do to improve it. Then you're proud of changing so much? Asked Sokka, surprised. I'm proud of who I am, said Angela, nodding. I haven't betrayed my nation, not truly, because I haven't betrayed myself. Even after all this time around you, I still believe I've kept true to who I am. And that's what you should think of, first and foremost. Perhaps your tribe won't be pleased to hear you enjoyed a pretty nice life while in the Fire Nation, they might think you've been corrupted, perhaps. But so long as you know who you truly are, Sokka, they can say whatever they want to say. You own your truths. You know yourself better than anyone else will. So long as you are loyal to yourself, Sokka, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Sokka's eyes were filled with hope as she finished talking. Angela was startled by his reaction. She had spoken what she believed was true, and what she thought he needed to hear, but why was he looking at her like that? His gaze was making her too nervous. Those blue eyes, why did they have to be so clear, so mesmerizing? You're right, he said, smiling. That sounds like what Piandao might have said, actually. Really? Said Angela, still uneasy by his stare. Yeah, it's true, he said, chuckling. I shouldn't forget the Fire Nation's flaws, and I won't. There's much of it that should be improved, and I'll be around to pester you until you make things better. Now that's an idea I'm not fond of, said Angela, grimacing. But just as I won't forget its wrongs, I won't forget the good of it either, he said, smiling. There's both things in it, truly. So maybe we could make things better, don't you think? We? The two of us? How, through a marriage alliance, O peasant prince? I don't think so, said Angela, sarcastically. That doesn't sound so bad, actually, said Sokka, scratching his chin as Angela slapped her forehead with a hand. That was just a joke, you fool. But it really might work, said Sokka, cheerfully. You are insane, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Not a chance. Keep dreaming. But, it really could help, said Sokka, still smiling. Wouldn't it be nice, to find a way to stop all this war and the slavery and everything that's wrong with the world? Indeed, said Angela, sighing. But I am just a princess right now. If I dare ask my father to stop enslaving people, he'll likely enslave me as punishment. How about we start this by fixing your father first? Muttered Sokka, grimacing. You take over his position, and take care of the Fire Nation in his place. He's the Fire Lord and he's my father, Sokka. I'm not going to usurp his rule, said Angela, rolling her eyes and climbing off the fence. Come on. Let's see if Ty Lee's done with dinner. But you really should try to do something. You could, I'm sure, said Sokka, following her off the fence. Likely, but in the far future, if anything, said Angela. You'll have to wait patiently until then. Well, fine, I'll try to do that, he said, sighing. Hey, Angela. What? She said, looking at him. Sokka smiled gratefully at her, and her heart raced in her chest upon that sight. Thanks, he said. You saved me from losing my mind, pretty much. I owe you a big one. Angela blushed slightly and looked away, starting towards the house at a slow pace. People keep owing me favors lately, it seems, she muttered, not knowing how else to respond. Sokka chuckled and sighed with relief, his mind clear at last. He would have never guessed Angela would be the one to soothe his sorrowful heart, or that she would do it so quickly. He smiled and trotted up to her, walking side by side with her towards the house, still beaming. Indeed, she had been his damnation a long time ago. But without a doubt, she was his salvation now. She had changed his views on the world while he was changing hers, and she had given him hope that the world could change for the better as well. One day, surely, Angela would set the Fire Nation on the right course, and he'd make sure to stick around to watch it happen. Angela snuck a look towards him and smiled, pleased with how matters had turned out. How had she managed to appease him? She had no idea. She hated to think Ty Lee had been right about how to address this problem, but she was so relieved she could hardly be upset about that anymore. Sokka was back to himself now, and that was all that mattered. He looked at her as well, and he caught her in the middle of her smile. Sokka blinked at the sight of her grin, taken by surprise by the sight of such joy in her features. She grew even more beautiful when she smiled. Angela blushed and turned away when she met his gaze, walking off towards the house more quickly. But before she could get away, Sokka's hand darted out and grasped her wrist. Angela turned around towards him and stared at him in apprehension. What did he want? Was he going to make fun of her stupid smile? But the way he was looking at her said otherwise. Those blue eyes, so clear, so sincere, so dazzling. She had lost herself in them when his other hand went to her waist and brought her closer to him. And she could have sworn her heart was about to burst out of her chest when he leaned down to kiss her. It was a gentle kiss, it wasn't savage, it wasn't sorrowful, it wasn't desperate. Was it a display of his gratefulness, perhaps? She didn't know, but feeling his lips move against hers was as exhilarating as ever. She closed her eyes before she knew it, returning the kiss just as kindly as he brought her closer to him, releasing her hand and surrounding her with his arms. And yet they keep saying there's nothing going on, said Ty Lee, smirking as she stared out the window. Caught red-handed. Did you say something? Said Haru, looking up from the oven towards Ty Lee when he heard her speak. Nothing, dear. Everything is just the way it should be, said the girl happily, beaming and turning back towards Haru, deciding to give the pair their privacy. I'm just going to cash an old bet first thing tomorrow. Check the description for the links to the author.